新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫王梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是混乱一口烟，两个人影都看不到边，为什么手持带蜡，向你也逃 不出，远十几千里，一个惊险，一个
Ooh, look.
我人数无限，一个是左右摇摆轻松。
Give it up, miss! Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this! Just call it a day!
拿住他，我这位轻敌不怕。哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑，说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round, one and all, for a wonder like none other. Huh? Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents, passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again? Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
咱们是趁乱一抽烟，2个人影都看不到边，为救守待办，让你也逃不出我手指间。一个追一个
Ooh, look.
过人性如电，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss. Take a breather, would you? You're not paid enough for this. Just call it a day.
啊，对，可这个为亲低头看，哎，那个大活人上了哪处？
You ever heard of work-life balance? See ya!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League 2025 Spring Split. We're about to get ready to lock in for our day number 3 of our solos, and this will be the last day for some of our solos to lock in and get away from that red line before we take our top players into our first bi-weekly split this weekend. My name is Nbpl, your host and co-caster, alongside my dude Seb. And we're about to get ready for our first sets of games. Seb, I know we've been talking a little bit prior to tonight's stream, but you were talking about how the first sets of games were really good coming out of the gate. What are you hoping to see out of this day 3? Because, like I said, it's the first bi-weekly finals coming up this week. And by the way, make sure to link your NARAKA with your Twitch. By the way, before I get to your you answer it, make sure to lock your Twitch interactive so that way you can get all of the good drops that we're giving out for today, but also make sure to be watching the bi-weeklies for this weekend, because we're going to be giving you some really nice stuff. You get a chance to see the championship bundle, Eternal Radiance, and some Mirage coins possibly too, so that way you can use that and exchange that for some potential gifts in the game itself. So make sure to have your NARAKA linked so that way you can get all the goodies for today and this coming bi-weekly final. But for you, Seb, what are you expecting to see out of some of these players that are down low at the bottom?
Well, it's always a difficult thing going into day number 3. Is you've got the players who've already played 2 days. So this is our final day for solos of bi-weekly number 1. Next game that will be played for the solo players after today will be the bi-weekly finals. So you've got people who've played two days already. They've played their 12 games. It's all done for them. They just have to wait and see until these players who are playing today finish to determine where they are in the standings. So it is tough if you haven't put a lot of points up in the first 2 days to see somebody come and take away those points and pass you over top. We are going to be able to see the players who are only playing 1 day. We've only played 1 day so far. They're going to be able to try and make a statement and push past to get themselves into the top 12.
It's going to be a hectic day for some of these players here who are a little bit under the chopping block, but we do have a good set of people that are already past it. So some of them, they don't necessarily have to worry, but I don't know. If it was going towards, you know, being the player that has to start versus having to end, I'd rather end, at least knowing, you know,
100%
how the standings are. But let's look at the schedule here coming up. Obviously, today is the 27th, Thursday, as we're going into our last solo game. And then on top of that, we have the trios coming into that the day after. Now we have the 29th and the 30th coming in for our bi-weekly finals. And those will be the ones that you guys got to peep out for. The 29th is going to be our solos. And of course, our trios will be on the 30th. As we come into the next couple of weeks here, obviously, it's going to be a very similar schedule throughout these. You know, the bi-weekly 2 starts up next week right after that. And bi-weeklies 3, 4, and 5. And obviously, they're just going to keep going after that. So we're just going to keep working towards that, kind of going through a lot of different things. And we're just going to keep continuing to move forward past this spring final until we get ourselves some champions here, at least towards the solo grand finals coming in May, which, by the way, my birthday is around that month too.
Same here.
On a Tuesday. What day is yours?
I'm on the 24th on Saturday. I don't have to
Awesome.
cast on my birthday. Thank
The
goodness.
day you're not going to be trying to do that is pretty good. Actually amazing.
Yeah, we've got groups B today, group B and C, who are going to be playing in our day 3. This is the last chance for these players to put points up on the board for this bi-weekly split. If you will not make the top 12, you will not be competing in the bi-weekly finals. But don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, there are 4 bi-weeks. So we have got 8 weeks of NARAKA. This is week 2 out of 8 coming to you guys, and not including the bi-weekly finals and our last chance qualifiers. Taking a look at our standings, we've got Lipo, Sha, AS, XY, Ajiao, and Feng that are going to be our bottom players. These guys have all only played 1 day so far. So we're going to see every single one of these players trying to make a stand to get themselves into the top 12. As we're going to be taking a look further and further up the board, some of these players have already played 2 days. So players Edward, Mike, Arano, Wufeng, Shuz, and CDY. These players have all only played 1 day. So that means that the bottom 12 are going to be fighting for these last 6 spots: 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. All of the players in the top 6 Wolves PXT, T225, Star, Spider, Frostivus, and Verse have all already completed their 2 days of playing. Frostivus in second place, which is super nice to see. Our boy Frost from BBE this year,
locked in.
previously on Alliance, came out with a huge day of 26.8 points on day number 2 and a pretty good day of 19.5 points on day number 1, putting him at 46.3 in that second place position. I think this is one of the first time we've seen Frostivus get himself this high going into a bi-weekly finals. It is going to be really great to see what he's going to be able to do at the finals. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, for your players today, we see Mike, Wufeng, Aizhao, AS, Edward, Chuzheng, Arano, Sha, CDY, Lipo, Feng, and XY. These are going to be our players. 12 players battling out for 6 spots. It is going to be a very close one. Since nobody has clinched their spot and still has another day to play, it's going to be interesting to see. Usually we see one player who's had a phenomenal first day in the top 6 and somebody who's already played 2 games in contention of being knocked out. But with a new bi-weekly, with a new Nbpl split, it has set the tone for something different. All of the people who've played 2 days already on the top, 6 to 12 still in the waiting. We're waiting to see who is going to be taking those spots, and the question will be answered after these 6 games.
So it's going to be a good set of games coming into it with a lot of different types of areas in terms of where people are within the standings here. So it's going to be a good set of games. Hopefully a decent amount of them will kind of like really be able to move up the ranks, and we'll be able to see that throughout these next 6 games here, which is going to be very solid for a lot of people here. But I mean, looking at Mike here, I mean, Mike absolutely still dominating the lobby to the point where he's still in that top section here, you know, even after just sitting in the first day in general. So they still have some other spaces in terms of where they got to go. Yuan here, I think, was one of those really interesting special cases where he really showed out in the first set of games. I got a chance to watch a little bit, and man, did he absolutely pop off.
Oh, 100%. XY is a player who does have the opportunity and the potential to get themselves into that top 6. It's definitely a player that you want to watch out for. Force to be reckoned with, 100%. There are a couple of these players that are going to be at a greater risk of not making it just because of their previous performance. We can kind of judge based on what they've done so far. But Edward, somebody who dominated day number 1, still not in the top 6 because he hasn't played today, or hasn't played 2 days so far. Edward definitely has the ability to be one of our top 6 contenders, has the chance to be able to pass into that top 6, and is surely going to be a lock for this top 12 to make it into the bi-weekly finals. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got game number 1 underway. First round of hero selections are going to be Feng and Lipo. Second are going to Sha and Aizhao. Chuzheng and XY are going to be taking round number 3. Mike and AS, 4th round. 5th round going to Edward and CDY. Last round to Wufeng and Arano. We're going to be seeing these picks, and it's been pretty standard for solos in this bi-weekly split. We're going to be seeing a lot of Syra. We're going to be seeing Liam coming out. Lanny has been picked a little bit, but I don't think we're going to see too much of her coming out into this game. Taking a look at what the solos is versus the trios, the solos has been a lot more favorable to Liam, as we're going to see Feng locking in that Liam straight away. Lipo still with a second to pick. The double Liam is going to come out. Aizhao and Sha are going to be next to select. They can pick anybody but Liam. Shael going to be the next one picked. With the new Shael changes that have come out pretty recently, she has become a lot more lethal, being able to throw your shield grabs whenever you want to instead of having to throw them directly after getting hit has been something that has been very valuable to these players. We're going to see the Kylan pick coming out from XY, and Chuzheng going to be on the Lani, double Syra for AS and Mike. 4th round selection, we could see a triple Lani, we could see the triple Kylan coming out. Edward going to go for the Lani pick. CDY, maybe we get to see a Tarka game number 1, that'd be amazing, but the triple Lani is going to come out. Edward, CDY locking that down, and Wufeng and Arano last to select here. This could be interesting. We've seen Temi come out, we've seen Akos. Justina has also been another viable pick, as Arano deciding to head for that Justina pick. Pretty smart move, in my opinion. The Justina being a pretty viable character in this solo medal. solos meta compared to some of the other hero picks. Definitely not as optimal, which is why we're seeing her getting picked last instead of higher up there. But we have seen a Justina pick pretty early in rounds before. As the games go on and the hero points start to diminish, these players do need to have their picks diversified. So jumping it in, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1, groups B and C.
See how these games go relatively towards this first set of games here. It's going to be pretty good, especially now seeing that I still laugh at the fact that he changed his name to Edward. I'm going to be honest.
Eddie.
It's like out of all the names, but it's okay. It's all right. So like you said before, decent amount of lock-ins here. I mean, pretty expected for, you know, a lot of these players and how their play style is thus far. I don't really expect too many insane changes to, you know, how people are really rolling with their picks so far. But it'll be definitely good to see how this first game goes. You know, like I always say before, that first game really does, you know, it's such a detriment to the rest of the series here, knowing that we still have, you know, 5 more games out of the beginning lineup here. So we still have a lot of different areas to work through, but expected to see a pretty standard game, I think, off the rip, especially in such a very powerful location like Midoriya, right?
Yeah, we've got a little bit, everything is pretty standard for the ability picks, but we do have Chu Zhang is going to be opting F1 V1 for the Lani, and then we're going to see CDY and Edward both picking up that V2 ultimate. So it's the only variation that we're going to be seeing. Everybody else running standard. Shiles on F1 V1, Syra on F1 V1, F2 V1 for the Justinas, and so on and so forth. F1 V2 for the Liams. Taking a look at our forecast here, we're going to be seeing close to the middle of the map by Imperium. Take it away.
Interesting wide split. Overall, I'd see Tincture Woods with 4 different players landing there. I'm curious what's going on over there in terms of how lit that's going to be, because I've never really seen a lot of people land towards that area. Meanwhile, we have the usual section as Sentient's forearm towards center. We have one person way in the backside of Imperial hold in the center of Imperium, but also same place, Imperium camp is also going to be seeing some wide, great amount of players here. But I'm interested in Tincture Woods. Definitely a space that not a lot of people really land in, especially off rip, especially throughout this series here, knowing that all 4, clearly something is happening here, and there's definitely most likely some good loot here. So let's see who takes advantage of it and who is going to get the first eliminations of this first game going into our final bi-weekly solo.
Yeah, and this being the first game of the last chance for these players to get themselves up into the standings, it is going to be a tough one for some of them. And Mike with a beautiful juggle down the mountain here, getting the 1.0 off the second time around as well. Wufong in a tight situation here. Scale Rush is going to connect into the uppercut. Jumpy LMB, 1 HP in a dream here. The Scale Rush with the spear going to secure it, but DRG Spawn coming in on the third party here, trying to make something happen. Mike going to be able to use that F bubble to gain a little bit of health back, trying to scale up Rush up and away, is going to end up getting the ground into an armor swap here. Fong gonna try and go for some loot. Jump LMB gonna come out from Mike. The 1-2 coming out from Fong into the jump LMB. Mike trying to get the reset into a combo. Isn't gonna be able to connect. Fong flipping it back around with the F ability invested. Triple charge coming in from XY on the other side with that great sword in hand. Mike trying so hard to get this elimination. Ultimate going to be invested. Gets the stun off onto Fong. Fong getting dangerously low, but XY gonna steal the elimination here. What a beautiful kill steal. Is able to take those purple dual blades away as well. Mike is going to be able to get a huge stun off into a uppercut combo with the longsword. 1.0 is going to miss, is going to connect on the second one though, as AST's XY going to go for a reset. Mike backing off to do the same.
See if he's able to back off that as well here. Is Juan Yuan is going to be on the pursuit with Mike at hand here. Curious to see if he's actually going to be able to catch him, because knowing Mike, I mean, Mike can absolutely schmoove like crazy, and he is able to catch him from the inside here. Goes on the outskirts of this beautiful cage here. Unfortunately, isn't able to really grasp any more of that. And look at that, Mike is already gone. The movement king, really able to try to see if he can find any type of blunder here. Sadly, has that great shield. I mean, obviously, Juan Yuan having the same thing here. It looks like he's forced to fight. Beautiful back off that with the nunchucks, being able to capture it here. Looks like he's going to try to see if he can go for the stun, but sadly wasn't able to find it. Oh, and he finds the combo break from the blue. It looks like both of them just trying to juggle it out as back and forth as possible here. Looks like Yuan Yuan's going to opt out and going back for the reach shield here. And Mike is just going to try to retreat as much as possible here, trying to see if he can find any leeway. gonna find that airship. That way he can just keep that going. But Yuan is on him here. Yuan has got to be careful. Mike is definitely one of those amazing players here that really knows how to switch this whole dynamic around here. And it goes from having one thing happening to another. It looks like he's able to find a different shield swap here. And just like that, the opportunity is going to be able to be arose as now he finds the ulti. Yuan's going to pop it here. Going to keep that same pressure on the Mike here. As Mike is just trying to see if he can find anything better here. It looks like he wants to find a better shield. Just in general here, he just knows that Gray is not going to do enough. He finds the blue. Yuan's going to find it first. He actually steals it from him. And now Mike is on the rough side of this block here as he is able to at least get a little bit of something here, but not enough. It looks like he's going to pop open for the ulti here, forcing the blinding, and he starts to catch him right in the face here. And he just shuns him with so much light in his eyes, he barely can see. And now Mike is on the other side of this. See just how fast he was able to do that. Now it's time for the switch around. He's able to catch him with the stun here. Almost catches him very dangerously low, but Yuan just has enough to be able to keep the momentum here. He's had the shield swaps. He was able to continue to keep that pressure. He does a good job of it. And just like that, he captures the elimination on one of the top players in this lobby.
Yeah, Mike had a little bit of a blunder there. He did lose his first elimination to XY. He would have had 2 on the board going into that fight. Would have been able to pick up those purple dual blades. And XY just doing a perfect job of capitalizing that purple value on the ultimate as well. If you don't know, the Kylan ultimate scales up in power depending on what type of weapon you have in your hand when you cast the ultimate. So if you've got a purple weapon, you're going to have the purple rarity of the ultimate. If you got a gold weapon, you'll have the gold ultimate, and so on and so forth. So having that purple ultimate damage really putting in the work for him, able to take Mike down to extremely low. And as soon as Mike comes out of that ult, such a low HP, wasn't able to get much healing off during the ultimate time, and unable to make anything happen. Arano here though is coming up pretty close to GG shot. Looks like everybody has backed off for the time being. Nobody really wanting to aggress onto these fights. It looks like CUI can be able to get himself a Moonbane Charm and using it straight away, probably to cover one of these realms of Yang. Yang has started to spawn, as we've only seen a few eliminations so far. It's been a very, very slow solos game. I think a total of 6 eliminations have happened. Zhang with 2, XY with 2, Mike and Edward both with 1. As we are going to be seeing here now. Bane in hand as well for Zhang if he wants to drop it. I think it is going to go out of time, as we did see the CDY Bane coming up first, as it looks to have himself a complete free Realm of Yang with his Bane. 23 seconds left, dropping on it. He's going to be able to capture that himself, as we are going to be seeing him go for this Realm of Yang. This is it's crazy slow. Usually we see so many more fights happen at the beginning of this game, and it looks like we are going to get to see Shaw versus Arano. Arano taking so much HP from Shaw right away. Shaw bringing it back around. Blue Dagger in hand is going to be able to get enough chip damage to back Arano off. They don't want to get eliminated before getting the opportunity to go into the Realm of Yang, but ASC's XY is going to be taking that damage, and now they're going for the reset. And like they said, even if they get each other super low, they're not going to try to over-aggress onto this fight. XY with one last slash, going to try and send it out. Doesn't get the connect off, but does have his Immortality Blade where he can send as many slashes as he'd like. Is going to be able to knock Axiao out pretty far here. It looks like XY did get himself parried. He doesn't have those dual blades anymore. The purple ones, they are in the hand of Alliance's Axiao. Very low in HP here. These two are going to try and continue to go at it outside of this Realm of Yang. XY taking so much damage. The jumping LMB going to come through. F abilities for both of them, but they go into the Realm of Yang without a victor in that fight. Very close to death there, but Hissy's XY, if he gets parried, he's done. He only has the Great Sword. He's got nothing else in his back pocket. Mike with a full arsenal of blue weapons here, blue armor as well in hand, and the rematch begins. Trying to make something happen with the Great Sword against the fan. Not the greatest matchup to have here. Great Sword just being a super heavy weapon, and against a small, fast attacking weapon like the fan, it's not something that you want to be fighting against. As we can see, Mike doing a very good job of weaving and ducking. Focus is going to come out. XY going to pop the F ability to try and avoid that You're going to see now, gets hit with the F charge again. Ultimate going to be coming out now for both of these players here. It looks like XY going to be able to get that first successful hit off. Second one going to come through as well. No successful ultimate here for Mike, and it looks like the stuns are going to start to come out though. XY getting knocked back, still has 2 slashes left, is going to be able to connect on that one, getting himself some health back. We are going to see now he's got multiple slashes with his immortality. Isn't going to be able to connect on a single one though. Both of these players outside of their ultimates. XY coming down a little bit lower. The slap going to come out. Only greatsword in hand. This is going to be a very difficult task for him to be able to succeed from. He needs to hit a huge charge attack or a scale rush. If he gets a parry off as well, it could be boding in his favor. Mike going to try and go for the heal. Isn't going to connect off the heal. Trying to make something happen with the greatsword, but the 1-2's coming out from the fan. XY so low, and Mike putting on an absolute masterclass with the blue fan in hand. Mike's going to be able to pick himself up some purple armor and a gold staff with some extra goodies to go with it, as long as that Vermilion Bird Might buff.
Mike ends up getting a payback, and probably one of the best forms of it inside of the realm of Yang, because not only does he do that, but he gets that Vermilion's Bird's Might, so he has a massive opportunity here, and also forces Juan Yuan, obviously, with the timer, so that way it's going to be a really tough time for him here, as he's going to have to force himself to get some eliminations, or at least something of a pick, so that way he can keep himself within this game here. Meanwhile, Shuz is on the pursuit here against Azal, and meanwhile, Shuz, sadly, who lost his realm of Yang, is going to have to do the exact same thing as well here. He's going to have to capture an elimination as he pops open his ulti here, trying to see if he can capture at least some type of damage here, as 4 more players are going to be around the same rotation here, trying to see if they can capture something here. Chuz doesn't necessarily have to force himself to fight. All he has to do is get one of the soul blooms, and he's back in this game just like that, as Sha gets an elimination on Lipo in the middle of this battle here. Still going to be able to keep the rotations moving as much as possible here. Let's see if we can keep that same momentum going for a lot of different areas here, as Mike will try to roam free as best he can, or as best as possible. Looks like Mike's going to try to see if he can find it, as Zal's going to find himself inside of the cave here. Hopefully he tries to see if maybe he can find some decent loot here, but it looks like he's just kind of going through. He's just looking. He's just passing through. Not really here for nothing. He's here for vacation. That's about it. Zal's continuing to be on the pursuit here, but Mike is on it. He wants this elimination. He wants to try to see if he can get any free picks here as possible, knowing that he has that Vermilion's Burst Mine. He has a get out of jail free card here. Beautiful slide all the way down. Not really using too much of his energy here, but now he has to be careful, knowing that JLAS is right there up top here. Oh, and Mike comes through. He dodges from the outside, waits for the opportunity to strike, and he steals the elimination away from the third party. Beautiful timing here, but Chuz is not here for nothing. He's going to come back here, trying to see if he can manage it, but Mike, dangerously low, is going to have to back off this. He pops the ulti in such a beautiful fashion, forcing everyone to scatter as much as possible here. And now Chuz is on the worst timing here, the chopping block that he needs here, as he's going to close it off. Chuz gets so lucky to find a great shield swap in the middle of all of this madness here. Both of them with so many blue strikes. Mike comes through with the parry, blinds at least 2 to 3 different players here. He's dangerously, not looking the best. He gets shroomed out of both sides here, and Yuan comes back with a strike and a finish to eliminate Mike in the middle of this massive moment of epic proportions here. What a comeback coming in from Juan. He was able to find the Soul Bloom, gets it, and also gets payback on Mike. This looks like it's going to be a good series, guys.
And it's going back and forth. XY gets the kill on Mike. Mike gets the kill on XY. We saw a beautiful kill steal coming in there, and it looks like XY was able to come away with the one Soul Bloom. I am not 100% sure which one he did end up grabbing, but we did see Ajiao and Chuzhang going down there very fast, as Ajiao was eliminated by Mike. Chuzhang did get taken out pretty quickly there as well. We are going to be seeing now going to this next realm of Yang. Looks like Mike ready to make something happen. He's got nunchucks in hand, as well as that gold staff ready to fight if he needs. Looks like we're seeing a purple pole sword drop coming out. I believe Edward, I'm not sure if he's just dropping weapons or if these weapons were just already on the ground as he's trying to kite away here. DRG's Funk ready to fight here. Doesn't look to be going for this realm of Yang. We're going to see Funk almost able to get Edward into a ball here. We are going to see him get sent, oh my goodness, into the jellyfish, which is going to cause him poison damage, forcing Edward to try and heal himself up fast. Fong doing a beautiful job of getting himself this reset quickly, as Edward no ultimate available. Might come back to re-aggress this, but it's not the smartest play for them if they're going to be trying to make the play into the rest of this game. Mike getting this Realm of Yang completely uncontested here, as we're going to be jumping through. Looks like he's going to be the first person to land into the Realm of Yang. We're going to be seeing who else will be joining them in a second, but very interesting fight's going to be starting to happen here. 9 players remaining, only 4 to go in the Yang. We're seeing our second player enter, and it's WZ's Arano. Justina versus the Syra. Vulpine Essence available for Arano. So this could be really big for him here. If he gets Mike super low, Mike's going to take the ultra aggressive fight, trying to take Arano out, but the Vulpine Essence will be able to be there to save him if he does make mistakes, although he won't be trying to make them, as Mike trying to come through. Gonna get himself parried here, losing that gold staff. That is not a situation that Mike wants to be in here. Get that over the top R&B with the nunchucks. This is going to come through. Ultimate invested now for Mike, trying to see if he can get the dazzle off, and it looks like he was able to get the dazzle. Arano able to dash away though, trying to see if he can get a little bit of healing off, and it looks like he's just been stuck. For Arano has had to use 2 dashes to try and get away from this ultimate here, and now Mike over the top, the 2-1-1 weapon swap combo coming out, as he's going to be able to get so much damage in. Trying to get a combo is Arano. Arano not able to connect on any sort of combo here, as Mike just pushing through everything, not giving up prio at all, and the Vulpine Essence is going to come into play here. Arano very low, Trigger going to come through, and he's going to come through with another R&B to make something happen. Charged LMB, sorry, to try and deal some extra damage. Mike to be able to come over with another LMB, and it's 1 HP and a dream for both of these players. 1-2 coming out. Scale rushes for both of these players. Pistol shot's going to come out, and it looks like Mike with the scale rush into the sky is going to take Arano out. What a beautiful play here, as Mike going to pick himself up another gold weapon. Arano with that gold staff does have a very high probability of being able to get himself back into this game with the Soul Bloom and getting an elimination. There are 9 players still remaining in this lobby, so we've got plenty of time to see who's going to come out victorious. Arano on the hunt for a soul.
A lot of time here. Let's see what happens here. Meanwhile, Mike and Yuan, I feel like this is something we're going to be talking about for the rest of the night here, knowing that both of them are tied up 4 eliminations here. Yuan with 4, same with Mike, but one of the only 2 that realistically have more than that outside of Jinky Shaw with 3. But he is going to have to make some magic happen here if he's going to see himself at least outside of the spectrum of getting eliminated here. Unfortunately for Wu Fong, he's going to dip out here with that Justina ult. Doesn't want none of that smoke whatsoever here. Going to take himself out of the equation here. Has some shields. Is going to probably start to settle in a little bit, knowing that we still have some time left within our fights. As CDY and Arano are in the middle of fighting. Decent little pick back here ends up backing off that with the pistol. Both of them waiting this out as OUG's Mike starts to come into the mix here. Now he's back on the hunt like always. You know, when it comes to Mike, he's usually always ready for the next battle. Takes his time here with the blue, waiting for the charge strike to happen, and then Arano pops open. Oh my goodness, uses it as an opportunity to freeze CDY. Was gonna possibly maybe attack him in the midst of that, but ends up getting attacked off the back from Mike. In the middle of that, a hectic little area here for a moment, but looks like now they're just kind of juggling back and forth, just trying to decide whether or not they actually want to really be able to push into this. Decides possibly not to. Really gonna kind of continue to push forward onto this. Oh, Arano with a beautiful timed parry onto Edwards. Edwards gonna be able to do a decent reset here. Is able to pick off the rest of it, but now he's getting caught in a corner here with Mike. Not the best timed moment here, as now he ends up seeing him as well. He pops the ulti here. He's gonna try to see if he can get out of this, but no! Arano with a beautiful timed blue LMB just to be able to take the strike out on the other player, as well as now CDY is on the back stretch. He's able to capture free elimination. Now Yuan is on his 5th elimination as well into this. CDY is gonna be able to go for the heal. He finds Mike off the back. Beautiful strikes here. Ends up trying to see if he can capture a juggle here, but oh no, he ends up getting out of that as OUG's Mike ends up doing a beautiful parry on the Wufong. CDY says, no, I'm good. You got that, buddy. He's trying to go towards this rotation here, and both of them are just kind of juggling it. back and forth, not really trying to do too much pressure. Just trying to see who's really committed to it. Because knowing how the rest of these players are going to be able to take fourth. Oh, Mike ends up catching him with that beautiful parry here. Goes for the reset. He wants to be able to pursue this as well here, but he knows it's close to the end here. Even if he catches him inside of his corner here. Definitely doesn't want to catch him too strong into this. Oh, absolutely misses onto that parry as well here as Arano trying to see if he can claim it, but he ends up capturing it. And Mike, oh, tries to catch him in the corner here with the blue R&B with the nunchucks, but Arano's gonna be able to pop it, gets outside, and he dips out. Mike wants to be able to continue to capture this, but I don't think that Mike was able to find him here. Arano ends up getting out of that pretty safely. From what I can tell here, I take it back. Mike wants this fight. He wants to fight. He said, you know, you gonna fight me, buddy. There is no like, oh, you know, maybe, oh, I'm gonna let it slide. No, this is why Mike is one of the most dangerous players inside of this game today. He is the lion. He is the Akos. He is the absolute detriment that this game is. He is the problem. And he finds it, he focuses it, and he absolutely puts in so much time and effort and gives everybody a run for their money. And that's exactly what he's doing inside of this. He gives nobody no breaks. He gives nobody no hesitation. He pops it open, trying to catch him with the blue LMB. Arano might get eliminated from this. He sadly had to swap it for the gray LMB, and now Arano is on the worst type of timing possible.
Yeah, Arano not in the greatest situation here. Gray armor swap was available for him, so he did take it to make sure he still had a standing chance in this fight. But now if he does get the ability to go for a heal, it won't be enough for him to be able to combat with all these players on purple and gold armor. Arano doing an amazing job at kiting this out though. Mike not letting up on the pressure, knows that the ultimate is burned. 80% left on the ultimate. If he can kite for a little bit longer, Arano will be able to get himself back into this, and the 1.0 is going to come out from the longsword vertical. And now Mike still trying to see if he can make something happen on to Arano. Arano extremely low here. You're going to see Mike able to break through it. F ability invested 95% on the ultimate for Arano. As soon as his ult's going to come up, we're going to see him pop it here and try and put a bit more distance between him and Mike. Here we go. Ultimate going to come out. Arano just needing to back off of this. Seeing Mike doing a very good job at tracking though. He's able to understand almost exactly where Arano has gone, following and picking him up. We are going to see another armor swap coming into play here as the last of his freezes have been used. Arano doing a good job. He has gotten himself pretty far away. Mike looking to go for the heal here. Is just going to go for a quick bit of a reset while Arano hiding down below. As we're going to take a look to the other side, it looks like ASE's XY ultimate popped and ready here, as he did get that spirit well, giving him that extra ultimate ability. He pops it, refreshes immediately after claiming that spirit well. He now has another ultimate available if he so needs, knocking DRG's Fung into the air off of that with the poison damage that's coming out as well. Fung could be a sure elimination here, and it looks like, oh my goodness, TE's Wufang going to steal the elimination right out from underneath ASE's XY. Not too happy about this. He had to invest the ultimate, the second ultimate, mind you, to be able to come away with this elimination. So now making TE's Wufang the target of the lobby, one of his priorities. Very low HP now on Wufang. The lobby might be able to catch on to this. Mike certainly did see a Justina low, and we know he's been targeting those Justinas out, as we saw earlier when he was fighting against WZ's Arano. Looks like we're going to be chasing through ASE's XY and Mike from OUG, going to try and make sure that Wufang does not have a standing in the rest of this game. Into the depths of the Bane, as well as watching out for those poison jellyfish. This is going to be a very interesting escape, as we are going to see the poison getting popped here, and I believe Wufang did get hit by the poison. So now XY able to clean the elimination up extremely easily. 7 eliminations on the board now, or that's the 6 eliminations, sorry. 6 eliminations on the board for ASE's XY. 3 gold weapons available for him. Gold armor as well. Mike and Arano, less eliminations on him. We've got 6 for XY, 4 for Mike, and 2 for Arano. This is sure to be a phenomenal end circle here, as we are going to be seeing the gold spear coming out with that Heartstorper kick, Gold Jade from Arano. Gonna get himself parried really quickly here though. Mike able to get that golden spear away from Arano. Going to use it for himself here, as no ultimate available still for Arano, as he did see him use it to get away. And now XY trying to join in the fight on the third party. Arano becoming the target of the lobby. Justina is just not doing too well against each other, against these other heroes into this meta. As now we're seeing the poison coming through. I believe it's hit almost everybody. Arano hasn't been hit with the poison, but we did see Mike getting hit with that. He's backing out to try and heal here, but Arano getting extremely low, gonna knock the poison as well. There's another one of those poison jellyfish, and they're coming hugely into play in this final circle. XY gonna continue to try and chase this. Arano is extremely low in HP, needs to try and find an escape route, and it looks like he's gonna get the reset off.
He was able to. Arano has been some really tough situations here where somehow he's been really able to back out of this, but now he's not going to be able to, as he knows Mike is now on the crossroads here, fully paying attention to Arano here, knowing that it looks like Yuan is like kind of probably wondering where everybody else is inside of the circle here, or he's just letting them fight most likely into this. It looks like there might be a whole battle inside of this section here. So it'd be interesting to see how he's going to be able to handle this as Mike forces the ulti, tries to see if he can back off this. He's going to try to see if he can find Arano here. He wants to try to see if he can get this free elimination. He is 4 deep into this. Yuan has a massive opportunity here, and I just want to say something. Yuan was in like 16th place when we first started this game. 6 eliminations into this game, and he's already past the point of qualifying. Already, it takes 1 game, and just like that, Yuan is in contention for qualifying after game number 1. That's just how incredible this game is, and that's just how amazing these players can really switch it up here, knowing that they're playing against the best in the world. Knowing that in this moment here, 4 seconds left on the clock, circle closes in. This is where things get good, guys.
Yeah, it's gonna be down to the buzzer. We've got 2 minutes and 35 seconds left in the entire game, with Circle 6 closing on to Circle 7 as we speak. We are gonna be seeing these players start to make a descent towards the middle. I don't believe there are any more of these poison jellyfish to watch out for, so that has been taken out of play. We did see it affect a lot through that last little bit of gameplay, and Mike is going to start to become the target here. Does not have his ultimate online. XY, the only one with ult available. I do believe Mike will get his ult back before the end of the game, so we are going to see that Syra come out huge in the end circle, and the Justina can be a huge problem if they don't deal with it right away, and it looks like that's what they're trying to do. Mike trying to push Arano out, but the jabbing from ANC's XY on that gold spear, or the gold staff, just doing so much damage. Now Mike taking a lot of hits off from these other players now. Getting low, no shield left available, has just a little bit of health. I believe he's still getting healed by something. I'm not 100% sure what it is, but the ultimate's going to come online in the nick of time, and Mike's going to be saved by this. Going to go up into the sky, trying to see if he can hit XY out of the air with that giant laser beam from the Syra ult. Arano going to get hit with the scale rush here. Forced to pop that F ability. XY going to try and get up close and personal with Arano. Unable to make anything happen. These players are getting to full HP, then hitting the reset, getting back to full HP and hitting the reset. I do believe Mike might have some advanced heal shade coming through. He is been able to heal up pretty quickly and consistently. All of these players utilizing almost all of their resources. It's hard to believe that they have a lot of heal pots left. If they do get into a fight where they're brought extremely low, again, actually, Arano was 6 and 4. XY might have a bit less here. Mike could be the one with the least amount of pots. We do see a lot of health pots actually on these players. I did speak too soon here. They have been using a lot of resources, but being able to find more as the game continues to progress, as the levels of this are going to start to come out. XY being the one taking a lot of damage in this final here, as Mike with the huge pole sword. XY, beautiful parry coming through onto Mike. We do still have ultimate available. We are going to see the Kylan ultimate coming out now. Immortality proc already out though. This is going to be dangerous for XY. He had this match in the bag. Now it looks like it might all be coming up for Mike. Arano going to try and make something happen with the freezes. XY going to see if he can take out Arano. Arano going to be able to get the elimination. Mike getting that final kill. 5 eliminations, and Mike going to steal that MVP from XY right under his nose. Oh my goodness, what an end circle.
How unfortunate, but also I'm not surprised. I mean, we're talking about Mike here, who really is... Oh, never mind. XY still ends up taking the top spot here. He might have ended up catching an elimination here towards that final circle potentially, or he just ended up in second place. You know, sometimes when it comes to these play styles, sometimes it's not always about being the last one alive. Sometimes it can just be if you have a couple extra eliminations ahead of you and a second place, that could still put you in the top spot here. Obviously, this is going to be a very close amount of points. I feel like it's only going to be maybe a point difference. Very, 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 very small difference of points in terms of being XY and Juan.
I thought that Arano got the elimination onto XY, and then Mike was able to get the elimination onto Arano, but maybe XY got the kill credit for Arano. We'll take a look at the standings in a second here. But Mike, I believe he finished with 5 kills. He could have finished with 4. He had 4 going into that end fight. I thought he picked up 1, and then with the multiplier and the placement points, that would have placed him in first. But XY is going to be the one to claim this MVP, so that does mean that he was able to come out victorious overall in the scoring. We're going to be taking a look at the scoring in just a sec, ladies and gentlemen. But wow, what a game number 1. It was really slow coming off of the start. We didn't have a lot of players after second Yang, or we did have a lot of players after second Yang, sorry. So it did speed up there for a minute, but we didn't really get to see a crazy showdown until that end circle. Everybody was getting low, but letting the reset happen as they didn't want to overcommit into these fights. We are going to be taking a look really quickly. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got a question for you in the Twitch chat. Answer this question with A, B, C, or D in the Twitch chat, and one lucky player will be selected for a Summer Split random gifts. And the question is, which player chose Kylan Zhang in game number 1? Was it A, OE's Edward? Was it B, ASE's XY? Was it C, Alliance's Azhao? Or was it D, JL's AS? Ladies and gentlemen, if you can drop your answers in the chat, one lucky winner will be selected. Don't forget to send NARAKA your UID if you win, otherwise you will not get the prizes.
Yeah, and there's been a few people that haven't gotten their prizes, and they end up moving on. They end up putting it back in the chat and say, okay, second place, you get it. And then they just keep rappling it until eventually somebody gets it. Somebody's going to end up leaving with it. I'm going to walk out of here with something.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, that was a very close game, though. You won. Can we talk about a heck of a first game performance, putting them from close to way down at the bottom to now being past the point of the chopping block for being eliminated for this first bi-weekly final off of one game. Now they just have to keep the momentum. They just have to keep going. They got to keep staying in the top spot for a lot of these points. They don't necessarily have to get top eliminations, but the more eliminations that they get, obviously, the higher they will be in the standings. But still a solid performance from him, though. A little, well, non-surprising coming in from Mike, because like we said before, Mike is one of the greatest players of all time. There is no questioning it now. There's been enough finals. There's been enough trophies he's hosted. There's been enough jackets he's put on to be like, Mike is the greatest NARAKA player of all time. Now, as
one of the greatest of all.
I'm surprised both of them didn't just turn around and start focusing Mike, if I'm being honest.
Well, in that situation, they don't know which one Mike is 100%. They can make a very good educated guess, but as we're going to see, it looks like XY did take the elimination onto Arano. So XY finishing with 7 eliminations, 1.5 ranking points with the game score of 8.5, and then Mike with the 4 kills, getting the 0.8 extra from that multiplier, and the 3 ranking points is going to put him at 7.8. And you were right, it is less than a point differential between the two of them to claim that MVP. But XY is going to be victorious with the 8.5. Arano taking 3rd place with the 5 points, Shaw with the 3.5, Wufeng with the 3.5, 222 for Chuzhang Feng and CDY, 1.5 for Edward, 1 for Lipo, 0.5 for AS, and Azhao is going to be taking no points. The big donut on game number 1. Very unfortunate to see, but it's got to happen to someone. It's got to happen sometime.
Unfortunately, he was definitely getting chased around pretty hardcore by some of the top players here, and obviously they were able to capture those points as well and keep it going here. A little surprising for a few play styles, but obviously not too bad, though, as we look at the standings here already. I mean, as we're looking at the total, from what we were talking about earlier here, you know, we're seeing, you know, down at the bottom here, some of these players are already eliminated. You know, AS is currently in the middle of working on theirs as well. Lipo, still the same thing here. And then it just kind of goes towards some of the other combatants as well. So here's what we had said from earlier. If we go up past this, look at Yuan Yuan. He's already past the point. He went 19.5. Now all he has to do is gatekeep the other players.
Yeah, if he holds the this position that he's in with consistency, he's going to be able to top these players' point averages and keep himself in the top 12. As we are going to see, Mike has brought himself into the top 5 now, surpassing both a T225 and I believe our 7th place player now, who was in a different position before. We had him in 6th. T225 was in 5th. Mike jumping up 2 positions. We're going to see, this is where the fun starts to happen. We get to see how many points Mike is going to put up today to try and climb to that top. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a look really quickly at some of our highlights brought to you by China Youth.
He's going to be able to go back towards the top of the order here. I mean, Mike absolutely putting just so many, just the BTAs on all these players here. As you saw Yuan Yuan doing the exact same thing here and getting that elimination onto Mike, which Mike, you know, as much as he is, you know, the dynamic person, you know, he has his bad days every now and then, or at least his bad games. But obviously coming in from that first realm of Yang, he was able to lock in off rip and really see that amount of momentum happening here. You can see CDY here trying to see if he can capture it and conjure up that elimination here as he does get the grab. But that was from the Vermilion's birds, Mike, so he was able to get right back in the game and keep it going here. Meanwhile, Huang using that same energy onto it and back inside the realm of Yang here, where Yuan Yuan wins another realm of Yang. He lost the first one, and he said, I'm not losing this next one here. And he does get that elimination onto CDY. Beautiful strike down all the way and absolutely completes him with the ulti coming through. And after that, it was just a lot of interesting picks from some of these playstyles here, a lot of third-party actions from a lot of different areas here, and then down towards the bottom, where once we got to the final few eliminations here, those picks really started to become a little bit less apparent and more on how can I really add to the spectrum of those combos to try to see if we can get some finish going. So obviously we come through for the first elimination, and the first MVP, his first, actually, XY, Yuan Yuan, with 32,000 damage coming through, and 11k coming from the skills and ultimate, 17k in healing, and 7 eliminations. 32k for first MVP with some solid stats.
He's got some interesting soul jades. We saw him using more of the staff and pole sword, but Phoenix Blast in the back pocket just in case he found himself that gold or a long sword of any rarity. We saw the 2 Nod Jade coming out. Desperation definitely played a huge part in that final fight. The Poison Splash was probably one of the reasons why he was able to pick up that elimination after death and actually secure himself the MVP there. 2 Nod Jade definitely coming into handy for being able to not waste resources and get that healing up at a higher rate, as we are going to be seeing ASE taking game number 1. Game number 2 is about to get underway. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, we like to play game 1 and game 2 back to back before giving you a break. So we're going to be hopping right back into the action in just a second. But wow, what a first game. It was ASE and Mike going at it since the beginning. The first fight that we saw XY fighting Mike. ASE's XY was able to steal a kill from Mike. Mike tried to get the elimination onto XY. ASE gets the first kill. Second kill goes to Mike in the realm of Yang. XY is able to then get the elimination onto Mike with Vermilions. Then in our next realm of Yang, we see ASE and Mike going back at it again. Or in the second realm of Yang, I guess we saw him against CDY on the Kylan ultimate that we did.
Right now it's tied.
But right now, then it was tied. And then at the end, we got the last place finish from Mike, but then we see the MVP go to CDY. So they really just shared that game, or XY, sorry. They really shared that game back and forth and back and forth. And this is what we love to see here. I'm excited to see more of how Mike and XY are going to start their fights. You know, we didn't get to see too much from these other players. It's usually a lot quicker off the start. We're seeing a lot more eliminations coming out, but it has been pretty tame as game number 1 has come out. We're going to be moving over next to Holoroth, I believe. So
yes,
our Holoroth game should be a little bit more aggressive. I'm excited to see a little bit more value coming out of these Liam ultimates. He is being the first picked hero, but I'm not seeing the value that's coming out from him. Lots of these Liam players aren't placing very high and making stuff happen. It seems to be these heroes. Like we saw in the end circle, we saw 2 Justinas, we saw a Syra, and we saw a Liam. Or a Kylan.
Kylan.
Liam's were dying out pretty quickly. We didn't get to see too much action from our Lonnies, and then Mike obviously on the Syro did put on a masterclass, but our Justinas were a pretty big factor coming into this final circle. So it's interesting to see that the picks that are being picked first aren't getting as much value as these players would have liked. I don't know if that's a skill issue as far as the players goes, or if that's going there. They're trying to target out the heroes that are going to do better in the end game and eliminate them first before fighting these players that aren't as much of a threat like Justina in the end circle. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping into game number 2 pretty quickly here. But Dobby, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I feel like as much as Liam is like such a good like overall pick, I still feel like Kai Lin is definitely like the more of the. I wouldn't call it a wild card, but sometimes when he pops, that's what it feels like. The amount of real big rage that it comes from that type of character here, and the amount of power and dominance that Kai Lin really shows in a lot of different situations here. I feel like it's kind of one of those that I feel like Kai Lin is kind of the one that gets the most picks, or at least the first picks. In terms of the option of, who would I really use in a lot of different situations here. And I feel like Liam is kind of one of those things where I feel like people kind of, those are kind of the second base picks, or they kind of prevent people from using Liam, so that way more people can have the option for Kai Lin, right? Me personally, I would probably be picking Kai Lin, so that way, other people can't, right? Because I think he has such a strong, powerful moment here on top of all of the other, different heroes that we usually see, like the Akos every now and then. We'll see the Cyrus, obviously, who's really been starting to make some proper introductions. And same thing with Shiloh as well. But I just feel like Kai Lin is definitely the one that's the more wild card character,
Yeah, especially after the nerfs, Kai Lin hasn't been as prominently picked. So when you do get to see him come out in a game, and especially when he performs well like XY just did, it is something that is really cool to see. And it is definitely the wild card kind of pick because, I don't think we've seen that much Kai Lin coming out in solos. Trios, he has been dominating the meta, especially with the Z-Ping and the Syras. We've seen him in that Monk composition where we've got the Kai Lin Monk, the dubbed Smash and Grab, that we've been trying to come up with some names for these trio comps. It's been a little bit difficult, but as the season progresses, we're gonna be getting better with all of those things. Next though, like the Liam pick, it just seems to have lost. It's been very valued and coveted. Liam, it used to be Liam and Hottie and Kai Lin were picked. Now Liam being the first pick, he's still there. I feel like it just isn't fully there, the execution when it comes to playing Liam. I feel like it just needs a little bit more to be really dominant, but it does go to show like how balanced everything has been playing out. Like one character isn't dominating every single game, and it's always it's not always dominating, right? And it's nice to see that everything has started to kind of switch off. It is still a very prominent hero, and I do appreciate the use of it. I just don't get to see many cool plays coming out from these Liam players. And I'm not sure whether it has to do with just the skill of the players who are picking Liam in that certain game, or if it's just the fact that we don't get to see very many eliminations come off in this early game.
Kind of interesting to see how that type of momentum, or in reality, those moments really show forth for a lot of different areas here. But let's see if we can keep that type of momentum happening for a lot of different areas here. Coming into our game number 2, I think we're going to see something similar, but we won't know until, well, the day is still young, and the early game picks really do fit with this type of strike. So let's see where this momentum strike happens for a lot of different areas for these playstyles, knowing that we still have 2. We're only in game number 2, and it's going to be in one of the bigger ones too, which is Holorath. Way more spread out, way more action, way more of a lot of different things here. And obviously Wufong and Arano starting us up for the first round selections, which means Edward and CDY. You're gonna have to pick wisely for game number 2 picks.
Yeah, round 2 selection going to Edward and CDY. So we're going to see the double Liam lock from Wufong and Arano. Arano had an okay game, like holding that 3rd place, especially on Justina. Something that was very nice to see. It was very good play from him, being able to hold out for that long, especially after getting brought so low so many times. Mike was relentlessly chasing Arano for so long in that fight. So we are going to see the double Liam lock. And I do understand the potential that Liam does have. I just feel like we haven't gotten to see the potential reached because these players are doing so good at locking it down. Shael as well. Shael we didn't get to see too much of in that end circle. After the use of these ultimates, both of these heroes are pretty... they're left with very little to defend themselves. So, you know, the F abilities from both of them, Liam's F just absolutely unstoppable. We're going to see the Lani Kylan split again. We're going to get another Lani from Chu Zhang. XY going to opt to go for the Temi on game number 2. Interesting pick coming out from him here. We don't usually see a Temos this high up, even when Cyrus is still available. It looks like they might be picking Syra for a different map. Polaroth, maybe not the most favorable for Syra. GG Shot is going to go for the Syra though. Justina pick for Asia. Lipo and Feng, the last 2 players to pick here. Feng going to opt for the Justina, Lipo going for that Syra. So we are still seeing the double Syra. We are seeing the double Justina. As we're going to be jumping into this, we are going to be seeing who is going to be using which ability. Lani, we did get to see a little bit of a split. We didn't get to see too much of the Lani happen either. The most action that we're getting to see a lot of is the Syra ultimates and the Justina ults have been coming out in full fruition. Kylan has been one of our main stage on the screen so far today. As these players are going to be getting ready to lock in, we're going to take a look at these ultimate ability and F ability picks in just 1 second. Taking a look.
Shocker?
Here.
I think not. Except for Yuan though. The Temi, very interesting pick. I'm not gonna lie.
In picking Temi that high up, I think it's gonna have to do with his strategy of round selection picks. I believe that he's trying to make a play so that he is able to play a double pick a certain amount of times. With how the rotations are going, there has to be some method to his strategy here. We're going to see the Temi coming out from him early. Usually these players opting to play with a hero that they are less favored on a map that they might not excel on. So we could be seeing that from XY here. The Lani picks, there is the only double, and Chu Zhang going to be opting for the double pick right away. Just it's such an odd pick. Chu Zhang is going for Lani twice. You know, when there's heroes like Liam in the game, when there's heroes like Shael, Kylan, and Syra, it's very difficult to judge Lani in the second game, especially when you don't have the greatest performance game number 1. But Dobby, take it away with our forecast today. Where are these players going to be dropping?
A lot of different areas here. Definitely looks like it's going to be snowy in certain peaks here in the Yushan Ruins, as we see a lot of players heading towards Black Frost. It looks like Shard's Lake is going to see a little bit of some players near Snow Lotus, as well as Watchman's Gate. That's going to be edging where the desert is. So in those areas, you know, it gets a little bit hot. The degrees are very much a lot higher, more in the like 90s, the real quick 90s. But over there on the left side, it definitely gets a lot more cooler. Meanwhile, we got at least 3 players near Plum Castle, and one of them just can't stay away from the South Asian podium. So they're going to be very close to that one. So in those degrees, it's going to be more in the you know, 70s, 80s. It's still going to be pretty mildly hot here, but let's put some coats on and let's start off in the Yushan Ruins here between some of the top players, or at least some of the bottom players, inside of the game number 2 here in Yushan Ruins. Take it away.
Taking a look here, we are going to be seeing JL's AS. Gray fan in hand, going to try and find himself a little bit of armor before getting into these fights. It looks like Asia not far behind him. All of these players going to start getting into some action, and CDY already getting dangerously low here. Lipo trying to chase, blue staff in hand, has some armor under his belt as well. CDY in a very bad situation here, going to try and get these grapples away. And it looks like Mike has noticed the commotion and deciding to join in onto the fun here. CDY extremely low in HP, needs to hit this scale rush, and is moving perfectly through these buttery rocks, being able to avoid all of these players. Mike very, very close in pursuit, though, is going to get knocked by a grapple from behind. Lipo is going to take the lead. It's like we're casting some F1 racing going on right now. GG Shot in the mix now, as we're going to see on the other side. I believe that's Arano coming into this fight. GG Shot extremely low in HP. We're going to see a huge parry coming out now. Shaw is going to get himself eliminated. Arano picking up his first elimination of the game. coming through. Mike now. Overhold is going to connect. Fist Blades now picking up those purple Fist Blades right in the middle of this commotion, trying to turn the fight around. Mike, no ultimate available, is going to try and scale out. Arano on the Liam, going to try and see if he's going to be able to catch something with this ultimate. Isn't going to be able to, though. Goes for the reset here, finding that blue armor. Going to heal that up and jump right back into this action as we're going to see this Lonnie coming through, trying to make something happen. It looks like CDY back into the mix of this fight again, gotten extremely low, and we're going to see the grab coming out from the Liam, trying to get the elimination onto CDY. It looks like he was unable to complete the kill, and Mike with the cannon shot from downtown coming and stealing the elimination. Now Lipo going to get brought extremely low. Arano going to steal the elimination from Mike here. And now Mike going to try and get himself caught up, using that F ability to get caught out of the combo. Arano going to be able to get it a second time, though. Jump LMB going to come through to try and finish that off. Mike now forced to pop his own ultimate, get away so he can heal. Arano with a beautiful kill steal under the belt of Mike there. 2 eliminations for him, 1 kill on the board for Mike, and the fight is going to continue here. F ability invested for Mike to try and kite out of this situation. He's got the dual blades in hand, does not want the aggression here. Arano continues to find a nice counter grapple coming up from Mike there to be able to put even more distance between him and Arano. He's going to continue to try and keep this space. Arano going to try and hold the outside here. Is going to be able to get the combo. Starts the combo off perfectly here, but the F ability going to be invested. Mike able to back off, gets the 1.0 overhold to be able to take Arano's shield down to almost nothing. Mike gonna jump onto the aggressive now. Arano does have ult available if he needs. Could be coming out pretty quickly here. We're gonna see ultimate coming out now from Mike as well. Arano gonna get stunned out by this. We could see the ultimate happen. He wants to hold off to the last possible second. Does have F available if he is going to get caught out by this. We're going to see the armor swap coming into play, though. Arano, huge armor swap. Now, very low in HP. We're going to see the F coming out. Ultimate available. Is going to catch him. Oh, my goodness, from downtown. Gets the pot off. Sends him through. Gets a little bit of extra health from the Siphon here. We're going to see him try and get another grab, but Mike doing a very good job at avoiding, and the 1-2 is going to come out. Arano trying to go for the parry, is not going to catch that second ultimate here, as we're going to see. Very, very low in HP. Gets the charge into the jump LMB. Does not connect the jump LMB. F ability coming out. 1 HP in a dream. Mike, 1 catch could win this all for him. And it looks like the musket shot turned around for Arano. 3 eliminations on the board. And I spoke too soon. I was just, Liam isn't performing. Liam hasn't been doing well. Liam's not getting kills early game. Liam's not living to see end game. And Arano proving me wrong. This is what I love to see here, ladies and gentlemen. Arano picking up 3 eliminations at the Yushan Ruins, taking Mike back to the Soul Altar, sending a couple others back as well, and showing exactly why Liam's double picked and why, wow, just perfectly.
Absolutely top structure too in terms of getting eliminations, but also really being able to pin it in a lot of different areas here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum moving in other areas here, as we're slowly going to start to reveal where some of these other players are going here, as Arano's leading the pack with 3 eliminations so far here. Overall, you see Spectre what he has. He has that blue. Does he have a gold? Is that a gold longsword? Ooh.
Gold longsword, yeah.
He's got some pretty decent loot here. Maybe he can get lucky enough to find something else here. First round of Yangs are slowly going to start to descend, show up here pretty soon here. As we see Yuan headed towards 1. GG Shaw. Looks like they're going to head towards 1 as well. Looks like Edward and looks like that was Wu Fong that might be headed towards one of the other ones here towards the center. It looks like that was near Igneous Mound. Kind of this area here, as we see CDY right next to Fung. They looks like they're gonna probably duke this out in the circle.
And Fung, we've always seen Fung going towards that salvation podium of when we're on Holoroth. He loves to try and get himself that advantage by getting a gold weapon in the early game. The amount of damage that it does when you're taking a fight, you want to have any advantage that you could possibly have. This is what I've been trying to say for these past couple of days when we're talking about target selection, when we're talking about everything that has to do with why these players do what they do when they're playing NARAKA, is these fights and these players' skill levels are all basically in a 50-50 when it comes to these fights. And you see definitely some players' skill levels are above others, but when you are able to tip the scales into your favor by, let's say, getting a buff, getting a weapon that's gold, getting a higher scaled loot and armor, these are the fights that you want to take where you have a huge advantage over these other players. which is why we see Fong doing a very good job of going for that gold weapon right away to get that advantage in the early game. It might not be an advantage as these players are able to pick up gold weapons after that first Yang drop, but for that early game before first Yang, if he's able to pick up a lot of eliminations, it does help him out very much so. As we're going to see this first round of Yang starting off, it's going to be Mike jumping in on one side. Nobody entered yet, as it looks like people are going to be waiting to start these fights off till the very last second, as they love to do. NARAKA has come down to a game of seconds. You know, these games end just as the final circle closes and the very last seconds of the timer go away. This is what we're waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, TE's Wufong taking on OUG's Mike, using the pistol shots coming out. Huge parry from Mike right off the rip. Is going to be able to get the catch off of the F. Doesn't lose his weapon, but Mike able to get a huge bit of damage in here. We're going to see the ultimate getting popped out from Wufong. Wufong is going to miss that first ult charge, and now Mike in the Lonnie ult is going to be able to do a lot of damage here. Going to try and get the stun off. Gets his second hit off. Missed the first one, though. Just following Wufong around, and there's nothing that he can do while this Lonnie is in the ultimate. Trying to get a heal off, is unable to come away with any sort of healing. Trying to get the stop into the circle, is not going to be able to get caught up by that Liam ultimate ball. Wufong on 1 HP now, very close to death. We're going to see the jumping LMB coming out. Mike lost all of his shield now. We're going to see another huge parry coming in. F ability invested, so no punish damage will come through off of that. But scale rush into the one. Mike, beautiful finish. What a play coming through here as TE's Wufong is going to head back to the Soul Altar. We're going to see ASE's XY also eliminated, as we do have one more Realm of Yang that is going to be finishing. Bao Da going to get himself that Vermilion's Bird Might, and OE's Edward winning his Realm of Yang against Alliance's A Zhao. As we're coming out of Yang here, it looks like JL's AS fighting against SS1's CDY. AS going to back off of this, not wanting to get too aggressive into this fight, as Mike looking for his target. Is going to find CDY in the bush here, wants to get this elimination, has that Vermilion, so he's going to play extra aggressive for the next 2.5 minutes here, as we are going to be seeing him try and come through. F ability invested to avoid some damage from CDY. We're going to see him scaling through these buttery rocks, and the rocks are always a difficult place to play because you've got so much scale rush potential. It's really easy to kite out, but it's also really easy to get caught up if you're not on point with your movement here. CDY become the target of the lobby.
Interesting to see what the next target is as well here, as knowing you're going to get it from Mike himself here. Definitely not the best person that you want to see behind you as you hear somebody chasing you, is one of the top players here, as Mike is going to get away from almost getting caught by a blue RMB from some dual halberds. They're very dangerous here, as both of them are going to be grappling up here. CDY is on the worst side of this spectrum here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum here. CDY is gonna have to do something if he wants to see himself get out of this. Not the best momentum to kind of see if he can figure it out, but still is gonna have to figure this out. Most likely here is he's gonna have to come through right inside of this building here. Mike is gonna go right on the round, outstretch, and Mike is gonna capture the elimination. Just like that. A real tough fallout in that moment for some of these other players here, as he's just trying to see if he can get out of this as best as possible here. Meanwhile, with Edward not in a tough spot as well here. He's dangerously hurt. And a Zhao in the very last second is going to capture that elimination here. And just like that, that Vermilion's Birthmight is going to get depleted, but he still will be able to go through the easy resurrection. Hopefully he was able to capture a pick, or at least I don't think he was able to. That's one of the tough things in some of these situations here. Vermilion's Birthmight is one of those get out of jail free cards, and you try to see if you can capture a quick pick. But knowing that you have 3 or 4 people around, it's definitely a lot harder to capture something. Meanwhile, Yuan is in the middle of the fight with Azao. Azao needs so much here. He pops open and gets a beautiful parry on him as well here, trying to see if he can find him for blue focus. And just like that, Yuan uses that momentum and that opportunity here to pop open the ulti here, see if he can slow down the movement. Pops open the F as well. Trying to see if he can slow down the movement here. Sadly, misses out on a beautiful hits, though, with the dual halberds. He's going to be able to capture him with the juggle. Not being able to do too much. Zhao misses out with that parry. Oh, turns around. Is going to be able to do it yet again to him. Let's see if he does one more time. He ends up catching him with the Justina. And is able to go through with the shield. And just like that, he's able to pop stretch. Tries to see if maybe he can pop it with it. Oh, beautiful timing. Both to able to use it to potentially escape. Comes right back down. Turns it around and gets the pick onto him as well. Beautiful execution off of that.
And we saw the alt variation come out there where the new changes to that Justina ult. If you press V while in your ultimate, you're going to be able to change those last dashes that you have remaining to those guaranteed dashes that we saw from the V2, as we did see the removal of the entire V2 ultimate. He was able to get the guaranteed freeze, and the one over with the huge damage coming out from that spear was able to get him a victory into that fight, granting him a soul bloom there. Ajiao putting that his third elimination. XY was also on that Yang depletion. T is Wufang also Yang depletion. We saw Ajiao go for that when he gets his second elimination. He was trying to get the bloom, was unable to capture it, but he's able to find XY, come away with that elimination, completely undisturbed by any other players. And it looks like Baodao's Xuzheng just going to send himself completely to the storm right now. But T's Wufang, on 20 seconds left of Yang depletion, has nothing to lose, is going to follow him out into the zone here. We're going to see the F ability invested. Xuzheng almost picking up that elimination very quickly. And it looks like we're seeing another DRG's Fung. Oh my goodness, Arano stealing the elimination from nowhere. These players miles into the storm. Fung coming in with a huge ultimate to try and come away with that elimination. But we're seeing WZ Arano jumping into the zone, coming through with a beautiful bow shot to steal the kill from Fung. What a crazy play here. And Baodao's Xuzheng going to be able to make it safely back into the zone. Ajiao, I believe, still alive, but we did see Wufang get completely eliminated there. No eliminations on the board for him, as Baodao's Xuzheng still getting aggressive. It looks like DRG's Fung going to try and kite this out. Doesn't want any part of this fight. These buttery rocks getting a little bit aggressive for him here. So we're going to see the Lani ultimate invested from Mike, though, as he's holding his position at this realm. Yang Xuzheng taking a few hits from the landing balls, as we are going to see Xuzheng still hot in pursuit, wanting to get this elimination onto Fung. Romo Yang has closed down Fung, trying to make his escape, was unable to. And now this fight could continue. Xuzheng, they don't need to take this fight, but if Xuzheng is confident in his ability to come away with that elimination, he might want to be able to go for that. And now we're taking it to the Romo Yang.
Look back on the inside here as we saw some pistol hits. Gonna be able to take that strike down as Mike fighting this out with JL's AS here. Definitely a little bit of a mismatch here, knowing AS hasn't had the best sense of fighting so far here in this first game, and the second game isn't necessarily his best currently here, as we do see the turnaround, the blue RMB, and then the strike coming in from Kai Lin, trying to see if he can time it, obviously popping the ulti here. Here comes the problem that arises here with why Kai Lin is one of the top players that people pick. He does become an absolute problem once he starts to throw the ulti around. But here comes Mike, though, gonna be able to rotate this and go right back to him with the ulti as well here. He's gonna be able to capture a nice little bit of flying, throws the ball around, trying to see if he can connect as well. There's a little bit of a switcheroo. These both players coming in with both amazing displays here, but now he's just gonna absolutely juggle him here. Doesn't give him much of an opportunity here to do much, as Kylan trying to fight this out so hard. Nice stun to send him back, but Mike just putting in so much pressure, taking the time, and really seeing the advantage of where he was here. It's crazy how Mike can do so well in the amount of hecticness that happens.
Yeah, and that right there, we just see the reason why Kylan has started to fall out of this meta is that, like, we see Kylan turn out victorious in so many situations, but when you're playing against a hero who's got an ultimate like Syra's or Lanny's, there's very little that you're going to be able to do against those ultimates, and you're just taking so much damage. So AS on that Yang depletion needs to find himself an elimination. Doesn't check your bushes, ladies and gentlemen. We've learned this from last time. He's got 2 potential eliminations there and is unable to come away with anything. AS and Edward both on the Yang depletion. So we could see them start to fight each other here, as it looks like he might start to go at it. Always Edward trying to make something happen, and Edward the my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, Jails AS gonna get hit with the 1-2-3, sent flying off of the cliff. We're gonna see Edward giving hot pursuit to that elimination here, as AS very low in HP. Being able to bring it around, even the playing field a little bit. F ability gonna get invested from Edward to avoid the uppercut from the fan, as now it looks like GG Shah has entered the mix, trying to make something happen. Edward going to pop that ultimate. We are gonna see Jails AS already on immortality proc here as well. Flipping his attention over onto GG Shah, though. JLD is extremely low. He's trying to back out of this situation. Wants to be able to use that ult, but it looks like he's just going to have to use that to kite away. Edward, full reset available for him. Gonna use that ult to try and get some damage off on to GG Shaw the Syra, but AS is gonna be able to steal that elimination. Edward trying to steal the Soul Bloom, wasn't able to. Shaw gonna steal the Bloom. Edward trying to make something happen, but it looks like he was unable to get the Bloom. 30 minutes and 39 seconds left, no ultimate available. This is a very sticky situation for him. He wants to get a kill here, but he doesn't want to aggress and get third-partied, and he doesn't have the ultimate as his safety fallback option.
He's in a tough situation.
It's just a really tough spot.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot here, so he has to kind of play a little bit more on the defense here, especially relative to how a lot of the other players are going, because there's a lot of aggressive players. We have Mike, Arano, and Azal with 4 eliminations on each, and they're both like, they're both really putting it on pressure right now. Like really heavy pressure on the rest of these players. So if they see anybody, especially in that moment where they're hiding, they're not really trying to engage on too many of these fights. They're really trying to make some stuff happen here. It's going to be really interesting to see how this plays forth here as Mike trying to track down all the way, seeing GG Shaw here. He wants to find the next battle here. He's been really on the hunt for a lot of different things here. I wouldn't be surprised if he has bounties on some of these people here, as he does end up doing a nice little blue LMB and sending one of both of them flying out here. Mike forcing the double and also the ulti here. Might try to use it as a little bit of a retreat. Might not necessarily want to fully engage on that, as he does have to reload his pistol. He wants to get right back in this fight here, and yet back in the fight he does. Might try to see if he can find another area here to try to get some nice combos. Looks like he almost finds one on Lipo, but wasn't able to really do much here, as it looks like Edward was finally able to get some full shield, full heals. Able to get right back into this fight here. Tries to see if he can juggle it as much as he can, but now he's back on the slow section of this map here. Oh, wait, GG Shaw might be able to use this as his advantage here. He's going to pop it open here. He might be able to get some free picks. Oh, he's able to get at least one hit off of this, and Edwards is in a tough spot here. He's going to have to try to see if he can get out of this as best as possible here. And it looks like he was able to get out of the section here. Not the best moment that he can, but also the player up top, though, on that bow, he's going to have to get out of there, because the circle will start to hurt a little bit more here, knowing that we're in circle number 5, I think. No, we're in circle 4. We're in circle 4.
Circle 4 has a minute and 15 seconds left, as GG Shaw had the big brain to go on the ballista, but he wasn't able to capitalize off of anything. Edward did get hit with the one shot, but was able to recover and get some healing in. We could see Edward going for... He needs to get a pick here, so we are going to see him getting incredibly aggressive. It looks like Lipo has become the target of the lobby, trying to make it into the caves to be able to kite this out. It looks like he has done a good job. The movement on these players, especially with the dagger. The buttery rocks are not always your friend, though, ladies and gentlemen, as it looks like he has been able to get caught out. Makes the scale rush up top, though. Ultimate is going to be popped here to try and put some pressure onto some of these other players, and it looks like the stun is going to come out. Huge stun onto Edward. Very close to no ultimate, and it looks like he is going to go down here. Ede getting eliminated, and oh my goodness, the double dash coming up from Ajao. Surgical elimination right there. What a beautiful kill on to Lipo, as Ajao dashes up, dashes straight into... Oh my goodness, Ajao with a beautiful play on the Justina here. And this is what I was saying, is our end game is going to be... We do see Arano still. Arano is still our only Leon live left in this lobby, but we've got Lani, Syra, and Justina as our other contenders. 5 eliminations for Ajao, 2 for GG Shaw, 2 for Chuzhang, 4 for Arano, and 4 for Mike, as this Spirit Well has started to come. It looks like Bauda's Chuzhang going to pop that ultimate, and it's going to give him that Mystic Might buff completely for free here, as we are going to see, as he does collect the Spirit Well. If you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, he is going to get himself a free ultimate ability to use. So this is what we're seeing here. But with the Lani ult, you use rage charges when you throw, so he does only have that 40% ultimate left available for him. So even though he got the free ult reset, he did not get too much value out of it here, as it looks like Chuzhang on the 40% ult does have that Mystic Might. He does have all of that armor swap available if he wants to go and make a play back to where the Spirit Well was captured to get himself a free armor. GG Shaw now up on the top here. We're going to see him in a little bit of a scale rush battle. I believe that's Mike and Bauda's Chuzhang trying to make something happen. It looks like these players are just going to start kiting it out. We've got 6 minutes left in the game. It's still anybody's match. The kills are all pretty close together. Shaw doing a good job at kiting. It looks like Chuzhang wants to get aggressive, but is going to lay off for the meantime, and Mike still putting so much pressure on the whole lobby.
A lot of pressure is needed here, and especially with how these players are giving the pressure. Knowing that, like I said before, Azal on the top spot here, he looks like he's going to pull a Yuan here in a second with 6 eliminations. If he gets one more decent pick here, Azal's going to be in a very similar situation. He's going to put Yuan on the back line of this elimination period here for the bi-weekly. As Azal is 1 elimination away from tying it up with Yuan from game number 1. Another good observation to see here, as we're seeing Arano and Mike still tied up with that 4. They're not really going to be forcing too many fights here, as Chuz is, you know, being chased, which is interesting, knowing that he has full shield and everything. Looks like they want to see if they can capture a pick here, and both of them are just being so little nosy, mostly, at least from what I could tell. Let's just see if they can keep that same momentum running into it. Definitely a little bit unexpected for some of the things that's been happening so far here, is Mike slowly going to close this gap in little by little. Gonna make it a little bit harder as he tries to see if he can close in that gap. And it goes GG Shaw coming outside, almost getting caught up, and Mike is gonna find him on the stretch of this rock. Almost catches him with the blue LMB from Chuz. But Shaw just trying to get away here, knowing that there's so much aggression from some of these players. It really takes one good strikes. It takes one parry. And just like that, the full lobby absolutely focuses in on one player. And that's the last thing that you really want to be here. As GG Shaw is just the movement master right now here. You know, as I said before, you got to make sure to continue to keep studying in the book of Shaw. Just be a little bit careful, you know? The book of Shaw is very, very important here, especially when it comes to third parties. But right now, he's in the worst predicament here in terms of third party as he forces the ulti to pop up. Uses some of that light rays to be able to give himself a little bit more shield here. Not going to be able to do too much here. This is going to most likely fall for the reset as he fights Mike. Throws him all the way down towards the edge of the map here. Might be able to find a little bit of some free space here to pop open some shield before it gets really hasty. I don't know why he's doing it from the outside of the circle, but that didn't really do him too much favors. He was able to get some shield, but the heals now he has less, actually.
Yeah, he was trying to avoid Mike, the pressure that Mike's putting on. He's got gold dual halberds, dragon-like Might coming out. I guess we could call him Dragon-like Mike, but
like Mike. Sorry.
he's definitely got a lot of pressure potential to be able to put on here, and Shaw now just getting sent out of the zone, trying to get a pot off, but it's really difficult. It looks like he is going to be able to get a lot of heals off. So one of these players, no one wants to go down and try and fight against this here. And it looks like he might just go out to zone. As he's if he goes in zone for another half second, he is going to get eliminated here. So he needs to find his way. If he gets pushed out into the zone one more time, and there it is, boom, stuck into the zone. Mike picking up the elimination there, though. And it looks like Mike getting brought extremely low because of it. 1 HP and a dream now, and Arano going to be able to get a huge bow shot to complete that elimination. Arano now on 5. Ajao on 5. Mike ending his run of eliminations on 5 kills with that last pick that he was able to get. GG Shaw just playing a little bit too close to the circle here. And these players really wanted to get that Syra out, as it's just such a difficult job to be able to take a Syra out, especially when they have ult in that final circle. They did a very good job of it, but it cost Mike his life to get himself that elimination. He is climbed up to 3rd place, though, passing both Fun Plus Phoenix and SR in the overall standings at 42.1 points. He could take this overall with the top place. This is only after game 2, so he does have a good shot. We're seeing Arano up on the top with Engraving. We're seeing the Chuzhang, I believe, has Rampage, and Cavalry Bloom for Asia. So all of these players with some good Jades ready to make something happen. Chuzhang just ducking and diving around the map there. Look at the movement with the Hung Sword. Absolutely crazy. As this zone is very, very open. We've got a little bit of levels coming through, but not so much as to it's going to isolate a fight. All of 3 of these players are going to have to come together in the next 55 seconds. As Circle 7 closing in with 50 seconds left in the game, ladies and gentlemen. This is where it's going to start to get spicy. We might see one of these players try and take to the skies here, and it looks like we already have Asia getting up top, Arano trying to get up top as well. We could see the Engraving make a huge play with this, from up top, that focus attack dropping all the way from kiting up high down. Look at that.
There.
We're seeing the grapples coming out, the double jump into the grapples. These players are just doing a really good job of holding their space. And now we're going to see it. Ultimates getting popped. Every single player with their ultimates now popped out. We're seeing Asia just jumping to the sky. Chuzhang with a huge advantage in this as Alani just being able to float around everyone, knocking them into the zone. And this is where Chuzhang is going to prevail. He's going to come out here, and I believe he gets both of these eliminations. Chuzhang is going to pick up one. Alliance's Asia picking up the other. Chuzhang, I believe Asia might come through with the MVP here, as he did have 6 eliminations and Chuzhang only with 3. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Asia, Alliance's Asia, and this is what I'm saying, Justina is our MVP. We've seen a Kylan and a Justina as MVPs. These players are doing such a good job at countering the heroes that could really make a problem for you when it comes to these final circles. Liam not able to perform as expected in these final circles, where we'd love to see a lot more coming up from that Liam ultimate. If he's able to catch one of those players in a ball and send them away, he can knock one player into the other. And Chuzhang just a phenomenal use of that Lani ultimate to stay in the zone for so long. Everybody else taking that storm tick damage way before he does, so the heal off is just out of the question, and Chuzhang able to use those Lani balls to completely knock their opponents off their game.
Really good for a lot of reasons here, and obviously he's gonna just keep that same momentum just kind of going here. Let's see if they can keep it going with everything that's happening. Still gonna work through it for a lot of different areas, but
yeah, I mean, it's
good moment.
It's definitely interesting. You know, when we're seeing these hero picks, especially in solos, like you think that obviously if a hero is insta-locked at the front, like Liam, you think that he'd be winning every single one of these games, but it looks like yet again, you know, we saw Arano in the top 3 as the Liam, but he wasn't able to dominate those final circles like the Lani could. And you know, they did a really good job of forcing that Syra to go out pretty early before that circle came to its final close. Otherwise, that match could have gone a completely different way. With the Syra laser beam and the extra health that you get from her ultimate, it's just a completely different end circle that way if the Syra is allowed to remain in the game. So good job of them for being able to recognize that and take the Syra out pretty early into that final circle. I don't know what Shaw was doing trying to heal in the zone. It was
I don't know either.
A very, very risky move for him there. And I feel like that was just his downfall. He was playing in the zone a little bit too much. That sickness and then storm damage was too high for him to be able to do that. And I think that ended up just biting him in the butt near the end there. But ladies and gentlemen, we have another answer for treasure.
How many players chose Kylan Zhang in game number 2? Is it 1, 2, 3, or 4? Put your answer in chat for a spring split random. Ooh, I'll spring a split random gift. Sometimes it gets caught up with the tongue. You know, sometimes it's real hard when you try to do it with the tongue. It's just not necessarily working sometimes when it's not connecting with that. But yeah, other than that, still able to work through a lot of these different areas here within the map here. And obviously we're about to head over to the next game, which we still have to go through the standings. But obviously that's going to be a very close game. I think even with Chuj like getting that first place, I think he's going to be most likely in second, which I'm correct. Oh my goodness, look at the difference. I knew it was going to be a very close amount of points here. But look at this, a 0.1 difference between second, third, and fourth, by the way.
Yeah.
Second, third, and fourth had a 0.1 point difference.
It's not something you see every day. It's definitely something that's pretty crazy. These players must be pretty choked up about it. But I mean, they all performed well, so it's, you know, you can't be mad at tying with somebody. You know, especially if, you know, you're Mike and you're already really high up in the scoreboard. I believe he's third place in the overall standings now, as we're seeing AS, Lipo, and Shaw still holding down that bottom area. 6.5 though, which is the amount of points that Shaw got in his first day of playing. Now we're going to be seeing Asia climbing up in that 12th place position. Chuzhang on the 27.1. So very, very close climbing up here. We're seeing Edward as well has got himself even higher into these standings. Wufang with the 4.5 on the day so far in 10th place. PXT, this could be trouble for Paste and for our other player down at the bottom there. And we're seeing
Very much trouble.
This could be trouble for them with Teach25, as they could get dropped completely out of the running, which we haven't seen somebody go from 6th place all the way down to 13th. So, you know, it's a lot of points for these players to put up, but it still could happen. We're now seeing Mike is in 3rd place behind Verse and Frostivus, and Arano picking up that 6th place spot. I couldn't catch where XY was in that, which was unfortunate. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got our highlights brought to you by China Unicom here. OA's Edward. Pretty explosive start to the game. Did end up going out pretty quickly near the end though, as we're going to see TE's Wufang was able to come through with the elimination onto Edward at the start. We're going to be flipping around now. Ajiao, 5 elimination game, huge parry onto AS, and the Kylan was not able to reign victorious there. Yeah, XY with only a 1-point game after his MVP match in game number 1. You know, it's unfortunate to see, but hopefully we won't see so much inconsistency from him as these games go on. And this is a huge risk, taking the musket out at that close range when you're on such low HP, but he was able to connect with the shot. And look at this play. Ajiao on the Justina was absolutely crazy. He was able to make some insane plays. Look at this kill onto Edward here. He's able to pick up huge overhead bonk. Always Edward just absolutely confused. I parried, bro. What's going on, Ed? We saw it happen again earlier. Alliance to Ajiao was able to make a beautiful double dash play to take out one of these players. I don't think they're going to show it in our highlights here, but he does come away with a beautiful victory for a amazing finish. Now taking a look at his stats, 6 eliminations, 13,000 damage, so we didn't see as much damage coming out as we did from our Kylan XY game. We see the Assault Smolder, Scatter Shot, 2 Scatter Shots, Advanced Heal, Alchemy, and the Cavalry Bloom. Spear doing the most damage for him, Cannon being the second, Dual Halberds giving him 2,400 damage, 4,788 healing, 2 parries, 9,851 of his damage done with the melee weapons. He did have a decent amount coming from the range. It's mostly the melee weapons. With a hero like Justina, you're not going to get damage from your ultimate. And yeah, what a phenomenal game. This is his 2nd time MVP already after 1 bi-weekly split.
A lot of different things here overall, but it's very, very helpful when it comes to it at the very end. I mean, it was very solid of a performance. And especially with how close that difference is in terms of how that game was going. And obviously Chuz, you know, with that ulti, the timing was really beautiful and he didn't really have to do too much. I'm really surprised they both didn't start like kind of attacking the one who's ulting and floating in the air in between, and it kind of just left them very open, knowing that he could just throw the ball, pew, 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 and just keep throwing them and just watch them scatter and just be like, bye-bye. And just like that, he was able to get 2 free eliminations. He just sat there. He didn't have to work really for it. It was just all about timing and just being like, what? So, kind of interesting to see how that goes here. But in speaking of that, I'm going to throw this at you as we're about to get ready to lock in for our game number 3. So stay tuned as we're going to get ready for our halfway point of NARAKA Blade.
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb. I'm joined alongside a W here. I was fixing a little bit of an ear problem we got going on here. Don't know exactly what's up, but here we go. We're getting ready to go into game number 3 of 6 for the night here. You all good there, Dobby?
Yeah. Just the thing is in my. I got it.
There we go.
My little earbud came out the socket
no.
of the thing, and it was stuck in my ear, and I got scared. I was like, I don't want this to be stuck in my ear the whole time, and I got scared, and then I started to panic, and then I just took it, and then I was able to fish it out. So I got it. We're back.
NARAKA XC
yes.
ambulance is gonna come through here.
That would have been a good look. Not gonna lie, that would have been bad.
Not the greatest vibes, but we've got some good vibes going into game number 3 here. Ladies and gentlemen, we finished 2 games so far. We've got 4 games left for you guys to play, and they are sure to be some pretty incredible games, as game 1 and 2 were absolutely phenomenal. We saw Kylan MVP game 1. Game number 2 went to a Justina, and Mike is making that play for the first place position as we finish this day. He's got 4 games left to do it, and I believe he's in a very good momentum to do so, as we're going to be heading into these hero picks and bans in just a second here. Wow, we're seeing XY. He popped off game number 1, gets 1 point in game number 2. It's still really anybody's game to take this top 12 right now. There are not 6 definite players that we know that are going to be taking that 7th to 12th place, and we don't know exactly who is going to be ending up on the bottom, but it looks like Lipo and Gigi Shaw are our bottom 2 players right now, and they are not performing the way that we were expecting them to perform. Gigi Shaw, a player who's been in the game for a very, very long time. He was one of our contenders at the very first Nbpl with Wang Liang, who is now Edward. They were always the top 2 dominators of the game before we saw the entrance of Mike and Spider. So hopefully Gigi Shaw will be able to pick something up for these last 4 games. You know, it's a little bit unfortunate to see that when it happens. A player who's normally playing incredibly well, starting to fall closer to the end, bottom end of the scoreboard. Chu Zhang, somebody who was playing very well in that last game, ended up going out to a pretty unfortunate fight, as we've seen Chu Zhang taking some pretty unfortunate fights in these past couple of games as well. But we've got 4 games left to play. It's anybody's day. And we're going to be taking a look at these standings next. After 3 games, we're going to be able to make some pretty good assumptions as to who's going to be able to take it, unless some of these players in the bottom 6 have those crazy pop-off games, which you know, sometimes we don't normally see, but it is possible. It does definitely happen. Wu Fang here, averaging 3rd place for average amount of kills, 3rd place for average amount of damage. He's doing a very good job, but has not been able to have a crazy pop-off. We've seen him in contention for these MVPs in these past couple of games, but he does always end up coming up short.
I mean, in terms of coming up short, like sometimes that does happen, and unfortunately that is a little bit of the inevitable. But in these situations though, I mean, like I said, it's only game 2, to be fair, right? We're about to go into game 3. We're close to the halfway mark already. Now it's time to put your money where your mouth is. It's time to get that same energy and put it back where you want it to. Now, for OUG and EJL, for Mike and AF, they're going to be on the first round for their picks between Chuz and Zuan is on the chopping block, which would be really good because he might be able to cause some issues for Yuan, knowing that Yuan was doing really, really good for a lot of picks here. Overall for these first 2 games. Let's see if Yuan can keep the same matter and energy. I'm really surprised more than anything seeing how that's been going and being like, wow, this is really rolling good right now.
Yeah, it has been doing a good job so far. XY and Chu Zhang going to be on the Shiles. Mike and AS getting that Liam pick. Ajiao and Shaw are going to be in our 3rd round selection. We're seeing the double Lonnie come out now. This is where these players are starting to realize Lonnie has been a dominating force in these past couple of games, so they're going to try it out a second time. Ajiao and Shaw both opting for Lonnie. Lipo and Fong might double Justina here. I believe Fong has already played a game on Justina, so we could see something else come out. There we go. The Akos pick. First time we're seeing Akos today. We did see XY opting for his game 2 to play the Temi, and that's probably why his game number 2 wasn't as powerful as his game 1, where he was on a more favored hero. Wu Fong going to be going for that Syra pick. Syra being left to the very end here, which is interesting. And Hottie, we're seeing a Hottie in solos, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, wow. A Hottie?
Going to be playing on the Hottie. This is interesting. We haven't seen a Hottie for a while, and he has been nerfed into the ground. I'm interested to see how he's going to make this happen. Edward and CDY, Justina, Akos coming out from them here. So this is an interesting one. We're getting 2 Akos. We're getting a Hottie. I believe we only have 1 Syra. So this is an absolutely wild way that these players are making their picks come out here. And you know, we're going to see what abilities these players are going to be using for the Akos, for the Hottie. If we get to see an F1 Hottie in solos, I believe the combo breaker is going to be used. We did get to see the F1 Hottie in trios the other day. We saw the grab, we saw a kill come out because of it. So you know, there's a chance that we might get to see it here. No, F2 Hottie coming out. F2 V1 though, we do see the cube. No burn damage for Hottie here. Having that extra cube could be very valuable, especially since the burn has been nerfed into the ground right now. V2s have now been secured in place for all of these Lonnie players. Nobody opting to use that V1 ability anymore. V2 F1 for our Akos, pretty standard there. F2 V1 for our Justinas. F1 V1 for our lone Syra. Only 1 Syra coming out in the lobby. Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. As we are going to see now. Mike on Liam. This could be very dangerous for the rest of the lobby here. This is something that you are going to want to keep your eye on. If Mike's able to get a really good game here, these players are going to be quaking in their boots. This is only game number 3, and Mike has jumped from 7th to 3rd place. So we've got some very crazy stuff in store. And with our forecast, Dobby, take it away.
Let's keep it going here inside of the Morris Isle, which is going to be very, very favorited towards the kind of the far right section of the map here. Kind of a little surprising knowing where everything is and what's expected overall here as we're just slowly moving in past this. So it's going to be past Celestia, which is going to be in Servant's Ground. Looks like Daylili's Meadow is going to find some fair share of people. And for some reason, that's in between Golden Cordis and Moonlit Courtyard on the very far right section. Meanwhile, we got 2 people on the far back stretch all the way into Eventide Temple. So it's very interesting where certain people are deciding to land, especially all of those people going all the way to the right side. A lot of people usually favor the Wand Shrine, or Crow's Nest sometimes. So it's interesting that they're all on the offshore right there near the beach side. All 4 of them deciding to pick the same space here. So it seems like there's a lot of great mind, think alike type of individuals, but let's see in terms of the great minds, let's see how reactionary these characters are in terms of how good they are.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing kicking off, it looks like Edward and Mike going right at it. Huge uppercut going to come through into the 1-2 from Mike, able to deal so much follow-up damage off of that uppercut. You're going to see now Edward on the back foot, going to try and find an armor swap. Does find the blue here. We saw the gray as he's jumping in, but he has the discipline to wait. Mike now getting pieced up. Huge parry coming out. Eddie with a absolutely amazing parry. F ability going to get invested, though, to be able to avoid that. Prio going to come through. Eddie getting a huge combo. Missing the charged RMB, though, is going to be able to try and connect again. Gets the second connect. And oh my goodness, he's not able to get this follow-up damage that's coming through. Mike with another armor swap coming through. These players trying to get Prio. Edward with another huge parry. Tries to get the follow-up damage, but has just been so unlucky. Uppercutting Mike onto a ledge where he's unable to hit that charged LMB attack, or RMB attack, sorry, over and over again. Mike is going to get pieced for half of his shield, though. Half health now, trying to make something happen. Xu Zhang trying to jump into the mix. The parry is going to come out, but it's just a little too early. Baoda's Xu Zhang picking up the elimination. with the fist blades. Edward now trying to make something happen. The parry's going to be early again here. Edward trying to make something happen as well. Trying to go for this parry. Chu Zhang able to get these timings off onto these players coming through. Able to go for the cancel. Edward able to get a little bit of damage in as the overhold's going to come out. Chu Zhang is going to take the damage. AS going to be able to get the overhold off onto Edward. Edward now dangerously low. Ultimate is going to get popped onto Chu Zhang. F ability invested. Now we're seeing the Liam ultimate coming out as well. Shia ult invested as well. All three of these players with their ults up just holding space. Edward trying to make something happen with the freeze is going to be unable to connect. One freeze left. Isn't sure whether he should use it for aggression or to get out of here. And now AS going to be able to get the elimination. Gets the bloom. Chu Zhang not able to get that soul bloom, and that's what he was trying to go for here. You're going to see him try and throw. As soon as the Shia throws one of her shields, he knows he's going to be able to get her caught out with the ultimate. But the ultimate's going to go down. Gets the catch. Chu Zhang going to be able to get a pot off. Almost gets the pop. Scale rush away is going to come into play here. AS going to go for the reset as well. Chu Zhang going to get dropped down on. No ultimate for either of them. F ability invested after a huge parry from Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang going to get caught by the prio. Isn't going to fall to the uppercut though, as we are going to see the charge attack coming out from the fist blades. And now the weapon swap combo into the grapple bump, into the finisher. AS picking up the elimination on the outskirts of the map, finishing that off. 3 eliminations for JL's AS is right off the rip. 2 for Asia. We've got 1 for Chu Zhang, but Chu Zhang sent back to the Soul Altar by JL's AS. AS down in the bottom 3 at 16th place right now, trying to make his comeback here as OUG's Mike trying to make the play now on to Arano, our Hottie, as the Hottie ult is going to come out. Mike finding himself a blue armor swap. But here we go. We're seeing the ultimate coming out now. Arano able to do a lot of damage with that ultimate. We're going to see a little bit of...
Seems like he's more so using the ulti this time for more of aggressive play style rather than using it as like a retreat form. Because it definitely looks like it's a little bit of an advantage for him in this moment here, knowing that Mike can't really... And that's the one thing though, like, yes, he was able to be nerfed, but that just means that his play style has to change. So instead of him using it towards, you know, trying to get away or being in a tough pickle, he mostly uses it towards being very aggressive. The problem is that you really can't be aggressive to a player like Mike, because Mike is going to be able to switch this around. And just like that, we go from, you know, a player who was really aggressive towards Mike to where all of a sudden Arano's like, hey, I'm just playing, man. I'm just playing. I'm just kidding. I wasn't really doing all that. My fault. Like, hey, listen, hold on. Let's talk about this. Now, all of a sudden, now it's a different type of energy where now Mike has him on the right side here, and he's dangerously low. He has him popping off the F key, just try to see if he can deplete, but not enough. Here catches him on the juggle, and ladies and gentlemen, Mike is able to capture Arano with a beautiful juggle and gets that finish, and just like that, Mike is gone. That is one of the, I feel like if this was any other fight, I feel like Arano wins that. Any other person, I feel like he wins that.
I don't know.
Go up with that aggression with Mike like that. You can't do that.
The Hottie trying to make something happen, as you saw, the damage from the ultimate really wasn't putting in much work. He was able to kite most of it out, and I feel like most players are going to be able to make something like that happen. Where I think Mike was able to excel there is he parries 3 times into Arano's face and was able to come away with that third parry. I don't think Arano was expecting him to parry 3 times into his face, which is why he released the blue. If Arano goes for an LMB prio attack and goes for an uppercut, I believe that he's able to take Mike out there, but his decision making brings him to trying to take that focus attack after he's already parried twice. He's like, oh, I've already got him. But the third parry coming out from Mike to be able to finish off that play was just absolutely phenomenal. And this is just where the mind games come in. Arano was not confident in being able to cancel that into something else, so he tries to, you know, change the play up and does end up getting himself caught in. And he had uppercut potential so many times. Mike was able to scale rush away from that fight time and time again. And the armor swaps that Mike was finding as well, like he parries once for the stone form, or sorry, the meter dump, and then he parries again. It's just what a play that Mike was able to do, just being able to read Arano like a book, and then the chase at the end, the double uppercut was just so beautiful. Going into this now, we've got this Realm of Yang spawning up. CDY has got this Yang all to himself. He's got 2 Starfall Jades and 2 melee resist. So he's got 24% melee resist, no health, no attack, but is as Akos in the Realm of Yang. This is what we've said. Akos, not the greatest player outside of the Realm of Yang, but he is a force to be reckoned with, especially against some of these top tier heroes. As it looks like Wu Fang and Mike opting to go for the Spirit Well, as opposed to going for this this Realm of Yang here. We're going to see ASE's XY going to be the first person to take the Realm of Yang slot, as a huge parry going to come out. Wu Fang isn't going to get the punish off, as we're going to see Mike able to scoop up all of that armor, but the armor swap is going to come in anyways for Wu Fang as he picks up Mike's old armor. And now Mike trying to make something happen. Arano jumping in for the third party as well. Wu Fang able to get the end bit of his overhold off onto Mike, and it looks like they're just going to go for a reset as XY fighting against SS1 CDY. Huge parry going to come in. Uppercut going to come out here now. CDY forced to make something happen with the ultimate already. We do know the Shio ultimate is available. We're going to see the grab over the top of the pillar. Oh my goodness, CDY. What a play coming out. XY now on the ropes here. We are going to see him bringing it back around, though. He does have that ultimate available. We are going to see the grab coming through as the F ability invested now too. Grab going to come out from CDY with the Tiger grab. Ultimate now down for SS1. XY full force on the offensive now with this ultimate. Still has 2 charges available. Gonna try and send it back. The 1-2 into the jumping LMB. Gonna try and make that happen again. He does have the throw. He makes the throw. CDY gets eliminated here, and ASE's XY winning that Realm of Yang, as well as OA Edward beating GG Shaw out in this first Realm of Yang. We've got one more Realm of Yang to play, and we're going to see the victor there, and it looks like Alliance's Asia was able to take out JL's AS.
Plays that really well all throughout that, and Yuan is really just being an absolute dynamic piece of destruction so far here, and really giving a lot of problems to some of these players, especially inside of both the Realm of Yang and on the outskirts here. We're gonna look at Edwards here. Edwards is really struggling in some of these games here. I mean, he is still in the qualifying level, so he doesn't really have to worry about too much here, but Juwan has a lot to prove. Azal has a lot to prove. And currently, CDY, AS, and GG Shah is both down the bottom of the hill. They are trying to catch up as much as possible. Meanwhile, GG Shah trying to do the exact same thing here, as he has to get in front of Juwan, who currently is right under the chopping block here, as Azao is also doing the exact same thing here. So a lot of different moments here happening on a lot of different areas. Both of them ending up. He tries to pop the ulti here, almost pops the parry though, but sadly wasn't able to catch it as well here. As it looks like he's waiting for the blue RMB strike to capture. Not too much, as he is on the defensive already here. Let's see if any of those balls are going to be able to connect on him here. Not too much here. Was able to pop the ulti here. A lot of those protection shields really is going to be able to do a lot here, as he catches him with the grab and the chokehold. Sadly, you're not going to be able to do too much here. It's going to do a decent amount as well here. Sadly, does complete on a beautiful parry to connect onto it. Here comes the third party coming in from Edwards here. The timing coming through. This question is, can he actually get the elimination at the very end of this strike? He might be able to, and he does very much so, being able to turn this game around. Captures the sneak and gets the finish. Now Zuan is in a rough place here. The Soul Bloom has been taken away here. He can't do too much. He has to force the fight here because he's in between both, and both of them are going to carry this chase as much as possible. Oh, beautiful turnaround parry coming in from Yuan here, but it's not going to be able to do enough. But he has the Vermilion's Bird Mite, so it's okay. He was able to use it to at least get a pick. And honestly, when it comes to that Vermilion's Bird Mite, that's all that matters. Now back to the section. Edward now on the tough chopping block here. Shuz just putting in so much effort. He has the shield. He's got the full heals here, and it's not looking good as Chuz is able to complete the elimination as well. But again, same thing as well. Also has the Vermilion's Bird Mite, so he was trying to capture that elimination, but Yuan was able to steal it away, and just like that, he's back. Just like that, he wants this fight. Oh, he captures him with the choke. Tries to see if he can go for the grab. He does it again. He gets it for the 2-piece. And the question is, can he keep the combo streak up as much as possible here? He's trying to see if he can find him. Not being able to capture too many of his hits here, as Yuan just trying to see if he can scramble back just a little bit here. Trying to time it. It looks like he does, with a little bit of some hits though from the dual blades. Not enough to fully connect on it, but he's gonna be able to take it, move it all the way up top on the roof here. He's able to scourge him inside of this space here. Scale rush from the outside of the window here. Beautiful time on both sections here. Not gonna be able to find any shield swaps, unfortunately. He does find one, which is a gray, which in reality feels like it's just nothing of a shield swap, if anything. But A lot of times players say it's better than nothing. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep the same momentum. He almost catches him with the juggle, as that was the next thing, but the stun is able to prevent him from doing that. Meanwhile, is still able to capture him with both blue LMB strikes. Trying to see if he can hold strong here, waiting for the time, maybe potentially for the ulti, but not going to be able to do enough here as he ends up catching him with the slam. Almost goes for the parry, not enough. He catches him on the wall, and he's going to put enough pressure on Chuz here. Chuz has to be able to go for the rotation here. The circle take is on the wrong side of both players here, but he wants to get this finish. Yuan has been playing the game of his life here. He wants to get out of this red section of the shopping block here. He's doing everything that he can here, and he's going to be able to most likely capture the elimination. As he does, Yuan with the poison is going to be able to capture the elimination, and he gets it tied between him and Azael. 3 eliminations apiece, and we see CDY on the outskirts here as Mike actually steals the elimination away from CDI, even though he literally has the tiger's mouth on the neck, ready to go for the finish. CDY is in a tough spot. He's also going to try to see if he can move this around. Oh no! He catches him in the ball on the outskirts, gets that pick. AS gets the elimination, and he goes out of there unscathed.
AS doing a beautiful job on the Liam, and when you have players like Mike and AS playing Liam, they're gonna dominate the lobby. They're doing such a good job. The ball pickup onto CDY, and he almost had the elimination. Mike being able to steal it right from underneath him, as just being stuck in that animation right at the tip of that slam. He's able to come away victorious. So we do see Assault Smolder on that hung sword can be very lethal, as we saw earlier with the other Shio in our lobby. ASC's XY was able to come away victorious, taking that fight away. We are going to be seeing the burn damage coming now. It is going to take a lot of damage onto Wufang. They're going to try and fight each other here. The 1-2 is going to be able to come out from Wufang into the crouch 1. He gets the R&B Prio catch off here, though, into the dual blades, jumping over, finishing it off with a 1. Wufang stood no chance. ASC's XY just perfectly performing in these Realm of Yangs, and he's having another pop-off game. Game number 2 seems to have been the outlier here. We were wondering if he was going to be able to keep it consistent. It looks like Asia messing up the combo a little bit there. Almost had Edward on the ropes. We're going to see the Nejas come through, but the jump into ball we are going to see from Asia, and this is the mobility that you get from this Lanny. Asia putting it to work, and always Edward. Big Eddie going to be sent back to the Soul Altar. Stormstride pick up here with the gold armor, gold greatsword. He's going to flip that into a pole sword. It is going to be very great for Asia coming into the rest of this. He's putting up a lot of numbers and showing that he does not want to be in these bottom groups here. Is going to try and go for a little bit of a buy here, heading into the storm, switching that pole sword over. Like I said, the greatsword is going to get switched into that pole sword. For maximum mobility and damage, these players have started to favor the pole sword, or they have favored the pole sword over the greatsword ever since basically its release. The mobility that you get compared to the mobility that you have with the greatsword is just so much more. You're able to hold charge while running, and you need a Soul Jade to do that with the greatsword. As we're taking a look at our scoreboard now, 4 eliminations for both XY and Axiao. Mike fully eliminated from this lobby here. Edward on 2 eliminations, DRG's Fong on 2, AS as well with 4 eliminations. And I don't believe we saw where Mike went down. Hopefully it'll give us a little bit of a replay of that, but we've got our Yang depletion players, which is Tease, Wufang, our lone Syra of the lobby, and we've got always Edward. It looks like Edward going to try and make a play onto Axiao, but the Storm Stride, and oh my goodness, the sap damage from the parry. Edward losing all of his shield here. Is going to be able to try and make something happen on the reverse. F ability going to come out. Axiao just doing a really good job of locking Edward down. Almost is able to hit that combo again, but leaving Edward just enough time to pop that Justina ultimate out here. We're going to see the first dash coming into play. Huge parry going to come out for Edward. F ability invested from Axiao, though. Ultimate going to come out now. Gets the freeze, though. We could see this turn into something great, but the third party going to come through, forcing Edward to back out of this fight. We're seeing the big ball throw coming out as well from Axiao. Now Edward forced to back off, and Tease Wufang hot in pursuit, wants to get this kill for the Soul Bloom. Edward able to find his way out of here, though, and what an ankle breaker. Oh my goodness, nobody knows where he went. Looks like Wufeng is going to start to try and check down below, as it looks like we're seeing into the mix now. Wufeng jumping in, as we are going to see all of these players looking for Edward. Eddie needs to get himself out of here fast. Not able to get these pots off. Forced to pop the F. Trying to scale rush away. Ajiao with the gold pole sword in hand. And like we said, we're seeing the Hottie ultimate getting invested now as well. Wufeng, Arano going to pick up the kill. Wufeng does not get the bloom. The scale rush going to come out again. This pole sword on the side of the hill alongside the storm stride of Ajiao, just putting in so much work. ASC's XY going to try and make something happen. Great sword coming into play. We don't see that happening every day. Ajiao going to just let Wufeng pass him by. 2 minutes left on this Yang depletion. He needs to all in or nothing right now.
If we can keep the same energy and the space where certain things are forward here, is we're going to see if we can keep that same momentum going. And obviously, nice little bit of some elimination finishes for how this is going overall here. The timing couldn't be any better, especially with all of these players. Meanwhile, Wufeng definitely in a tough situation here off the chopping block. Oh, it looks like Feng found him. He's catching him. He's like, no, 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 no. Where you think you're going, buddy?
Oh!
Not here, not today. Beautiful scramble here on site. Gonna try to catch him with the floor. Gonna try to see if he can rotate around this as well with it. The timing couldn't be any better for how he was able to absolutely dominate for that split second here, but he was able to pop the ulti just so he can get away just in the lick of time. And even with that here, the timing couldn't be any better here. He got lucky. He really could have been eliminated in a tough spot here. Wufeng absolutely has to thank his lucky stars for the amount of third parties that came through in that moment here, really trying to drive a little bit of that hesitation forward here. And let's see if he can keep that same momentum, though. He has to be careful, though. I mean, he does have some heals. He just doesn't want to be caught out by the rest of the team unless he's just... He doesn't have any shield. He has some heals. So he's just going to stall. Or no, he has the... Never mind. He has the timing. He has the timer for the Realm of Yang. My bad.
Yang depletion is going to come through. Wufeng is going to be eliminated on that front there. We are going to see him go out. Nobody going to claim that kill credit, but he does finish the game with 0 eliminations. We're going to get to see a little bit of a replay. This is how Mike went out here. They're fighting inside the Bane. It looks like DRG's Feng is going to be able to finish off the elimination. And guys, what did we learn? If you watched Trios on the last day, you know 100% what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. The Bane, do not fight in it. The greed that was happening. Shout out Duncan, by the way, as he's the co-caster with me that day. The Banes were wiping out entire teams with one blast. Mike falling victim to the Bane. DRG's Feng was able to come away with a little bit of a elimination off of that front there. And now we're jumping in to 5 players remaining. DRG's Feng, ASC's XY, Alliance's Ajiao, WZ's Arano, and JL's AS. Arano on 1, 3 players on 4 kills, and Feng on 2. Feng we haven't seen too much of, but you know, he has been one of those players who does sneak his way in to the finals almost every single time. ASC's XY. Oh my goodness, the Aurora burst that we saw earlier coming out from XY didn't turn into an elimination, but if he would have been able to get that kill off, it would have been absolutely insane. As we're going to see nobody trying to go for the parry here. XY wants this realm, this spirit well.
I'm curious what he wants out of it, though. That's the other thing, too. And then he ends up backing away and just...
Well, he captures the spirit well here. So being on Shayal, you're not using up rage every time you throw one of your things out. So popping that ultimate, getting the buff, now you have ultimate available.
So it's a free range.
As soon as that ult goes out, you now have the Mystic Might buff. You've now got ultimate available. If you use that ultimate, you get ultimate again. See, he's able to pop ultimate again right now if he wanted to. Jumping into this fight allows you to get extra aggressive, and he's going to get aggressive onto Arano here. Arano taking so much damage, trying to fight back a little bit. The 1-2-3 going to come out, catching the tail end of that off. I believe the Cyan Fang was able to come out there from WZ's Arano. Arano now going to be scaling away the target of the lobby. The only hottie as well. It's going to be really easy to spot out if things start to go south here. Ultimate going to be invested. Immediately dropped out of the ult from the scale rush, and ASC's XY going to pick up the kill with a great sword grapple bomb.
Great sword grapple, something we definitely don't see, especially in how tight this type of game is so far here. With Zhao, Yuan, Feng, and AS at the very end of the stretch here. Overall here, definitely is going to be an strike towards the final end of the circle. We still are in 4, and look at this, the final 4. 1 is up top, 1 over, and then the other 3 are right under. This is going to be an interesting battle here. This could be huge for not just like one player. This could be 2 or 3 that might potentially put Chuz and Wufeng, by the way, in the chopping block for elimination for the red line. So this is more than just kind of one section. This could be useful for a lot of these players, even if it comes from Feng, who ends up capturing maybe 2 or 3 more eliminations. If Yuan ends up getting 1 to 2 more in a dub, he puts himself there. Chuz is in a tough spot right now here, and so is Wufeng, knowing that it's only a 0.4 point difference between 10th and 11th place, and knowing that 12th and 13th are only 2 points away. That means all they need is 1 solid elimination and at least a number 1 or a top 2 finish.
Yeah, this is where the nitty-gritty comes down. DRG's Feng has to kill every single person in this lobby with a first place finish. He has to kill, I believe, at least 2 people in the lobby, prevent XY from getting any kills, and the math comes in. They're just going to play it out as hard as possible until the end, try to maximize their scoring as much as possible. Looks like XY dropping the pull sword there. Interesting play. It looks like he did switch that out for a golden fan. Fan going to be the weapon that he's going to choose to continue this fight with. He wants to stay away from Ajiao. Ajiao does have the Storm Stride, Soul Jade available, so he's going to have lightning strikes jumping around him anytime he's in combat. This is going to give him a huge advantage, dealing damage to his other players. It's like a mini Draco Storm buff in your pocket.
True.
Lasts for however long you're being attacked for. It does not heal you, but you can deal a lot of damage to your opponents, and it will stun them out of certain attacks and moves if they're trying anything. And look at that, XY with the Aurora Burst on top of this pillar. He's going to be able to hold this for as long as he needs to. Nobody's going to try and contest this. Range shots won't be affecting him because he's got the power of the Aurora Burst to defend against his opponents right now. Ajiao up on the top side, Feng on the bottom. Far side is going to be AS, and then here we go. ASE's XY. We've got 1 Lanny, 1 Justina, 1 Shiol, and 1 Liam Yu to finish this game off. JL's AS had a very, very explosive start to the game, picking up 3 kills in the early game. Did get himself on Yang depletion, managed to cure it, so he's in a very good position right now. I believe he did lose. I think somebody might have taken a weapon away from him because he's only got that blue fan out right now. I don't know if he's got anything in the back pocket to assist him. But with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left, it really is anyone's game until the end. I believe that ASE's XY is going to take it away as MVP. But Alliance Ajiao, who has also had a great performance today, has very good contention. I'm not going to try and do it. I'm not going to try and curse.
Things can change in an instant here, especially with Yuan having such a powerful Soul Jade right now. This could be the one that really changes up the rest of the game here, especially when the circle starts to close in here, as it's only going to get tighter. They're obviously not going to engage as much here, especially on Yuan's sake, knowing that he has so much areas here. But also, Feng has something pretty good, too, as well here that could actually change the pace of the game as well. So it just depends. Azal, way down at the bottom, he's going to have to show up as well if he's going to have an opportunity to get himself all the way out there as much as possible here. This is where things are going to get real deep and real interesting for a lot of different areas here. I think this is where we're going to start to close in little by little here. And Azal still on the outskirts here. I'm actually really surprised that the circle actually was able to get him all the way at the very edge. That actually is insane. I did not think that he was going to be very favorited towards this. But here's the setting for everybody, especially if you're just joining in. Welcome to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, where some of the best players in the world are battling it out for a large lump sum, but also this is also our first week back into the mix here. And some people, if you guys see that red line on the side of the game, that means that some of these players are going to get eliminated. 6 players are going to get eliminated, and only 12 players are going to the bi-weekly finals. That's going to be this weekend. So Azal is already up on the first section with 27.3. 27 points coming in from Yuan in 13th place. That's just under it. And Feng with 21.5 and AS with 16.5. For AS, if he ends up catching a dub and maybe 1 or 2 eliminations, this could be a huge game for him as well. Another huge game. This could possibly put him in the 20-point spectrum. So let's see what happens. AS on a tough situation here. Oh, no! Oh no, the stun actually ends up sending Yuan all the way on the outskirts here, protecting him. AS almost could have been eliminated just off of that stretch here. That could have not been good for him here, as he's going to scale all the way up top here. And then he's going to also capture it, and he goes all the way up. And he's going to try to see if he can hold that as much as he can all the way, knowing that he's on the wrong side of this area here. So he's going to have to grapple as much as he can all the way off the back, so that way he doesn't end up getting caught out. Meanwhile, he's catching some of the other players as well here, as he's going to scale all the way down. The ulti starts to pop. Yuan is going to pop his as well here. He's waiting for the time to strike. He pops his ulti, and he's going to hold it all the way down towards the bottom here. Let's see if any of them's going to have the opportunity. And let's see if Yuan actually uses the strike the way that he wants to, as a Zhao catches the first elimination here. Yuan dangerously low on both stretches here. Both of them staying alive towards the very end. And it looks like a Zhao actually catches both of those eliminations here. I think he catches the dub in this game, potentially.
It's gonna be...
He was 1 point under. He was 1 elimination under. He catches 2 more, and that could be a first place. As Zhao ends up catching that. That's a dub for him.
Oh, wow. Azhao with the quick, sneaky comeback, tying first place. 1 HP and a dream at the end there. Half a second longer, Azhao would have been eliminated. ASE's XY would have taken the MVP. The Shio almost came out victorious. JL's AS being the first to go out. Fong was the next one eliminated. Azhao coming away with the MVP, which is absolutely insane. ASE's XY, I was so close to being able to come away victorious in that final sequence. And we do see it all come up Alliance, and that's a back-to-back MVP for Alliance's Azhao. They're not going to get the placement points for first place or that kill multiplier. You've got to be undisputed first. You can't tie for it, but they will get, both will get the second place placement points, and they will both earn themselves another great game. Although we are going to be seeing the Azhao taking the MVP for game number 2. This is his 3rd time as MVP, and wow, ladies and gentlemen, game 3 already finished. Action-packed energy. XY and Azhao, the 2 powerhouses of this lobby, it seems. And while Mike, still only in 3rd place overall, is able to continue climbing up, he only had a 2 elimination game, so not the craziest game that we've seen from him yet, but he has been putting up some crazy numbers. And these players, wow, Azhao and XY just doing absolute incredibly. And they're right on the line. They're right on the chopping block. They're showing exactly what the pressure means to them and how they're going to be able to deal and handle with all of this pressure that's coming their way.
Chopping block comes in very heavy though, especially in these moments when the pressure is on you. All the top players are eliminated. Everybody's just sitting back and lounging and watching the bottom 4 really frag it out, just trying to see who is gonna be the one that's hungry enough to catch the dub. The timing couldn't be better for some of these players, especially for a player like AS. I think AS here, you know, obviously him getting those 2 eliminations, sadly he does go out a little early here, but he still had some points to be able to get him at least a little bit higher. I think he might get past CDY, which is unfortunate. Knowing CDY was definitely one of the favorites at the time. And now, even with the amount of like momentum that's happening, you know, Azhao and Yuan is really the players to watch right now. I'm gonna be honest here. I feel like both of them are gonna be taking somebody out of this, and they're both gonna be qualifying. I feel it. I think with the amount of pressure that they're putting on these players, especially knowing that they're not afraid to go up against Mike, they're not afraid to go up against any of these top players that really is already in the qualifying. Now it's just a feeding frenzy. They just want to eat. They just want to eat. They want to as much as possible. And you can tell by the way that they're mimicking some of the moves here. And I've noticed Yuan really following and kind of mirroring Mike in a bunch of different ways here in these areas here. And look, oh my goodness, it's a 2-way tie.
Oh, wow.
It's a tie. 7 points, 5 eliminations, 5 kill points, 2 ranking points. Game score of 7 for both players.
So
insane.
I believe with the tie like this, it's going to come down to damage, which is why I believe Azhao has taken that first place spot over XY. I'm not 100% sure. We're going to see at the MVP board after this, and we're going to see the overall standings. But Azhao and XY, 7 points apiece here. So it's XY won game 1, Asia won game 2, XY and Asia tie for game 3. They're really battling it out right now. This is a new rivalry that we could be seeing started between these two players, just like Mike and Spider were time ago, as we are going to be seeing them coming in game number 4. It could be anyone's game. It's great to see when these players are starting to excel, as like we've seen so many times over and over again. Mike MVP, Spider MVP, Paste MVP. Now we're seeing these different players starting to come up, and now ASE's XY still in 13th place, but the 27.5 under his belt. DRG's Fung at the 21.5, CDY at 17, AS at 16.5, Shaw at a measly 13, and Lipo at 7.5 points. This is very unfortunate for these bottom players here, as Fung and XY, I can see them getting up into the top, surpassing players like Wu Fong, who haven't been having the greatest day, Edward as well, surpassing even TTG5 and PST, who have 30 and 32.5 points. It's kind of the threshold that these players who aren't playing, or who are playing, need to pass to beat the players who are playing. And we're taking a look now at Frostivus, Mike, Spider, and Star. Mike still behind Frostivus with the 44.6, but he's very, very close to passing that. And we're seeing Arano taking that 6th place spot still with a 37.9. He's 0.1 points away from passing Star, and he's even closer. He's 0.4 points away from passing a Spider. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, our highlights brought to you by China
Unicom being the best of it is definitely not easy for some of these players here, as it was dangerously low for a lot of them. Look at AS really able to back that off here. These were the 2 picks that we ended up missing out on a little bit earlier here. Beautiful pick, though, out of the water, and sends them into the shore and says, you know what, I'm gonna let the clans deal with you after all of that. Meanwhile, Mike trying to hold strong here and able to juke it out as much as possible. This was the juggle that we ended up catching earlier here. That beautiful finish here. Arano with that amount of confidence, which I appreciate. I appreciate the confidence coming into it. Like, I appreciate it and I see it. Meanwhile, oh, look at this. Look at this 3-way spread coming in, though. The view couldn't have been any better, as Mike trying to see if he could time it. Oh, no! And then ends up catching the elimination as well here. Look at Edwards. Inside of the realm of Yang with Zhao. Timing it couldn't have been any better. Beautiful ulti from Justina just to be able to capture the freeze. And also that turnaround from Zhao with those dual halberds, able to get the shutdown with the blue R&B. Beautiful timing, couldn't have been any better. Yuan taking the time. Look at that. Nice little bit of a tink. Just like that, catches it. Zhao catching into the feed, understanding it, and just kind of relaxing towards the end. He planned that really well. The timing couldn't have been any better. And he gets a beautiful finish. I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the first dub ever. His first MVP ever. You guys are watching it here first. The first MVP. Oh, the second. Wait, I'm sorry. Third. Huh? Damn,
he MVP'd game 2, bro.
He did. Oh, actually, I'm drawing a blank. He got 2. This is his back-to-back, actually. Okay, actually, I can say it's his first back-to-back. His first back-to-back. So he's at a dub, but this is his first back-to-back. 16,000 damage, 5 eliminations, Storm Strike, damage reduction, engraving, sap, soul jade, and 2 damage reduction soul jades. So, listen, some of these players down at the bottom here, they're starting to, man, they're starting to figure it out. They're starting to lock in. They're not playing it safe no more. Because right now, you can't play it safe. You gotta die. You gotta attack. You gotta keep the consistency. You gotta stay off them walls, and you gotta put them in the corner. Don't get yourself in the corner, put them in the corner. And that's what's going on right now. Now they're not afraid to, that's why I like Arano. Even though it was a really good attempt in putting that amount of energy and effort into Mike, unfortunately, that just wasn't the player to put that energy into, because he's really good at turning a fight around. But I want Arano to keep that same energy. I know he got turned around in that first circle. Okay, happens to the best of us. It is Mike. He is the greatest of all time. I get it. But keep that same energy, because that's how you stay qualified.
Yeah, it has been a game of consistency since the beginning. You can't perform well once and call it a day. Some of these players are continuing to show how consistent they are, just like Asia, just like SY. These are the players that are going to be able to find their way to push through and make it. And then the other players who've been consistently on the bottom of the leaderboard aren't going to be able to come through. And Azhao, someone showing that he is meant for the top 12. He is meant for the bi-weekly finals in his first ever bi-week playing in the Nbpl. Absolutely amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going really quickly to an interview, and then we shall be right back with some more NARAKA action.
Thank you, lovely caster. Thank you. And hi, everyone. This is Jaeger, and welcome to a post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Mike and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，麦哥先跟大家打招呼。
好嘞，我是 OG 麦克。
欢迎 Mike 来到我们赛后采访。Okay, first I would like to say because Mike have the thought through today, and maybe he need to rest, but we would like to say bless him. 那我们先说明一下，因为麦哥其实前面也跟我说了，今天嗓子不太舒服嘛。那我们这边先好好注意身体，好不好？千万不要让自己着凉了。OK， 那我们今天来聊一下今天的比赛。OK, back to the matches. So I would like to know how you comment on yourself for this new season. 先来让 Mike 评价一下自己啊，目前在这个赛季第一双周当中，你觉得表现怎么样呢？包括现在也有弹幕会说，哎，感觉你的对手只有蜘蛛了，这点你怎么看？
我觉得说的没啥太大的问题，感觉这赛季打得凑合吧。
你觉得自己凑合，但他们说的也没错，对不对 ？I think I'm just so, not really good. But for the audience, they said the only my opponent is Spider. I think that's right. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 麦克还是非常的自信啊。我们来看看今天的题目要给大家送出的福利是什么。Okay, so you guys can see the question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so today's question is, who choose the same hero with OUG Mike in Game 3? 这道题目呢是在第3把当中，哪位选手是选到了和我们大麦老师一样的英雄？自己知道吗？那这边我要先在我们公布答案之前，先问一个大家真的很困惑，虽然在 highlight 当中看过，但还是很好奇，就是当时那波是怎么死的，然后自己策略当时怎么去做的呢？
他不没大嘛，我拿球把他砸地气里打不血，然后再杀他嘛，然后这个地气刷了，然后球也抓到了。结果没砸进去，把自己砸死了。
哎呦，那波真的太可惜了呀！真的差一点点，本来又可以多拿下一个人头，也不至于突然之间暴毙，对不对 ？Okay, so I just asked him about the latest game. So why he died? Because like we don't have the view at that time, and he just told me that he's fighting with Motingfong and MTF, and after that he want to use the mobile charm and want to kill the opponent. But unfortunately, that he has been have damage from the moment charm, although he used the skill and get the damage from the have the damage on the opponent, but he also died at the time. 也是非常非常的可惜啊，不过没有关系，其实今天整体还是表现非常不错的。那我们今天也来看一下这个，应该已经准备就绪了，我们先来给大家抽个奖好不好？
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 大麦给我们公布一下正确答案。
D, go AS.
Yeah, the correct answer is D, and congratulations. Okay, and we know we are going to have the weekly final, and today is the last day we can choose who will qualify for the bi-weekly final. And like for some like player like MTF, also CDY, they are our old player, but I would like to know how you comment on them this season. 那我们也知道今天是周决的最后一张门票，就剩下最后3把比赛。目前其实徘徊在我们这个周决及格线上的选手很多哈。那像包括我们的新选手阿赵，也包括我们的老朋友牟廷峰跟陈道宇啊，麦克怎么看呢？
感觉加油吧，这周确实有点紧要的。
你觉得牟廷峰跟陈道宇这周有说法吗？
不太有。
很难了，是不是 ？I would like to say all the players in Nbpl, you are really strong, and like this bi-weekly, all the score is really nearly. And I think for MTF and for CDY, maybe it's hard for them to qualify for the bi-weekly. But I would like to say cheer up, okay? Cheer up, bro. 也谢谢大麦今天接受我们的采访啊。最后还是那句，一定要保护好身体。我们期待一下你第一个双周周决的表现，好不好 ？Cheer up! Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back. We will take a break and be right back later.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Beautiful interview from the great Mike. As we saw earlier, he was talking about the fight where he went down. We didn't really get to see what happened until the replay. Absolute insanity that ended up going through on that part. We're about to jump into game number 4 after a second here. But yeah, it's interesting to see. You know, Mike's already qualified. He's already clinched his spot. He's been into the top for a very good long while here. So, you know, he's a sure thing for the finals. Doesn't really need to do much to perform today, but he wants those extra pre-post placement points. So he is going to be giving it his all through these next couple of games. And we are at the half point here. So after the half point, you know, it's pretty safe to say we're gonna need to see a lot more from Lipo and from GG Shaw if they're going to be able to make it. JL's AS, somebody who is still in the bottom 3, but showing a lot of promise for the future for this finals. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be throwing you guys to a little break, and we'll be right back.
新春到，好热闹，这个百姓市集欢声笑。说了个江湖义士叫蓝梦，他会幻术。
Gather round. One and all, a wonder like none other. Huh? Ah, we have an audience. Behold my mystical talents passed down for millennia. Watch closely now.
Criminal spotted ahead.
Me? Apologies, that's all for today. May we meet again. Catch! This'll be a breeze.
Case closed.
Maybe we could just talk this over.
混乱一如烟，两个人影都看不到边，为救手带大，让你也逃不出我手指间。一个丢一个
Ooh, look.
我人数无变，一个是左右摇摆青丝。
Give it up, miss. Take a breather, would you?
I love a good trailer, and I love how comedic, I love how sweet it can be. I love the action, the story, of how they take us with these characters, how they fight against each other. The timing of it could be any better when it comes to how they make every character have their own moments and how they make them look cool. But that's not what we're here for. What we're here for is to see these actual characters go at it against some of the best NBL players in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA BLADEPOINT for the spring split. My name is Albie here, alongside my host Seb, as we're about to get ready to lock in for 3 more amazing games of NARAKA. Now, as you got a chance to check out Mike, which we usually don't get him on the English cast, okay? Usually he's up there in the CN. We don't get a chance to usually see him, so that was kind of a little bit of a surprise for us to actually see him there. But he's chilling, he's vibing, he's doing a really stellar job making himself, keeping himself in the top spot. All he has to do is qualify. That's it. He's like, I'm good. I don't really have to do a whole lot. I'm vibing. Now, with a lot of these other players that we were talking about, we watched probably the best observation that we can really get out of it, right? Which is people that are surrounding the chopping block is all duking it out in the final circle. I hope we get more of these for these next 3 games. I do. Because this is the people we're going to be focusing on. Who is fighting to stay above that red line? Who is going to stay alive to be able to go to the next 12 games, not the next 12 games, but the next 12 players to make it to the bi-weekly finals? And who is going to be heading back home to rock out and get ready for next week's start to Nbpl? Only time will tell, but we have 3 more games to figure it out. So let's get back into the action as we're going to get ready to lock in. We're headed back to another stellar map, as always, for Doria. And let's see what happens. But for you, Seb, we've been watching a lot of these games. Who do you think has been really the come up? Who's had the come up the most right now?
Well, I think XY and Ajao are 2 contenders for today alone of who's having like the best day. We've also got JL's AS, who is down right now. He's in, I believe, 16th place, 15th place. But he does have the potential, because these other players are only performing to an average level. He does have the potential to skyrocket past. It's just a lot of ground to make up. AS had a really bad first day. Ajao as well as XY, they both didn't perform as well as they could have on day number 1 on their first day of playing. So they've got a lot of ground to make up, but they are doing a very good job of making a comeback. And it's really, are they going to be able to finish through these last 3 games, or are they going to lose their momentum, lose their energy, and fall behind for the ending of these games? Arano, I believe his place is secured right now in the top 12. He's in 6th place. So, you know, he could be looking at something a little bit different. But for these players that are in the bottom 12, who are in that 13th to 18th place range, they're really going to have to work hard to battle it out and get themselves back into these top 12 positions. And some of these players, it's going to be impossible. We've got 3 games left and only 7 points on the board for Lipo, and it's just absolutely impossible for anything else to happen for him.
Isn't it possible though? Is it?
I do believe that it unless he's got 3 games where he kills every single player twice, there's no way that Lipo's gonna be able to pull this back. I don't think it's in the cards for him to be able to place in the top 12. He could get himself a little bit higher above GG Shaw. He could put himself into maybe 13th, 14th or 15th, but I don't think top 12 is going to be in the cards for him. Just given that the fact that everybody in the bottom 13 right now is not is playing today, and that most of the players except for 2 in the bottom 12 for 7th place to 12th place are also competing. There's only 2 players in 7th place to 12th place right now that are not competing today. So there's really only 2 places that are secured to beat, and that's 32.5 points. If you're able to pass that threshold today in your total points, you are going to be set. XY on the Liam, Chuzang on the Liam, AS and Mike going to be going for their Shio picks today. I do believe that's what we're going to see. The double lock, pretty standard from our first round and our second round that we've been seeing so far. Edward going to be going for the Lonnie. CDY still to pick. We're going to be seeing the Kylan coming out from him, and this is where the Kylan comes. Wufong and Arano next in line to pick. So we're going to be seeing them bumping for Lanny. Arano still has the opportunity to pick here. I'm going to go for the Temi. No Kylan coming out from him here, as we usually typically only get to see the 1 Kylan coming out on that 4th round selection. Fong on the Justina. Lipo with his last pick here for game number 4. What is he going to play? Will it be Justina? Will it be Lani? Or will it be Akos? It is going to be Akos, ladies and gentlemen. Ajao and Shaw, the last 2 players to pick. Ajao, I believe, has played a lot of his meta picks already, so he might have to go for a little bit of an off meta. It looks like this is going to be his double pick onto Justina, and Shaw opting for the Akos again. I don't think we've actually seen Shaw on the Akos yet, but Shaw is going to be opting for the Akos here, as that is going to be a double Akos, 1 Kylan, and 1 Temi for our outlier picks. The rest of it is going to be pretty standard. We've got a lot of Justina, we're going to see a lot of Lani, and we're going to see the Shael and the Liam, of course. Getting ready, game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host and caster Seb once again, and I'm joined alongside Davier. As we're heading into this, we're going to see which ultimate abilities and F skills that these players have decided to pick up. It's going to be pretty standard across the board, as we're going to see the double pick being used for Ajao and Fong on Justina. Edward going to be going for that double pick on the Lanny. Seems like it's been working out pretty well for him, so he's going to opt to use that a second time. And all of the abilities completely standard, nobody picking any sort of deviation.
See if they can keep that same momentum going into it, knowing that we have pretty much a pretty stellar stacked lobby, except for Arano with the Tumult and the Akos with Shaw. A little bit of a different feat of certain players here, which we'd love to see. Love to see a little bit more variety, and usually the variety starts to show up after the halfway point. Usually game 4, game 5 is when we usually start to see people kind of break out of their comfort picks, or at least the strat picks that most people know of, and we start to see some of the other ones start to come out a little bit. We start to see some Temis, we start to see some Akos, we start to see some, Hottie. We got a Hottie in game 1, so that was a little, or no, game 2. That was a little surprising. So headed back to Predoria. We got a decent amount of people in Imperium. We got a few people in Imperium camp. We got DRGs, we got 521. We have AS as well. He's in the chopping block. He's got a lot of work to do if he's going to see himself outside of this red zone. Meanwhile, as of peak, Arcadia and Skygrave's Globe is nowhere to be found. Same with Twilight's Pass. And only a few people is going to be heading towards the statue workshop and the Sunrise Altar. So very different spread overall. Sentient's Form is going to find at least 1 or 2 players as well, but it's a very decently spread out circle. 2s kind of per location. You know, usually, especially in the first game. The first game we got, 4 players in one, we had 4 players in another. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the 1v1s happen a little bit more, especially this early, and see where and how these players are going to take advantage of it. Let's see how it goes in our game number 4 and our final sets of games to see who qualifies for the bi-weeklies for our solos.
And we're taking a look at the scoreboard here. 32.5 is sort of the threshold that these players that are in the bottom right now, from Wu Feng all the way down to DRG's Feng, are going to be trying to pass. Is YZG's T225 at 32.5 points. It's kind of the goal that these players are going to try and aim for, as these players down, so XY, Feng, and CDY, all XY and Feng and Ajiao, let's say, as well as Chuzhang and Hufeng. They're all very close in points to each other. CDY is less than 20 points, as well as JL's AS and GG Shah and Lipo. These players are all going to have a very difficult time trying to make it back past the red line. So we're going to be seeing it happen here. Edward, with the advanced heal, is going to get himself a lot of extra HP there. Fully back up, but he's going to end up getting hit over and over by Mike, losing so much of his HP here. We're going to see the trigger block coming through, trying to see if he's able to get that charged LMB to connect. The first little bit is going to come through. Mike with the jump parry. Edward going to get sent back to the soul altar early here. Nice clean kill from Mike. Very well played NARAKA coming out from him. GG Shah on the offensive against Alliance's Ajiao. Ajiao going to be able to come through with a huge dash play from the Fistblades. Fistblades jump LMB going to come out. GG Shah now forced to hit the ultimate. Ajiao as well going to be using one of those dashes. And that's the second one to just try and get out of that situation. Now, Shah going to be on the bottom side. Ultimate popped. Nobody to use it on. Ajiao backing off. Canceled the ultimate to get a little bit of that charge back. I believe he still has one dash available if he needs. We are going to be seeing CDY now. Some huge bow shots onto the side of GG Shah. Shah does have that advanced heal though, so it's not going to take too much worry into account, as it looks like Arano has gotten an elimination and passed SR Spider and Fun Plus Phoenix for that 4th place spot. Edward down in 7th, trying to see if he can make something happen. OUG's Mike now, huge meter dump into Lipo. Everybody converging onto this one location. JL's AS with the F ability to knock everyone back. AS needs to go for the reset. CDY trying to follow suit. GG Shah trying to get the kill onto Lipo, but Lipo found himself either an armor swap or a full reset here. It looks like both of these players have found the reset. Nobody engaging. This looks like an end circle right now with the way these players are playing it so close to the vest. As it is the first bi-weekly. You want to make a good impression. Mike, super aggressive. Lipo going to start taking a lot of damage, and the Akos player going to get aggressed on here as JL's AS going to try and make something happen as well. It's back and forth, all of these players not wanting to give up too much, but now GG starts starting to lose a lot of HP. He's going to try and hold it until he can gain his ultimate back, but it looks like it might be impossible for him to do so, as Lipo giving hot pursuit. The armor swap's going to come out though. GG Shah going to try and go for the overhold. Huge parry going to come out onto Mike. Shah going to take the brunt of the damage, finds one more armor swap, loses that almost immediately. Who gets the kill? It's CDY from out of nowhere, ladies and gentlemen. The downtown bow shot is going to pick up the elimination onto GG Shah. Mike going to get a huge parry onto Lipo, but no elimination going to come out of it here, as we're going to see the Shio ultimate getting popped. Nobody has gotten the elimination onto Lipo. He's still escaping with that ult. We're going to see Mike trying to use the Shio ult to pick up the elimination. It looks like he's able to get away. Lipo, incredibly low in HP. Everybody sending the shots off. He's able to get a heal pot off, which is absolutely huge for him here. He could be able to get away from this. Grabs Mike in midair. More siphon coming out from that as well, as he's going to be able to get the charge attack off. Mike trying to follow suit. Doesn't have a... is making a little bit of damage as JL's AS going to steal the kill right from underneath Mike. Mike now becoming the target. Ultimate burn is going to try and just scale out of there as fast as possible as AS picks up his first kill of the game. CDY now jumping into the mix as well, trying to see if he can get the elimination onto JL's AS. AS not going to give up the offensive on the attack that easily, bringing it back around. We're going to see the Clank come through with the pole sword. Stoneform coming out, going to back off. The parry going to come through. The 1-2 is going to connect. The F ability coming out in a panic. from JL's AS. He's bringing it back around, tries to get hit. He does get hit with the overhold here, trying to avoid that from CDY, but CDY is going to keep the pressure up on to OUG's Mike. Ultimate now invested, is going to be able to get a couple of shots off with the ult onto Mike. And now waiting for JL's AS and as well as Mike to see if he can make a play. It looks like he is just going to try and take some space here. Does need to get a heal off. As soon as he comes out of that ult, it is going to be absolutely devastating for him if he's not able to connect on any sort of his dashes. Now very low in HP, just trying to dash away as fast as possible. Sees the blue armor, and it looks like might be able to come out with it. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike cleaning up the kill on the CY.
Dude, he absolutely captures him with the combo and really does keep that pressure onto him here. Mike wanted that elimination for a multitude of reasons here, but definitely wanted to really get something for a strong start here. And obviously, he was able to capture it in a great way. Azal is one of the first ones to be able to capture the Realm of Yang ticket. So let's see if he's going to hold strong to it as well here. So let's have a little bit more time here before he actually can be able to get into it, as Fong and Azal fighting it out earlier. And it looks like we're back here in Yuan with GG Shaw here. Oh no, GG Shaw is in the worst place for him to be right here. Getting absolutely depleted of his shield and his heals here. Finds a blue shield swap, unfortunately. And it looks like Yuan decides not to, as he does prioritize the realm. So far, Yuan has been 3 for 3. It's either 3 for 3 or 4 for 4. He hasn't lost the Realm of Yang yet in any of these games. So he's been putting in some work and some effort here. So obviously, it's definitely going to be massively favored towards him. And it'd be interesting to see if we get Mike versus Yuan yet again. Come on. Let me get it.
Mike v XY.
Let's go! Back at it again for the rematch of the century. This is what we wanted to see right here. I put this into the sky front. I just want to put that out there. So I'm very happy. And I'm ready for this one as we go airborne. Let's see if they're going to be able to find the momentum and the timing here as Mike trying to see if he can close in the gap a little bit more with the nunchucks here. Almost catches him with the blue scale from Juan, but Sally wasn't able to. The defense comes in. Nice little jump shot. Not going to be able to do too much. Both of them having the nunchucks here. Both beautiful strike is going to be able to send him back off the back stretch as well here. Going to take his time. Nice little grapple. Looks like that could have been accidental, but he ends up popping the ulti here. Now he's going to keep the same aggression. He's going to push forward towards it. And it looks like he's going to go a little bit more on the defense, potentially. Oh, ends up doing a grab, but he does it through the wall. Insane work coming in from Mike here. He captures the grab. He gets the shutdown. Mike, you are disgusting, buddy. You are disgusting.
Oh my goodness, that was nasty. And we're getting the second Realm of Yang fight. The start of the second Realm of Yang already before the first one ended. As we're going to see here, WZ Arano going to be taking the full front initiative into this attack. As we do see the Temi using those nunchucks to get some good prio off, and it looks like he's going to be able to get it here with the 2-1-1. WZ Arano cleaning that up so fast, and we're going to get to see all three Realm of Yangs. These fights are going so quickly here. Fong in a little bit of a bad position here, trying to make something happen. Gonna pop that Justina alternate. We do see have one more grab available from Xu Zhang. Is gonna try and come out. We're gonna see the ball. Dash coming through from DRG's Fung. I believe he has 2 more dashes available. He could only have 1, as we did see the V come down from DRG's Fung. Fung gonna try and go for the heal. Is gonna be able to catch him into the ball, sends him up into the sky. And he could have won that with the meter dump there easily. But we're gonna see the musket shot come out to finish off the elimination. And there goes Fong Baoda Xu Zhang picking up that beautiful elimination. It's now 07 Edward trying to find a way out of this fight against JL's AS, but it looks like it's not going to be going his way. Edward trying to climb the beautiful bait coming out, but AS already knew what was going on there. He's able to follow that around. Edward does find himself an armor swap, though. AS doesn't know this yet. It looks like he is just going to wait for him to get out. Goes for the reset instead of the chase, and we're seeing XY, CDY, and I believe that's Mike on the other side. It is Mike. All going for some aggressive fights already. SS1 CDY trying to make a getaway here, but it looks like he's getting captured into this fight by not 1, but 2 players. Mike trying to keep the chase up. XY trying as well. no, and look at that. It's not a lot of damage that's coming out from that ultimate. The damage output that you're seeing from the V1. Immortality has not been procced yet. He's going to have infinite shots for another couple of seconds here. We're going to see him use those to just scale as far away as possible. Does miss a great armor swap there. He could have been able to get the swap off. And it looks like Mike is going to find him before CDY does end up seeing that armor. We're going to see ASC's XY now jumping back into the mix. We're seeing the gray armor swap coming out now. CDY jumping into the air is going to get juggled way through. And now if the ball catch happens, Mike is going to get the elimination, but XY is going to be able to come through with the ball catch on the Liam ultimate. Now Mike versus XY into this fight here. We are going to be seeing the nunchuck chase backing through. 1-2 coming out from Mike. We do have one more ball catch from XY. He is going to be able to make the catch. Throws right away though as DRG's Fong jumping into the mix, trying to see if he can get the third party off. I don't believe XY did get the Soul Bloom, so he is off of Yang depletion, but he does need to get, he does not have the Vermilion's Bird Might to give himself a free life in this game.
Free life here, unfortunately. It doesn't look like it's going to be good for Wufong either, as he just gets eliminated from his owl. Meanwhile, they're both going to be fighting this out here, and Chuz is on the backstretch of this one as well here. Both of them with nunchucks. A lot of nunchucks in this game so far here. Definitely the favorite so far in terms of weapon placement. Ends the half, both of them, I think, having the purple. He ends up almost catching him with the juggle, but ends up throwing out the stun with the F key. Really able to keep that going here, but that momentum from the eliminations only is going to make it better for him as well here. And is able to find it. Gets the shutdown, and obviously Chuz with that is going to go for a quick reset. Unfortunate for Chuz, wasn't able to capture another elimination in between all of that. And Fong is on the hunt, headed towards the next realm of Yang, seems like, or no, is he headed towards a bounty?
He's got the Yang
Oh, and it's Mike, of all the people. Of all the people.
Yeah, and he doesn't know that as well. Us as spectators, we're able to know, but in Immortal War, you do not get to know who is the person you've got a bounty on. So we're going to see him make his way over to that section as we are going to get him into a fight right away. Mike, huge parry coming out, no punish damage due to that beautiful ultimate ability of, or the F ability of Baodao's Chuzhang. Chuzhang going to have the ult pop come out, sending DRG's Fong as far away as possible. Doesn't want him to get into this fight. Finding Lipo though, Lipo getting hyper aggressive into this fight. Oh my goodness, we're going to see the Velocity Untold coming out. Lipo trying to make something happen, but just getting kited around. The dodge work from DRG's Fong right now, and Shaw trying to come into the mix. Huge parry going to come out though from Fong. Fong able to absolutely ruin this fight. There's two Akoses coming and fighting against him, but Lipo able to just get a beautiful play coming through, taking out DRG's Fong, turning it around, but the parry coming through was going to deal a lot of damage to Lipo. Shaw coming in, both Akos players not opting to go for the scrap off here. And it looks like they might try and go for the Spirit Well. Mike might even go for the Spirit Well before this Realm of Yang drops. And he's going to try and capture the Spirit Well, get himself a little bit of better equipment and armor, and then jump into this Realm of Yang. It looks like he might have even opted out for the Yang. Baodao's Chuzhang going to hold this here. There's 35 seconds left for these players to make their entrance. Baodao's Chuzhang and WZ Arano in our first Realm of Yang scrap that we are going to be seeing. Our second one could be a big one as well. It looks like Alliance is going to be taking that, and ASE's XY. That is going to be a huge fight, especially for the placement points that these players are trying to go for. These two players are very close in points to each other. Ajiao has pulled ahead a little bit. We are going to be seeing Arano with the gold fan in hand, going to get a huge parry on Baodao's Chuzhang. No punish damage coming through, but the Tai Chi fan coming out from Arano a little bit there that we saw happen. The ball is not going to connect off the first one. Ultimate going to be invested, and now here we go. The musket shots are going to come through. Not able to get the restand with this ultimate. We know that happens on lots of times. We do see the restand happen. Cannon shots coming out from everywhere. 1 HP and a dream now for Chuzhang. He's able to get a heal pot off though. The huge LMB coming through from Baodao's Chuzhang to be able to deal a lot of damage. Scale Rush away now. Arano on the back foot of this fight now. Needs to get a pot off. We're going to see Chuzhang with a huge pot, and this could keep him in the game here as we're going to see the F ability coming out. Arano throwing that up onto the top, trying to see if the musket's going to be able to do anything, switching from the cannon to the musket for his ranged weapons. Chuzhang has been allowed to heal so much in this fight, and I believe that's going to be Arano's downfall. Yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen. Baodao's Chuzhang coming through with a beautiful elimination. He was able to get 3 pots off during that fight. No pots were available for his opponent, and he's able to capitalize and take advantage, coming away with a beautiful elimination as Chu Zhang wins his Realm of Yang.
Solid dub, though, coming through. I think this is his first dub for the Realm of Yang, too. I think he's hopped in 2 and he's lost both. Or actually just 1, unfortunately. So it's good to see that his first one is definitely on the better end of certain things here. As I have to continue on the rotation here. 4.5 minutes left. He still has a decent amount of time here, but knowing that there's an interesting amount of players is not looking good here. But let's see how he lost the Realm of Yang inside against Yuan. Another player that we've wanted to see a rebate on as well here. Looks like he takes the time here trying to see if he can capture the shield. He does end up depleting it, but he ends up gaining it back, though, from the cannons. Nice little bit of freeze. Both of them heading for the blue LMBs, trying to wait it out on both sides here. Looks like blue LMBs trying to connect, not too much here. Pops open the ulti here, trying to see if maybe he can capture the freeze, not too much. Ooh, nice little bit of a defense off that. I'm surprised he hasn't used any of his strike methods for it, and he ends up capturing the juggle. Oh, and he throws him in a ball, and Yuan just absolutely finishes him off too. The absolute disrespect. And that's how Azal is in the position that he is. Hi, you're probably wondering how I got in this situation. Dun, 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 dun. I'm here in the field. Sorry.
Azal, Yang Depletion, as well as WZ's Arano. These are both of the players who are going to be on Yang Depletion. So we're going to be seeing them in both attempting to get an elimination here. And it looks like Mike has become the target of Arano. And ASE's XY giving pursuit as well. That White Tiger's prowess buff, which is doing a lot of favors for Arano right now onto OUG's Mike. Not doing too many favors for him if he's going to turn this fight around back over to XY. And, you know, we do know that XY being a bloom stealer, as most of these players are going to try and be to keep their opponents from curing that Yang Depletion and keeping themselves into this game. OUG's Mike taking the top side here. We're going to see now Ajiao jumping into the mix. WZ Arano nowhere to be found, as he is going to be in the backside now. Ajiao going to just use his ult to escape here. Wasn't able to use it for the offensive. Going to make that executive decision. He needed to invest the ultimate to get out of there as fast as possible, as Chu Zhang giving hot pursuit of this elimination. Gray fan in hand for him as well. He doesn't have the greatest scaling right now. I believe he might have some better stuff in his back pocket, but Chu Zhang able to catch up to him. Knowing these movement patterns of these players is something that is very important, as you're going to be able to know the habits and where these players are going to try and move around. It's something that you might try to do yourself. So now Ajiao turning the fight around. Only a gray fan, though. Not that much damage output coming from him. He's going to be able to make it into the building. On the other side, weaving and ducking all of these players here, as Arano still trying to make something happen. The charge is going to connect, but it's still just a gray fan. He needs a better weapon. I believe he's just using that for the mobility. We do see the purple nunchucks come out of the back pocket there. He did have a ranged weapon before. Switching over to those nunchucks, we are going to see him try and come on an offensive attack here, but Arano just giving so much pressure on that tumult. It's very difficult for Ajiao, to make anything happen. Arano as well trying to make something happen. They're both on that Yang Depletion. This could be very crucial for them if they want to come away with the victory. And it looks like Arano sees Ajiao, and if they fight together, if they're going to fight against each other, this could be good for the two of them. One of them is going to be able to come away with that Soul Bloom. The other one is going to get eliminated. Arano going to be able to get the cannon shot off, tries to bring it back around. The ultimate is going to be invested to try and isolate this fight between just the two of them. Ajiao able to escape, though. XY is going to end up finding out where Ajiao goes, and oh my goodness, the blistering edge from Edward is going to come through doing so much damage. Ajiao, 1 HP in a dream. Edward, Eddie with the snipe going to come through, and I believe we did see the bloom getting picked up by WZ's Arano. Arano going to be still in this game. Ladies and gentlemen, able to get the comeback.
Nice comeback here as Arano just trying to see if he can get out of this as best as possible here. Definitely a lot of effectiveness overall here. Just trying to take his time, not really going through an insane, just a load of just a lot of different things here. He's trying to take his time. As Arano, Chuz, and Mike are down low here. definitely a lot more players, I think, in this lobby towards the end of these circles than we've had. Usually we end up with like, you know, about 4, maybe 5. So to see 7, definitely seeing some players start to play it safe, be a little bit more smarter in certain areas in terms of what they're doing. See if they can take their time and find it here. As now both of them are just going to be waiting this out here. Ooh, I don't know how those both didn't hit each other. At least I don't think so. Oh, man. Shaw just trying to see if he can get some nice action out of that one as well. Arano with the cannons. Trying to connect on a different level here. Yuan just trying to gatekeep as much as possible here. Wants it for himself. That's a little bit of hopping for other areas here. He's able to capture it. He gets the gold shield and he's out. Just like that. Or he targets Mike? Maybe?
He's going to try and get aggressive here. It doesn't look like he's going to try and go for Mike. Lipo, though, has been spotted here. He's going to try and capture him.
Oh,
he does
no.
get the capture. This is going to send him through. And this is where it's going to get risky for him. He's got another one of those balls to send out. He is going to capture Lipo again, sending him against the wall. This is going to be bad for him here. He could lose all of his HP. There we go, Lipo on the back foot now, trying to see if he can make something happen. Is going to find himself a purple armor swap. So this is left him chilling here. Able to get himself out of this situation. Did have to burn the ultimate though. XY still has that second ultimate available thanks to that Spirit Will capture of the Mystic Might buff. He does now have full ult available if he needs. Was able to burn that one to try and get an elimination. It was a good effort. Lipo did have the Akos ult, which is the maximum mobility that you're going to be able to get to try and run away from somebody chasing you down like XY. But XY has found him again. Lipo going to try and make something happen now. XY taking a cannon shot or two. Going to be able to heal that up. Trying to still keep this fight up onto Lipo. Lipo now taking so much damage. I don't know who sent that mustard shot, but it was detrimental to his HP. We're going to see the ultimate getting invested a second time here. ASC's XY going to try and catch him out. Is going to be able to catch him this time for sure. He finishes it off. But oh my goodness, the clank coming in from Edward, saving Lipo and finishing off this elimination is going to be ASC's XY oh my goodness, he went down to the Bane. XY gets the kill, finished off from the Bane, but now he's in a lot of trouble. He has passed Wolves on the leaderboard, so he's now in the top 12 in 11th place, but the whole group is chasing him, and GG Shaw picks up an elimination, but also goes down. That is 4 eliminations for the Bane so far today, ladies and gentlemen. We just saw XY pick up a kill with the Bane. We see GG Shaw pick up the kill with the Bane, and GG Shaw himself gets sent out of the lobby by the Bane. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. What did we learn? Did we not learn anything? Bane is the real MVP of all these games. It just absolutely screwed up Edward and GG Shaw's day. Even though GG Shaw did get the elimination credit on to XY, oh my goodness, triple uppercut.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness, Arano in a lot of trouble here. Chuzhang is going to be now on the back foot though, very low in HP. OUG's Mike is going to see this and try and capitalize. Chuzhang going to just try and go out into the zone here. Mike not going to follow, doesn't want to lose that much damage to zone take, but Chuzhang brought himself extremely low. The scale rush going to come out from Mike. Mike going to try and make something happen. The meter dump coming through, but the F ability invested from Mike. Chuzhang 1 HP and a dream right now. Can't go back into the storm. The scale rush coming through, and Mike picks up another kill.
I mean, he's taking his time here and really just maintaining like that amount of power that he has for each player that he's really able to like really conquer in these moments here. And just like that, I mean, Mike really able to just really cause some issues here. This is definitely going to be most likely Mike's game. Like, he has the momentum, he has everything that he needs to really be able to slow down and really conquer the rest of this game out. Meanwhile, Arano, beautiful. It's not Arano, Edward with the parry. And then Mike comes through to steal the elimination away. Ladies and gentlemen, this is about to be a free pick and a free finish for Mike here in this game for his dub, his first dub of the night. All he has to do is take his time here in this final elimination here, and he's got it. Even if he loses this specifically too, he still is going to walk away with the dub. Mike playing this so well overall, being so aggressive. Beautiful juggle coming through. Nice pick from the R&B to be able to keep that same momentum going here. He's going to try to see if he can run towards it with that. Nice little bit of a strike. He's going to try to get him off the wall here. Going to try to see if he can scale it, but I think he scaled it in the wrong direction here. Meanwhile, Edward is definitely on the defense, trying to see if he can get away just a little bit, just to try to stall him out just a little while longer here. But you know when it comes to him, he's not going to stall this out. He wants to fight this, and he actually decides he's going to pop shield. He's going to pop shield here as Edward was still trying to go through the movement here. Let's see. Mike decides to go just do a little bit of some looting, see if there's anything good on him, and decides not to. Doesn't look like it. Now it's just a 1v1 mano-a-mano between Edward and Mike. We've seen this battle before. Nice hits from the dagger here. Trying to see if he can maneuver towards the back. Beautiful stun to be able to get him off his back as well here. Take his time. Beautiful R&B connect with the blade. Ooh, nice quick pull from the pistol as well here. Gonna get him a nice up there in the air. Oh no, here comes the juggle. Actually from Edward. He's gonna be able to read that pretty well here overall. Whoa, big parry coming in from Edward. Wait a minute. Could he actually stall him out of this game? He might actually be able to get him out. Oh, and he dies from outside the circle. Edward actually clutches it and gets those 2 extra points, which is so gonna be helpful for him here because he needs it so badly.
Eddie! Oh my goodness, what a parry. The Lanny ultimate, he catches the uppercut into the Lanny hit extension. Mike is still going to come away our MVP for the day, but OA's Edward picking up his second elimination, getting the multiplier, getting the first place finish, and I believe he denied Mike the points he needed to take that first place placement away from WBG's verse. And wow, what a parry, what a play. Mike, not too happy about that, but you know, at the end of the day, he's chilling. He still gets the MVP. He had 6 eliminations. The multiplier would have done absolute wonders for him there. And you know, the fight was going his way most of the time. He popped ult early. Edward was able to kite out the entire Shio ultimate. It's exactly what you need to do. Edward gets his ult back. He's able to answer with the Lanny ultimate so fast. And just what a play from him. And look at this. Look at they're laughing about it as they jump off the stage for a second before we get ready to jump back into this next couple of games here. But ladies and gentlemen, game 4. What a wild one here as the 1v1 showdown at the end. Mike was piecing Edward up with the dagger, just popping and dashing around. Edward picks up 1 parry. The sap damage evens the playing field. The Lanny ult just coming through with some absolute perfection combo extenders and finishing off the game in favor of Edward. But the MVP is still going to Mike because he had 6 kills, and you're never gonna pass 6 kills if you've only got 2. Even if you get the first place finish, the multiplier, and the placement points, it's not gonna be close. He's got 6 kills. He's got you beat.
And oh, excuse me, that came out of nowhere. And he takes his time though overall too. He was very aggressive for a lot of these fights, but especially when things got very, very hectic, he was just really able to reach through a lot of different areas and make sure that he doesn't get caught up and he ends up on the chopping block. Now, as for you guys, who chose the same hero with OUG's Mike in game 4? Is it A, Chuz, B, Juan, C, CDY, and D, AS? See, this is an interesting question because this one you had to like actually be watching the game. This one you had to actually watch the game in order for you to like actually get it. I know you might be like, well, no, that's not true. No. For the people who may have paid attention to some of the simple stuff, this one is like, okay, you had to actually, because you're not really thinking like that.
Well, if you're paying attention to the hero the hero selection order, you know who Mike has been paired up with in his selection. And it was one of the names on the list. And most of the time, Mike and his counterpart were picking the same heroes. So if you're able to know who Mike was picked with and which hero he picked, which was Shaiol gets picked in the second round, you have to assume that it was a double lock from Shaiol, which it was. So it was his partner. I'm not giving away the name, but chat, you guys are going to know the answer. 8 points for Mike with the 2 ranking points, no multiplier. Going to give him that game score of 8. Edward with the 2.4 and the 3 ranking points is going to give him a 5.4 game score, with the 4.5 going to Arano, Ajiao taking the 3.5, Zhang taking the 3.5, XY taking the 3, Gigi Shaw taking 2, 1.5 going to both Lipo and Feng, AS and CDY taking 1, and 0 going to be going to the bottom. Unfortunate, but 9 points total. Lipo hasn't even passed the 10-point marker, so I don't believe it is going to be possible for him to, in 2 games, get 30 points, unless he does some absolute crazy black magic techniques that we haven't seen before. it's not going to be looking too good for Lipo. GG Shot as well is going to have to catch himself at least 15 points in the last 2 games. It's possible, but it's difficult. PXT, what was his pace? Now only on 30 points, down into 12th place here. XY has passed him with 30.5. Ajiao on 32.3. T225 still at 32.5, still holding that 9th place position. Chuzhang at 32.6. Star at 38, who's dropped down and now looking at the top 6. We're going to see, did Mike pass Verse? No, he hasn't. 52.6 versus 53.3. Mike is going to have to do just a little bit more to be able to beat out WBG's Verse, as he's less than a point away, right? He's or just over a point away, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. And he's got 2 games left to do it. So he gets 2 kills, 1 kill per game, and he's got it. So, you know, you be sure to see Mike in place number 1 for our bi-weekly finals. And our top 6 pretty much set in stone. Edward now climbing up, has beaten out Spider. And Arano in 4th place, 39.4 points for Edward on the day. And ladies and gentlemen, these are our highlights brought to you by China Yukon.
We look back at some of the ones that we actually ended up missing from earlier here. Edward's catching this fight with Mike was definitely one that we did end up catching a little bit earlier here. Mike, I mean, look at the amount of dodging here. His timing couldn't have been any better. And the parry from Edward. Interesting to see how that was how the game started and look how the game ended. Kind of interesting though. It's a lot of like these return fights has really been like super recurring. Knowing from OUG's Mike as he ends up catching that dub as well inside the realm of gang. And then Fung just sadly just could not capture it here as Chuz is trying to do so much here, and he ends up catching elimination as well. Meanwhile, outside on the outskirts here, this is when we were still in circle 2. Azal comes through with that elimination on Defong. Chuz able to capture that pick here. Beautiful timing here. And then he ends up catching him with the juggle. Beautiful find here. Nice parry. That's even catching with the freeze. Not enough. Azal ends up switching it up as well here. And then boom, just catches him with his combo after combo after combo. And he just could not keep up with it as much as possible. Both of them ends up catching elimination here. GG Shaw. And both of them end up getting eliminated inside of the Bane. Insane. Wild. A double pick. But the Snake himself, the gods, end up having something in his favor. And they said, you know, we're gonna favor ourselves here at this moment.
Bane
you know who else is also a favorite?
Who?
Mike.
The Bane has been averaging more kills per game than 521's Lipo. Unfortunately, the Bane has 4 eliminations.
Insane.
Yeah. We've played 4 games so far. Bane has had 3 eliminations in the past game, and they had 1 elimination in one of our earlier games. Mike actually went down to the Bane in game number 3. But Mike with 6 kills, 20,000 damage, advanced heal, sap, target lock and fire arrows, ripple step and phantom step, rupture gale and burn, slow shot and sunwing shock. The range jades coming out to play for Mike there, putting him on top. We did see a lot of cannon shots coming out in that game from many different players, but it was the leading factor in some of these eliminations. It was able to deal that last little bit of damage to steal a kill. And wow, what a game 4. We're going to be getting ready to go back to back into game number 5. We've now got 2 MVPs from Asia, 1 from XY, and 1 from Mike. Our last 2 games to play. Mike needs 2 eliminations or 2 points total, and he passes WBG's Verse for first place. We've seen, it looks like Wolves in contention of being knocked out into that 13th place if somebody from the bottom 13 can pop off. I feel like JLAS can do it. He's had a couple of really good games, but he hasn't gotten to that next level of being able to climb over that threshold. So it really is anybody's game right now to see who's going to qualify. And I'm just scared of the Banes right now, honestly.
I think it's going to be a really fun final 2 games. Knowing that everybody is so locked in. Like, this is kind of one of those where it's like, I don't really see a lot of, you know, sometimes it feels like, you know, some of these players, there's like ones that are doing really good and they're locked in and then the other ones just aren't, and vice versa. This is one of those where I feel like everybody in that bottom is going to be fighting to get past that line. And it's going to come down to this last game, game number 6, not game number 5, because right now we're about to head back to another glorious map, Halaroth. But I mean, when it gets to game number 6, we're in Morris Isle, final circle. So those last players are going to be down there. They're going to be keeping themselves alive for as long as humanly possible. The top players they're not really caring too much. They've already qualified. So they're good. So they're not going to go too crazy, especially players like Mike and things that are fine. But the people at the bottom of the chopping block here, they're going to put in their all. Some of them are just below or just above contention, which means that if somebody else decides to pop off, one of them can get moved down. So they also not necessarily safe either. Even if it's only 2-3 points difference, it still doesn't mean anything. So that's the great thing. People who are below, people who are above, and the people that are just in the middle is going to be absolutely dire straight because they want to qualify for this first bi-weekly. They want to set the precedence for the rest of this season, especially for the spring split, knowing that we still have summer stuff, all the other ones coming up. This is going to be a good section to see where they take it and how they're going to manage it for 2 more games, knowing that these next few are going to be very widespread. Halaroth, which is one that everyone knows about and everyone has been using, playing consistently. They know exactly how to play this map like the back of their hand. We have Morris Isle. So for some of these play styles, it's going to be good. Some people are going to get griefed for sure. Something's going to happen. I'm excited.
Yeah, I am extremely excited for these last couple of games. I really want XY to qualify. I want to see AS pop off and qualify as well. I'm nervous for TT25. He doesn't have the opportunity to play today, but he is at a point where if some players from the bottom do start to pop off a little bit more than they have been playing for these past 4 games, it is going to be a tight spot, and it's going to be a very close photo finish like it always is. A couple of points, a couple of points, so 0.5, 0.3, 0.1, whatever it is, there's always a chance that these players are going to be very, very close together in points. And, you know, we always love to see it. We love to see somebody beating somebody out by 0.1 of a point just at the end, fighting so hard to get there. And it happens a lot that these teams will fight and fall just short a few points or fall short by 0.7 of a point. We've seen it happen time and time again, and I'm really hoping we're going to get to see it happen again in game number 5 as we're going to be moving to Halaroth and then Morris Isle, like you said. You got any predictions for me, Dobby? We haven't made any predictions before a game has started here, as we're going to be getting into game number 5 in just a sec. What are you thinking? Who do you think we're going to see MVP? Just pick someone at random.
Well, I can't do it random just because I feel like there's just too much happening here. But if I really had to sit here and actually, like, if there's somebody that I really want to see get one, I really have an idea for like what certain ones I would like to see really hold that moment. Definitely Yuan is one. Absolutely would want to see that. After that, I feel like I'd want to see Azal already has 2. So with that knowledge already there, I feel like it'd be nice for him to take both. Both dubs from Yuan. Now, honestly, that'd be crazy. That would be actually crazy. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if Mike ends up catching it down. But he already has enough. He already has it. It's fine. It's okay.
He's not showing any sign of slowing down, though. Mike has not shown any sign of playing this game any differently than he normally does, and that's full steam ahead, full pressure, full readiness to go.
But so is some of these other players, though. Maybe 100% as well. They haven't stopped. They've just been ready to put it in. And that's exactly the type of thing that we've been wanting to see for a lot of different things. And that's where things get good. So it's going to be fun to see how they're going to really be able to make this whole thing work out in a lot of different ways. And that mostly, well, that's just going to take time.
You know what I haven't seen in a while? And I think we need?
Who's that?
I think we need a Thorny Roller kill. We've seen 4 Bane kills today. We need a Thorny Roller elimination. And first round selection going to be going to Shaw and Ajao. Ajao getting to play the Liam. I don't think we've seen him play it yet, so that's going to be an interesting one to see. GG Shaw getting that pick as well. DRG's Fong and Lipo going to be locking in that Shiol pick. Wufong and Arano getting to play on the 3rd round selection. 4th is going to go to Edward and CDY. Mike and AS are taking the 5th, and the 6th round is going to go to the last 2 players. We are going to be seeing now all of these players getting ready to lock in for this next hero selection. Everybody is letting it all on the line for these last 2 games. Zhao and Shaw to pick this hero is going to be Liam. Very, very smart pick. If one of them doesn't pick Liam, then the next 2 are going to pick Liam, and there'll be 3 Liams in the game. Nobody wants to see that happen. Lipo and Feng double locking the Shio for the bans. You want to gatekeep as much as you can. Gaslight, gatekeep, gamers.
I feel like they'll want to gatekeep on game 6.
Well, they're gonna keep it the same way the entire game, way up through the day. We've seen it every single game. It's been Liam, Shio, and then by 3rd round it starts to mix up. And see, like, this is the interesting thing. Like, we've already seen Akos banned out. You can't pick Akos anymore. He's banned. And now for our last couple of selections, we're going to see 1 Syra coming out. Less Syra picks have been introduced. I feel like she's just such a target in these final circles. Mike opting for the Justina. XY and Chuzheng, they have a pretty open board. They can pick Lanny. They can pick Tessa from XY. With the Syra and Justina opens, such an interesting pick. I believe it's because XY has burned the double pick already. So that, you know, having to go through different heroes, especially because even if he hasn't played Liam yet, Liam's banned, so he's not able to make that pick. Tessa is going to be the option that he goes for here. And, you know, he could make something big happen.
He still chose Kylin. Kylin was still on the board.
Kylin, he already played. And he used up his double picks. So yeah, he's already used up his double pick. So he played Kylin in game 1 in MVP. So he's not able to use the double pick. Tessa is going to be the option. We'll see how well this is going to go. You know, sometimes Tessa can be an amazing hero. Sometimes, you know, you never know. So F1v1 for the Tessa there. Everything else going to be pretty standard all around. F1v2 for the Liam. F1v1 for the Syras. The double pick coming up from AS, CDY, and Wufong. Lanny double pick has been pretty popular choice this game, and I believe Wufong is our only Lanny in the game. Mike being our only Justina, and then we've got 2 Akos, 1 Temi, and 1 Tessa. This is going to be an interesting game, along with the double Shio pick. F1v1 for both of these Shio players. The combo starter F2 definitely a lot more entertaining to watch, which we did see when Shio first came out. The F2 was invested more often, but the F1 combo breaker, it just has so much more security. If you don't have that combo breaker and you get knocked into the air one time, there's often a good chance that you are going to get completely eliminated off the 1 combo catch. So take it away with our forecast, Dobby.
See if we can make it just a little bit more here. Is obviously it's going to get a little warmer at Holloroth here. Not a lot of cold that people are going to be landing in. Looks like we're going to hit mostly desert areas, as we see Matab being at least a decent start here to where certain people are going to be landing, especially in Temple, and at least outside of Zephyr Heights as well. Looks like nobody's going to be heading towards city. Nobody in Enfield Village. Looks like nobody really in Yushan. Looks like everybody's going to be kind of mid towards center, towards left side. Ignis Mound, Falcon's Perch, Palm Castle. I don't think anybody's in Salvation Podium, so nobody might be trying to go for the well, DRG's kind of close, but not necessarily on it. And it looks like we have a team headed towards Moonfall Pass. That's going to be interesting. So a lot of warmer areas for this game here. Definitely a decent amount of players in certain areas, but there's so many buildings. There's so much terrain in different areas here. I feel like we won't see too many aggressive initial fights here. This might be the place where people start to play a little bit safe in certain situations, and let's see how they play it in this game. Number 5, we're 2 games away from taking 6 players out of this equation, and we're taking 12 to the bi-weekly grand finals coming up.
OUG's Mike on the back foot of a fight already. It looks like Arano did catch him off guard a little bit, and Mike is going to end up having to back off of this, using that dagger for some extra movement, switching over to the dual blades when he wants to get into this fight. Great dagger in hand for that extra movement. Look at him moving around. As you said earlier, one of the best in-class movement players of all of NARAKA, as we're going to see them jumping in. Dual Blades versus Dual Blades. The prio is going to go over to Arano, but the F ability invested to avoid any damage output coming from that combo. Wufeng is on the Ballista. This could be lethal for both of them. Does connect on the Ballista shot there. On both of these players are going to be experiencing the burn. No ult's going to get popped here, as Mike is going to try and back out of the Ballista range. Going close to the zone, both of these players using that F ability to try and get out of a combo, but brings himself right into it. Arano now on the back foot, gonna get caught by a combo again. Ultimate invested now. Mike on the back foot, trying to run away, is gonna get himself grabbed, tries to run to that no ult zone. F ability going to be popped to Wufeng, jumping back into the mix. We're gonna see him up over to the no ult zone, so he's able to keep away from Arano. Doesn't want to get jumped back into the mix. Jump parry going to come out from Wufeng. Wufeng going to be able to get the 1-2 off 1-2 again, and there we go. Mike getting eliminated. The bow shot coming in from Arano, and a huge parry going to come out from him as well. Wufeng now on the back foot. He did get the prio, but tries to go for the parry there. Oh my goodness, huge grapple cancel coming in from Wufeng. Almost able to make some crazy plays happen off of that. Is able to get the charge attack over. Wufeng doing a beautiful job of ducking and dodging, iframing every single attack that is being thrown out. And Wufeng just piecing up Arano so quickly here. TE's Wufeng climbing up further in the standings. And now Wolves has officially been knocked out of the top 12. YZG, the next non-playing player today, to get knocked out. And now we're going to see a huge Tesla Charm coming out, but it looks like ASC's XY on the back foot of this fight here. JL's AS trying to make something happen. Overhold twice in a row is going to connect, but AS does have that ultimate available. We are going to see that get popped out, and now XY on the back foot. This is going to be detrimental to him here. He needs to be able to kite this out. It looks like he might be able to get away. Ajiao still hot in pursuit, and the next player who's close enough to qualify is going to be DRG's Fong. At 23 points, he needs to get 7 points in the next 2 games to qualify, as 30.5 is now the threshold for qualifying here. 32.5 is the guaranteed threshold for qualifying. If you pass that, you've got yourself another spot. It's going to be difficult for the likes of AS, CDY, and Fong to try and make that happen, but they're going to try nonetheless, as it looks like AS trying to make the play onto ASC's XY. XY very low in HP, does have that ultimate available again in just a second here. We are going to see the 1-2 coming out, and now, oh my goodness, Chu Zhang with the gold pole sword going to come in, picking up a beautiful elimination cleanup with the gold pole sword. Ajiao now on the back foot. JL's AS and Alliance's Ajiao going at it together, and Baoda's Chu Zhang trying to see if he can make something happen on the third party. Doesn't want to invest too crazily here, but he is looking for another kill to increase his points.
They can really keep that observation going here as Edward looks like he wants to try to fight this out with Fong here. He does realize he has gray shield, right? Like he does realize that, right? As Fong ends up remembering and showing him to remember, hey, you still have gray shield there, buddy, as he ends up getting a beautiful parry off of him off the back here. Waiting for the blue strike to try to see if he can connect it. There's Fong. Oh, catches him on this next stretch here, trying to see if maybe he can keep the maneuvers going, but he stops the momentum. And now he's right back to him face to face here. He says, oh no, buddy. You wanted this pick. You wanted this energy. Let's get it now. This is him catching off the other side here. Trying to see if maybe he can get him before he pops the shield, and he does. And now he's back at it. He get a little bit more confidence here now that he has that shield back up here. Waiting for the parry, but sadly just misses out on it. And he dodges it just a little while longer. Same thing with the next parry. Ends up doing the exact same thing. With that dagger, he's able to put a lot of damage together on this as well here. And he's not giving him an opportunity to clutch this up. Edward, what are you doing, buddy? You got gray shield. Fong is already in the space. He's feeling good. And he comes through and absolutely wrecks him for our first for another elimination into this game. Man.
Fong is just the movement that he's able to show with the dagger is just absolutely insane. His mix-ups are on point. He never throwing that soul break out. He's just doing such a phenomenal job. He's going to be able to buy a Moonbane, throw it down on to the Yang portal closest to him to guarantee himself a free entrance into that Realm of Yang. He's able to just chill out on the Great Wall here, able to get himself a little bit of better loot, bring himself over to that Yang portal as soon as he's ready, capture it, take the Yang fight with a purple dagger in hand. Fong is unstoppable. He's at 24 points at the moment. He needs 6 more points, 6.5 points to be able to bring himself up. So he does need that MVP. And, you know, speak of the devil, Thorny Roller in play here. We could see a beautiful roller kill come out from any of these players right now, if we're lucky. As Mike gonna have almost all of his shield burned off. He gets an armor swap and then burns it again. As no roller play. Oh my goodness, we almost saw it. Ajao getting extremely low. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to see the roller. Ajao is gonna get caught in a loop here, getting sent out, and he gets eliminated before he's able to take his soul. So I believe he is fully eliminated from this game here. As we're gonna see now, Mike, huge ACCA combo coming through from the Hung Sword, is gonna be able to knock Wufeng back. And now the Realm of Yang spawning Mike just going to opt to go in there facing against CDY. What a beautiful play. I don't know if Ajao is still alive. It was right as the souls were dissipating out. If you don't know, you do have a free revive at the start of the game, ladies and gentlemen. But if you haven't used it after a certain amount of time, it does go away. As we are going to see here. Oh my goodness, Mike. Beautiful prio catch, burns both F and the ult of CDY right off the bat here. Now Mike gonna pop his ultimate, trying to see if he can make something happen. He is going to be able to get the freeze into the uppercut, into the second uppercut, into the jump LMB, into the next freeze, into the elimination. Textbook TOD from the Justina as OUG's Mike picking up a beautiful elimination onto SS1 CDY. We're going to flip over. Beautiful parry from DRG's Funk into the parry punish. The grapple bump extension into the 1.0. Catches the beautiful elimination. Now Funk going to get himself dazzled here, but AS making a little bit of a misplay. Wasn't able to capitalize on damage. Funk just running around, not even using any stamina to make these dashes happen. Is able to just ring around the rosy this perfectly. He has barely lost any HP right now, as Fong able to just pop that F ability as soon as AS gets out of that ultimate. We're seeing the ultimate pop coming through now from Fong. Fong has this in the bag. All he needs to do is get the elimination in the next 44 seconds. Otherwise, they are both going to get themselves eliminated. Fong trying to give the chase. Jail's doing a really good job of kiting this out here, but it looks like he's finally been caught out. Engraving gonna come out from the longsword. Fong still trying to give the chase as best as possible, is unable to catch up with where AS is going. And this could be a timer, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know, the timer on the top of your screen here that's saying 19 seconds left is gonna be to where this fight's gonna end. They have 14 seconds left, 13, and AS is gonna get a huge parry. DRG's Funk trying to flip the fight around here, is unable to make anything happen, and it looks like they could both be eliminated. 4 seconds left, no chance in getting parried now. Trying to finish it off, almost does it. A couple more seconds, the fight would have been Fung's. They both take the Yang depletion and head back to the Soul Altar. No buff and no rewards for either of them.
Now let's see if they can keep that amount of momentum going here as we see Wufeng in a tough situation here, dangerously low, but you got Mike right behind him as well. Oh, ends up catching him with the parry here. He is also dangerously low here, and he's just trying to see if he can get out of the harm's way, and it looks like he was able to here, just in the nick of time here. And now the chase comes through from Arano as Mike decides he's going to go for the shield real quick, and he's going to see if maybe he can still continue to pursue this, but maybe with like some more heals here as he tries to time it just enough, but not enough to be able to capture it here, as he does end up catching him with it. The ball ends up trying to see if he can get a little bit of damage, but nothing too consistently. And he does see Arano now. He pops open his ulti here, and now both of them just trying to scramble it away. As now, oh, just trying to see if he can time it. He ends up finding a great shield swap. He gets so lucky, both of them damaging it out, and Mike ends up stealing the elimination away from Arano. Arano putting in so much effort and so much work just for Mike, just to be able to let him do majority of the work, just to steal it away from here. That's what we call highway robbery, ladies and gentlemen, as Arano is now going to take it to the next step. And he says, I'm going to take you out too. He does already have that Vermilion, so he's already feeling decent towards it here. If he gets the elimination, it doesn't really matter. He got the free pick. Question is, can he do it again? Nice slam coming through as he ends up going through the shield with Justina. And now he's going to continue to press on the subject. And he does take the heal. Now outside of the skirts and circle, Shad, Fung, fighting this out here. And it looks like it's getting real physical there on both sides here, as one of them ends up dropping their weapon because of the parry. And Fung is now on the retreating side here. Definitely tough here as Shaw wants to try to see if maybe he can capture a combo here in this. Fung almost trying to throw him back there with the fan, forcing the ulti to pop off here. Doesn't necessarily want to use it, but has to use it for one of those last results here when you're definitely, the back is against you and you're having a tough time with it here. Let's see if he can try to close it off just a little bit longer here. Ooh, as he ends up catching him with the chokehold, but sadly he catches him with the ball. He goes for the shield. He throws him out. He's gonna try to see if he can time it just a little while longer here. But now both of them trying to scourge it up a little bit more. He has to be a little careful just because he doesn't want to get grabbed by the ball here, and that could be an easy finish for him here if he's not paying attention, if he's not careful.
Yeah, DRG's Fung now is going to get himself parried. GG shot with the jump LMB to be able to confirm extra damage coming through there. Fung going to try and make his escape now as GG shot in full pursuit. Fung had that fight in the bag, does end up getting grabbed by the ball in the second time as soon as he launched that Shy attack out, stuck in so many frames, being able to just hold that through. You're not able to dodge, and we could see the Thorny Roller coming into play again here as they are going to take their way to the middle of the map. It looks like nobody going to get hit. Mike is going to be able to get that elimination onto Arano that we saw happening earlier, but DRG's Fung fighting for his life right now, tries to go for the armor swap, is going to be able to get himself a little bit of a half armor. Lipo is going to end up going out to the zone here. Unfortunate ending for him there, as it looks like that's his full game number 1. He has given it up. He knows that it is going to be difficult for him to be able to make any sort of placement into the rest of this game, and that is going to be it for him in game number 5. GG shot trying to make pace and follow up as DRG's Fung are dagger kiting gone, able to get the R&B over top through, as we're going to see another huge parry coming out now. GG Shaw losing those gold fist blades as they're going to be taking to the air of the bottom of the puzzle area here, as we're seeing by Salvation Podium. DRG's Funk trying to get away, or trying to give chase, as GG Shaw now very, very low in HP. The overhold gonna come through, but the one into the jump LB. GG Shaw goes down. That's 17th place for him. Jails AS is gonna get bumped up a spot. DRG's Fung at 26 points total here. This means that he is now only still 4.5 points away, because now the threshold is 30.5. OUG's Mike now facing off against Jails AS. OA's Edward versus Baoda's Chujang in the second realm Yang.
If he's able to find it here inside of this realm, both of them is most likely probably going to go airborne here, as one does. The other one decides not to here. Notice that a lot more here, where both of them don't always end up throwing themselves all the way up in the air. So OUG's Mike gonna try to see if he can find it. Nice little strikes here to try to see if he can connect. Oh, AS finds him with the parry. Beautiful combo strike with it. Oh my goodness, he's gonna try to see if he can eliminate him off the first real fight. Even with this though, definitely not good though, knowing that Mike is up. He has that momentum. He knows exactly what he needs to do here. Beautiful slam off of that with the spear here. And now here comes the pursuit. He pops the ulti. He's gonna start to throw it with the blinding. He has the ulti as well here, so that just he's gonna try to see if he make enough noise. Oh my goodness! AS just eliminated Mike out of the realm of Yang. Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness. And now, speaking of Mike, we've got the Bumbledog fan skin on Edward, trying to make something happen. Goes for the uppercut, doesn't connect. Baoda's Chujang going to come in with a huge scale rush. Big follow-up coming through with that pole sword. Huge damage able to come out from the front of the pole sword scale rush. It is one of the most lethal attacks in all of NARAKA. We're going to see the F ability coming out again. Chujang forced to pop that ultimate. We are going to see Edward still has ult and F available. They're trying to see if he can go for a bit of a heal pot. Is going to end up scale rushing away. Does not connect onto the laser pulse here, as we're going to be seeing him trying his best not to get stunned. It looks like Edward doing a really good job of kiting this out here. Has not gotten himself stunned yet. Is able to bring himself into that ult. Huge parry going to come out as well. F ability invested again for Chujang, so he does not get hit from that. We now have Edward full frontal attack with this ultimate. Oh my goodness, as we are going to see coming through. Big jumping R&B coming through from Chujang with that pole sword. Edward going to try and get a heal pot up. Oh, but there's only 1 second left in the realm of Yang. Both of these players are going to be on Yang depletion. That's our second tie that we have seen today, ladies and gentlemen. DRG's Fung was able to get himself a soul bridge, and now JL's AS on the outside of the realm of Yang, taking on OUG's Mike. Mike is getting absolutely blitzed down by AS here. As you're going to see, he does have that Aurora Burst Soul Jade available that you're seeing him try and pop time and time again. Now Mike on the back foot here does have that Yang depletion. Huge parry going to come out. Sap damage going to come into play. AS now needs to make this play work for him here, as it looks like Mike got himself parried. Is going to get himself stunned out here. This could be horrible for him. No ultimate available for Mike. No way he does the exact same move twice. onto Mike, trying to get the stun off Mike, trying to kite away into an open area. This isn't the place you want to be fighting against. Oh my goodness, he makes it away. 1 second remaining. No ammo left in. Oh, he switches over. He's got a chicken. He's got the rubber chicken. Repeating crossbow. AS needs to hit 1 shot from the crossbow to be able to come away with any sort of thing. Jump LMB's coming out to try and make the play happen. Mike is 1 HP in a dream right now. He's lost him. Where is Mike gone? Mike is gonna get hit. Jumping LMB. Mike taken out of the race. But ladies and gentlemen, Mike is already in first place. He's taken over and absolutely crushed WBG's verse at 57.6 points. Verse only at 53.3. He is way over the top of what he needs to be to catch first place. Mike doesn't even need to play game number 6. He is going to get more proposed points, but what a beautiful elimination from JL's AS, and we've still got 2 players with Yang depletion, Bada's Chuzhang and OA's Edward.
But you see what I mean, though, by like, this is the moment where they start to grief more. This is one of those moments here. Surprisingly, this is the first time we've ever seen Yuan with a donut, at least during these games right now. Now, that could change. But usually, throughout these last couple of games we've been dealing with, he's gotten 2, maybe even 3 eliminations by the time we get to this point. So it's the first time I've actually seen him have nothing. Overall here, as we see Chuz all the way up top, and now we're focusing on Feng and AS, who are down at the bottom here. 26 and 20 points. AS is going to have to do a lot of magic in these next 2 games. He's really going to see himself in qualifying, knowing they have to go past Wolves, who's in 30 points right now, who has officially not qualified because he's not playing any of these games for tonight. Now, this also could be really interesting for Feng as well, as he's close to the chopping block, but at the same time, all Feng has to do, at least in especially this last game, get a couple of eliminations, get himself in the top 3, and he will also be able to qualify too, because if Az, Zhuan, and Wu Feng go past YZG, who has 32.5 points, which that's most likely easy because they're only a point to 2 point difference, then that means that YZG is going to be in the 12th place position. And that means that Feng has a chance to put himself in qualifying. So he's in a decent area here, but the one thing he wants to be is past that in the qualifying above that yellow, that red line. Now, here we go. You were talking about the thorny roller. Let's see if maybe they might get lucky here. Let's see if you might be able to get the pick you wanted, as both of them are going to try to go back towards the outskirts here. They're going to take their time maneuvering through it. Oh, and it looks like they're going to be able to catch him on the inskirts here. Trying to see if he can catch him on the outside of the door, and he does. He says what's up to him, giving him a nice little greeting or welcome. Chilla's trying to see if maybe he can capture something as well, as the Bane's breath is about to end. Or no, it's about to start, actually.
Yeah, that Bane's breath covering about 80% of the playable area, making it very difficult for where these players are going to want to position themselves. They're going to find everybody really close to each other. With 2 players on Yang depletion, it is going to be very interesting to see who is going to be trying to surf the Bane. It looks like Edward might just try and get out of here immediately. And wow, there he goes. Edward going to just send himself into the zone to try and reposition instead of trying to traverse the Bane. But Chuzhang sees that, is going to try and position himself in a fashion where he's able to take the elimination onto Edward. Chuzhang needs this Soul Bloom. Ultimate is going to get invested though. Chuzhang going to be able... Edward going to be able to get himself a bit of a reset. Now Chuzhang able to pass through very easily, as we're going to see Edward taking to the skies, seeing if anybody's going to get hit by the thorny roller, as everybody bringing down at the bottom of Salvation Podium, as Feng trying to make the escape happen, unable to connect with the roller. Barry going to come in. Feng with a huge Barry F ability now invested for Chuzhang. Chuzhang going to bring it back around with a huge scale rush play. Thorny roller passing again and again. Chuzhang going to try and make something happen. Flips it around with the pull sword 1.0. Brings it back. Is going to be able to just hold that for the focus scale rush. Feng doing a great job of just holding, waiting for Chuzhang to bring that scale rush and blocking the stone form attacks over and over, forcing Chuzhang to just take a little bit of chip damage every single time the roller comes around. We're going to see it happen. Oh my goodness, I thought we were going to get the Chuzhang death on the roller, as we're going to see the follow-up from the Pulse Sword Stormform is going to be able to come through, dealing a little bit of damage there. Follow-up again, focus attack coming through, ultimate now invested. DRG Feng just doing a beautiful job. ASC's X-Fight going to get a pick onto OA's Edward though. First elimination for Edward of the game, and oh my goodness, roller.
There it is.
Oh my goodness, DRG's Feng barely missing that as we're going to bring it around. And Baoda's Shuzheng is going to get eliminated by the Yang depletion. There's 3 players left. DRG's Feng being one of them here, as you're going to see getting that hit off from the Xiao ultimate is going to give him a little bit of help. And now 26.5 points. He's only 5.5 points away from coming away with that top spot. JL's AS going to take it back from underneath. Everybody going back top side now. DRG's Feng has used his ultimate, so he could be the target of the lobby, but ASE's XY is on Tessa, which is why he hasn't had such a crazy game. I believe he is on a less favorable hero here, and we're going to see, oh my goodness, what a beautiful drop down AoE effect attack that we're going to see there. The Aurora Burst putting in some work. DRG's Feng not going to fall for it though, as the Bane's going to come through. I believe AS was hit a couple of times. Ladies and gentlemen, what have we learned? The Bane is not for surfing. The Bane is for running away from. We're going to see F ability invested from DRG's Feng. AS really trying hard to get this elimination. He wants to secure these kills. Both of these players need points if they want to be able to compete for that 12th place position. And it is not looking too good for either of them. JL's AS gonna get hit, almost hit by the Bane again. DRG's Feng is gonna be the one to get clipped by the Bane, as these players are just fighting on the outskirts here, trying to make something happen. Feng doing a very good job of kiting away though. If the triple Bane does hit, it's gonna be absolute insanity here, as Feng just moving and schmoving away. Doesn't want any of this smoke. JL's AS doing a really good job of keeping up the pressure. Feng still trying to back away. 14 seconds left on the F ability to be able to try and recharge here. And looks like ASE's XY going to try and jump into the mix as well. Feng able to find himself just a little nice spot to go for a reset. Has most of his armor back now. And XY trying to jump into the fight as well. These players are just playing ring around the map with each other. Wow, Dobby, this is absolutely insane.
It's a tough one for sure here. Definitely down toward the bottom here. I did say this is the type of fighting that I wanted to see from some of these bottom frags. I wanted to see them absolutely duking at it. Sometimes those are the moments here where it's really going to be important for some of these other areas to see how we can be able to take it all the way to the top here. As Feng is getting absolutely destroyed here. He might get stuck on the stun. Is he going to have to stop it here as he almost gets caught up? Oh, and he ends up getting rid of the stun just in the nick of time here. That could have been really bad. He seems to be getting hit with the full sword, but not enough here. Ooh, catches him with the grab. The combo from Juan also as well here, as both of them kind of double team him as well towards this.
Oh my goodness.
It could be tough here.
Oh my goodness, DRG's Feng almost had the amazing grab onto JL's AS, and he was fully open for an elimination. Nobody capitalizing on that though. It looks like everybody going for a reset here. We had AS close to death. Now ASE's XY getting focused onto by JL's AS. AS just in need of kills right now. It's going to get brought extremely low here. No ult zone pop, which is good for nobody but Feng here. But ASE's XY finding a crack in the area where he's going to be able to get that Tessa stun off onto JL's AS, and in the storm, look at how much damage he's going to be taking in the zone here. Feng focusing on to XY though. JL's AS extremely low here. Going to try and pop that overhold. Isn't going to be able to connect on it. Needs to pop that so he isn't having anybody coming up close to him, and it looks like Feng is going to be able to get the elimination onto AS. Feng picking up a beautiful kill. The Soul Boom gonna go to XY though. No ult zone is popped, so XY gonna try and play on the outskirts of that. Able to get the ultimate off, but a beautiful tap dodge from DRG's Feng. If Feng gets this elimination and he gets the multiplier with the placement points, this could be really good for him to be able to get into this final area. ASE's XY already passing YGG's T225, so he's already secured his spot almost guaranteed here in this last game. DRG's Feng needs this though. If he doesn't get it, it's going to be a lot more difficult for him to qualify. 28 points on the board for him, 33.5 for ASE's XY. This is the make or break fight. Parry going to come out. XY F ability invested. Feng now gonna get hit by the prio again. Oh, beautiful tap dodge away from that here, as he's able to get the timing in the last second. Wants to switch to the fan. That's his most comfortable weapon. We're seeing him come through. Scale rush into the uppercut. Doesn't connect off of anything as well though. We might get to see this no ult zone start to end. This could bode well for him. He doesn't even have ult back up yet though. This could be very dangerous. Able to dodge the Dragon's Rush into the Nejas. Doesn't connect off of that. The Scale Rush is going to come through though. F ability invested. Ultimate coming up from both of these players as soon as the ult comes through here. Able to deal some damage, but DRG's Feng now gonna get hit. Oh wait, XY blunder. What a blunder coming through from XY. He was able to capitalize off the fact that he was Tessa stunned, but the ultimate gonna come through. DRG's Feng 4 eliminations. XY 3 through the game. He was so close to coming away with the elimination. All he needed was one big shot from the pull sword. He doesn't come away with it. Ladies and gentlemen, DRG's Fung. I believe he could have clinched the spot. I think he's got it. What a play.
He just got, wow. That was an insane finish here. Fung really needed a pick here, like just in general, but like also, wow. I was not expecting for him to be able to pull that out, especially towards the end here. I mean, that really could have been anyone's game mostly, but he still was able to stun that in both such a great way and great lengths at the same time. He was really able to put that together in a lot of different areas. Fung is one of those very versatile, sometimes unpredictable type of players. The different type of play styles, the different type of things that they've been rolling towards and making it work. They've really been able to push forward in different lanes and just, man.
Yeah, it is phenomenal. That ending fight was so legendary. Like, it was going all Fung's way. Then ASC's XY gets that huge parry. If he would have just gone for an overhead RMB with the spear, I believe he would have been able to come away victorious in that fight. But after the stun, the blunder was just so crazy. He wasn't able to connect off of anything. I'm not 100% sure if it was because of the Shyle ult that he didn't go for any sort of attack and just tried to back away, but he had the Shyle stun. I believe the first attack after Shyle stun or Tessa stun does connect. So, you know, it could be something to look for, as we do see he does get the Tessa stun. XY, it's just what a blunder there. He was going to go for an attack, and then Fung was able to just bring it around. Beautiful grab to finish everything off, and it just, DRG's Fung showing again, like he had gold fist blades. He could have fought with the gold fist blades the entire time and had a huge damage advantage, but he sticks to his guts. He sticks to what he's good with, using those single-handed weapons, the dagger and the fan, and he comes through putting on a masterclass in both of those in his game today. And we're going to get to see the overall standings in just a sec. I think he might have clutched it. I think there is a chance that he might be in the top 12 right now. If not, he's got to fight hard for that last game and make up a couple more points. But I believe with the 3 placement points and the multiplier, I think he might have clutched it.
Let's see what happens here. This is definitely going to be a good, solid look here as we're going to go through and ask you guys another question here. This is our 5th question of the day. Who killed OUG's Mike at the Rumble game in game number 5? Is it Baldus Chuz? Is it OA's Edward? Is it SS1's CDY? Or is it JL's AS? Put your answer in chat for a chance for a spring split random drop here, as we're just going through so many different areas here. It's been really good overall here. The shutdown, solid. Fung, really, I mean, like I said, Fung is one of the most versatile players that we've had in this game. He knows what to do in a lot of areas. So it's good to see how he was able to take that and manage it. And mind you, he's fought Mike 100 times. He knows exactly how to be able to deal with it, and not only deal with it, but to be able to handle it as well. That's just the absolute solidifying of what Fung can do in these structures when all of this stuff is happening around. And even if it's just him and him, mano, one-on-one, Fung is one of those people that can cause a problem. And as we look at it right now, it's definitely a decent difference. 7.8 game score on the top spot for elimination, tying it up with Mike with 5 points in total coming in, as he only gets 1 ranking point to put him at least 2+ points difference between 1st and 2nd place. Meanwhile, it's a tie between 3rd and 4th. 2 eliminations apiece, 1.5 for the ranking points, and a 3.5 in total. Wow.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting game. Really good climb from Fung. AS tried to make the climb, only was able to put up 3.5 points. He was getting there. He was pretty close, but you know those ranking points and the multiplier really do help. And look at that, Fung with 30.8. He is close to catching up with the rest of his players. JL's AS is still only at 21. He's going to need at least 10-11 points if he wants to get up into that top 12. It's looking more and more impossible for him. Wolf's pace is going to be at the 30-point mark. And look at that, TG25 at the 32.5 is basically the threshold that Fung is going to need to pass if he wants to compete. Unless Wu Feng and A Zhao both get 0-point games, TG25 is going to get himself eliminated here. If Fung pops off Zhao and Wu Fang need to get a couple of eliminations, otherwise they're going to be the ones eliminated from this game. And XY securing himself that 9th place position. He's looking pretty comfortable there. Spider, 38.3 in a comfortable spot as well. Edward at the 40.4 now, and Mike surpassing everybody at 57.6. Arano at 42.9. Verse and Frostivus have not played today, ladies and gentlemen, so they are going to be set in stone at kind of where they are. 42.9. If Arano needs about four more points to be able to catch up to Frostivus. I don't believe that he's going to be able to do that. You know, it is our last game of the day. So if Rano pops off and gets 5 more points, good for him. Frostivus looking like 3rd place is going to be pretty secure for him.
Pretty solid though overall here, as we're going to look at the replays here, brought to you by China Unicom, as we're about to put it down. Let's see what happens here, as Mike was able to get caught from outside of the circle, unfortunately. He ends up coming back though for a stellar game. As Fong, very similar situation here. He didn't really have the greatest start as well, but he ended up finding his stride here. Beautiful combos to try to connect it here. Good looks on all areas and spectrums here. He's trying to take his time, really seeing where that momentum is going to go and where it lies. For a lot of areas, and Wufong able to get that shutdown the way that he needs to. Same thing over here as well. For CDY, tries to see if he can find it. Nice little bits of finishes overall here. Tries to see if he can find it, but just keeps getting those finishes over with as well. I mean, Mike being an absolute beast and a half, as both of them end up losing inside of the realm of Yang here. And both of them had to fight it out. But by the way, I forgot to tell you, you did get a kill in the realm of Yang. You got your Thorny Roller.
I got my Thorny Roller.
You got your Thorny Roller kill. You didn't notice that when one of the players got hit with the Thorny Roller, he actually didn't get hit by no one else, and he died to the Yang depletion. Guess what? That Thorny Roller counted as the dub. The Thorny Roller got it.
Look at me go. Look at me go with the predictions, chat.
Got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is absolute insanity. We've seen more kills from the Thorny Roller and Moonbane than we ever have in any sort of split. Yeah, in trios, we're seeing so many Thorny Roller eliminations. We're seeing it come out almost everywhere. It's just absolute insanity here, ladies and gentlemen. 4 eliminations, 17,000 damage, most of it coming from the fan, the rest of it coming from the dagger and his ultimate. Assault Smolder, Engraving, 2 knots, Slow Shot, Sunwing Shot, F1D1 on the Shayel. This is DRG Swang's first time as MVP for this bi-weekly split and this spring split of the 2025 NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. So what a beautiful play coming out from him here to be able to clutch this up, because you know, he was starting very, very low in the standings here. So bringing him up to where he is right now, absolutely insane. He's so close to qualifying. He's gonna have to dig in and put in some extra work in game number 6, but it's all gonna come down to the wire. Who is going to be the one to come away victorious in game number 6, and who's going home, who's going to the finals? And that's all the questions you gotta answer. Meanwhile, it's a dance party over here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, we still have some questions that need to be answered, but then on top of that, those questions are going to be answered in the 6th and final game that we have. That's going to be happening very, very soon. This is where, like I said, the bottom half of the pack is something we're going to be following up on. And then after that, you know, some of the top players, if they want to pop off, they can. But I want to see who's going to crawl themselves out of that final contention. And we're going to find that out here in a couple of minutes, as we'll be right back for the 6th and final game of the night. What 6 players are going home and what 12 is headed to the bi-weekly this weekend. See you in a second.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host, Nikash Seb. I'm joined alongside Davier, and we have one final game to bring to you guys. This has been non-stop energy and electricity right from the get-go. The last 6 games that these players have to put it all on the line and get themselves above the red line. Ladies and gentlemen, DRG's Feng is points away from getting himself qualified for this bi-weekly final. He is going to be your player to watch. I believe Wu Feng is also on that chopping block, as well as a couple other players. T225, the player who isn't playing today, is our chopping block non-playing player, who is sort of our threshold that we have. If these players pass that threshold, they will be qualified. DRG's Feng needs to get at least 3 points, I believe. 3 points and he'll be good. 2.5, he'll be almost there. I'm pretty sure he'll be okay with 2.5, but he's mere points away from qualifying. I want to see him do it. Place your predictions in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. There is a poll up on the Twitch chat, and make sure you are subscribed, following, liking, everything, all of the above. Make sure you go follow us on Twitter, Davier, official Davier on X, and SebGuy32 on X as well. Make sure you go follow the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Esports and NARAKA BLADEPOINT NARAKA the game on X as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're game number 6 coming through. This is going to be our last game of the day, and we got to put it all on the line. Davi, how are you feeling?
It's going to be a good one. I'm excited. I just hope that a lot of the players who are fighting this out, I hope they play smart. I hope that they don't necessarily get aggressive in the very beginning, unless it's just, you know, I feel like this last game, this is going to be either everybody is landing in kind of the same spot or everybody's scattered. Like, everybody's going to play safe, they're going to play smart, they're going to look through everything, and like, it's one or the other. My prediction is that I feel like it's going to be very spread out, at least from what I can tell. For some of the other ones, I feel like a lot of the top picks are probably going to land in the same area. It's going to be interesting, especially on Morris Isle, knowing how vast and how different these play styles are, but also how aggressive some of these players can be. So that's kind of the good thing coming into this final game. Let's see if they can, well, work through it and also figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a good one to figure out for these players here. So, you know, look at that. Wu Feng is on 31.5 points, 32.3, 32.5. So Wu Feng just needs 1.5 points to fully pass T225. Aizhao needs he needs 0.5 points to pass T225. And then we need DRG Feng to get at least 2 kills or 2 points in this game to be able to qualify here. Everybody here else has been a lock. Congratulations to Mike versus Frostivus, Serrano, Edward, and Spider for 100% qualifying. We can say that now, but the bi-weekly finals are going to be this Saturday for solos and this Sunday for trios, so make sure you guys are ready to tune in. You know you guys love to pull up in the chat, say what's up. So everybody get in there, pull up, have a good time. This is game 6 of bi-week number 1. This is our first bi-week, so it's been setting the pace. We haven't had any updates yet. We haven't had any changes to the gameplay. They're on the live patch. We are going to be getting a new patch in a couple of days, so they won't be on the live patch. After that, they're going to be a patch behind us because, you know, due to competitive integrity, they're going to be playing usually a patch behind. This is one of the first times in NARAKA history that they're playing on the exact same version of the game that you can go boot up right now and play, which is I think is very, very cool. It's not something that we get to see very often, so it's cool to see that happen here. As we're going to be taking a look now. JLAS, he's only averaging 1 elimination and 8,000 damage. It's not the best spot that he wants to be in. He's going to need to get about 11, 12 points if he wants to get himself into that top. And you know, it's difficult, but he could do it. You know, we've seen 11-point games. He's only gotten 11 points today so far. So if he just magically doubles his points in the last game, you know, it'll be one for the history books. But DRG's Feng only needs 2 points to get himself into that threshold. So that's going to be the way that we're probably going to see this fall.
It's going to be a good one, though, towards this very end here. I think even with the amount of time going back and forth for certain different things, I think there is, you know, this little bit of, I'm not going to say fear, but I feel like there's like a little bit of hesitancy for some of these players, and I feel like all of that is about to go away the moment this game starts. I think everybody's going to come in full confidence, full-fledged, W key amount of action. The picks kind of do really kind of give us a little bit of an advantage in terms of where people are going to be and where their mind's going to be. I feel like we're going to see some quick ones from the very get-go and some expected ones most likely. I don't think it's going to change any differently, except for the ones towards the end. But let's see, as Mike and AS is at the very last round selection, Edwin and CDY is going to be up first.
I believe that CDY, it's his last game. He's not qualifying. I believe we're going to see the Tarka come out from CDY here. So we could see a triple Liam game from Arano, as we're going to be
have Fireflies, by the way. Let's not forget that.
We do. And I want to see the Tarka pick coming out. Beautiful pink keyboard from SS1's CDY. Our Panda man, Tarka enjoyer himself. And look at that. He's holding it out. There we go. We get to see it, ladies and gentlemen. CDY on the Tarka for game number 6. He knows that everyone watching at home is absolutely excited for this.
Right here.
And the Tarka rework, as soon as we get to see the Tarka rework come out, that's going to be a fun one to see. And now the double Shio pick. We still have a Liam available, but lots of these players have already played it. So Lipo going to be able to select that. Fong going to be going for the Kylan pick. Hasn't played Kylan yet. So that's what we're going to see here. No double Tarka pick, obviously, as no one's going to be wanting to play Tarka in this lobby here. Liam and Lonnie, or Syra and Lonnie getting picked in the 4th round. 5th round is going to be a Justina pick for Chuzheng. And it's pretty open board for XY here. He has used his double pick, so it's going to be interesting to see what he's going to go with. He's got a smile on his face here. Zai! Look at him. Look at him. He knows what he's done here. Everybody is wondering what is going on with the Zai pick. The Zai is going to come out. AS rocking the Justina. The 11-point Justina game would be absolutely insane. And Mike, our last player to select. This could be a fun one here. He knows he's in first place. He's got a smile. Look at the smile creeping up on his face. He's trying to keep the poker face going. Oh, the Kylan pick. Okay, it's nothing too special. I was hoping to see some, Perry Bell Monk action or maybe a Yushan pick.
Impressive.
As no Valdas today. Interesting to see. I believe we might have had a Valda in our first couple of days as an off pick. Is I think the Valda pick over the Tessa, but maybe the fact that the extra health gets you so targeted out in those end circles, Valda might not have been the viable option there for ASE's XY. We're going to see everyone locking in, smiles on the faces of most of these players. The rest of them completely locked in, ready to go for this final game. As Mike takes one last sniffle into the Kleenex, we are going to be getting ready for game number 6. Take it away.
Let's see where the takeoff happens here.
We're seeing some interesting stuff here. V2 for Mike and Fong. Everybody has been using the V1 in solos because you don't lose health per every time you do your Kylan slash. But it is the V2, the health back was nerfed a decent amount. It did recently just get rebuffed, not to its original state, but balanced out just a little bit. So this could be interesting. We haven't seen a V2 Kylan yet today. So that's going to be pretty cool to see. F1 V1 for the Tarka, F1 V2 for XY on the Zai, and I believe he's brought Zai out a couple of times. Like this hasn't been the first time that we have seen Zai in solos, but it's sure to be an interesting one. And now Dobby, sorry, take it away with your forecast.
Let's see it as well here. As I did say before, it was most likely going to be pretty split upon a bunch of different players here, and I'm very glad to see that your boy still got it for some of the picks here. Obviously, really being able to see a very vast amount of differences in how people are going to be playing this one, as we do see the rest of some of the top players. We got 521, we've got GG, we've got AS as well, all the way on the top of the entire temple. Now, when we go forward towards the other side, we got OUG way on the far right section of Nbpl, almost near Bamboo Grove. Meanwhile, Emerald Pod is going to be taken up by one of the other players here as well. And then we have at least 2 somewhere near Wayne Shrine, another section of players, at least near Artesian Grove, or that's actually past the river, which means that's near Daylili's Meadow. So we have maybe 2 to 3 singular fights, such as this one right here with Fong and CDY. CDY does not need to throw this early, knowing he doesn't have any weapons on him at all whatsoever here. There's no way he gets elimination just by punching, right? There's no way. We rarely see melee eliminations happen here.
Oh my God, boy. He gets it.
Wait,
he gets it.
Wait! Did we just see a melee elimination happen in NBPL?
And
What?
That's DRG's Fong, too. That is the one player that we did not want to be losing points. He needs to get his eliminations here, and that is so unfortunate for him, as well as JLZS, another player who we need to see come away with kills, and he does pick up an elimination here. If AS and CDY are the only players getting kills at this point right now, and we see them pop off 11, 12-point games here, this could be absolute insanity, as we're going to see now TE's Wufeng. Wufeng, another player who is close to the chopping block right now. If he doesn't perform well, he's going to put himself in a lot of danger. He just needs one kill to put him into that safe zone, though, as we are seeing now. It looks like Lipo going to get taken down extremely low. F ability invested, but Wufeng is going to pick up the elimination. Xu Zhang trying to see if he can steal the kill. Isn't going to be able to get the kill steal, though, but the 1-2 going to come out, trying to get the prio off. Xu Zhang is going to end up popping that F ability to avoid the assault of Wufeng. Wufeng still trying to keep up chase, though, as Xu Zhang doing a very good job of kiting out. Oh my goodness, the crossbow shots coming in from out of nowhere, taking TE's Wufeng for a little bit of a stun. F ability popped. Wufeng in danger here. Needs to get a pot off, but he is technically safe now, unless Feng, AS, and CDY all have the most insane games known to mankind. We are going to be seeing them in the finals.
See here, even with that all the way, that kind of momentum is pretty strong for a lot of different areas here. We're going to see the fights happening. Feng trying to see if maybe he can clutch it up just a little bit more. Ends up catching the grab. Gets the finishing stun. But the question is can he finish the fight? He ends up getting it all the way towards the very end, but he turns around and Chuds is able to get the shutdown from the Justina ult. The timing couldn't have been any better. Any better. All throughout all of this, really was able to find it. And now here goes the next 4 stretch here. Like I said, it's a lot of times where we won't be able to see too many fights happen for AS here. He's got a very long way to go. 2 eliminations already, so definitely a decent start, but he's already been eliminated once, so now he has to play this a little bit smarter. Unfortunately, not the best timing for him, though. Now look at YZG. YZG, 32 to 2.3. Feng, all he needs is 2 points. All Zhao needs to do is get 1 point. Ladies and gentlemen, both of them will be able to qualify, and YZG is out. And Wolves has officially moved himself out as well here, as Yuan is just trying to maneuver this out. He's in a decent spot here, but he's at 33.5 here, so he definitely does not need to get eliminated this early. Oh my goodness, it's Arano. Hits him with the finish, with the longsword, getting tallied in the back, getting absolutely blinded by one of the other players. Definitely a tough space for him to be here in this final section here, as Arano it's absolutely gets double pelted by the longsword, as Al's gonna try to see if he can keep the same momentum right on him. But here comes Arano trying to see if he can drop him with the drop. He has to be careful with the stun. Finds him on the next one. Here comes the stun. Blue LMB is gonna try to see if he can target. Captures the double, and Zhao gets the first elimination and moves YZG down into the 12th place position. All Feng needs to do is stay alive for 2 more points, ladies and gentlemen. YZG is out, and Feng is in.
Asia with a crazy jump LMB from 1 HP in a dream to be able to come back and bring that through. Huge parry going to come out here. CDY has had some really great parries coming through so far. As we've seen, he got the fist kill earlier, bringing the fist around. We're going to see the ultimate coming out now, as if he's able to hit himself a little target infinite with his Hung Sword, we're going to see the ultimate get canceled. He's got to be very strategic with how he uses that ultimate. He does have his soul here. Doesn't want to lose that purple Hung Sword, though, especially when you're playing Tarka. That's not something you want to lose. F ability invested for Xu Zhang now. And the Scale Rushers are going to come into play. The Buttery Rocks are definitely not the place that you want to be. And the Justina ult is going to come out. This could be very dangerous for CDY. He needs to get out of here fast. You're going to see the first freeze coming through. Brings it back around. CDY is actually going to get the connect onto the overhold here. Both of these are going to come through, but the 1-2 is going to be no match for CDY as he catches the 1, finishes off on the 2. Baodo's Xu Zhang picking up another elimination, sitting at 7th place on the board. JL's AS needs the 11-point game, is unable to connect onto anything here, as he's trying to go for this elimination, but Wufeng is putting in a lot of work already in this game. JL's AS is already on 2 eliminations. If he's able to pick up 8 more with the first place finish, I think he needs exactly minimum. He needs about 7 eliminations with the first place finish to get that multiplier. 7-8 eliminations with the first place finish is going to give him the points he needs to pass that 32.5 threshold. Right now, he's aiming at 23 as the Realm of Yang is starting to drop. DRG's Wufang now joining the mix of this fight, sending some musket shots off. Gale's AS just relentless, trying to come away with this elimination. Wufang getting absolutely eaten alive, and now Fong joining in the mix. You see the fan in his hand. He's ready to go. He's amped up for this fight. Wants to see if he can try and pick up an elimination here, but he needs this kill. Both of these players need eliminations really badly, and it looks like AS could become the target of this fight very soon. Nothing going on too much. Nobody wanting to get hyper committed because everything is on the line for all of these players. Oh my goodness, CDY in the Tarkal trying to make something happen. Looks like he's just gonna have to cancel and back off though.
Yeah, it's definitely not in the best interest to get this aggressive. Definitely have to play it a little bit more smart, working with certain different things and just trying to play it smart. For a lot of different reasons here, most likely. Let's see if Fong's going to be able to get inside here. I'm interested in terms of why Edward didn't necessarily take advantage of that with Fong, but they're all going to go inside here. They're going to try to see if they can adapt to at least getting some decent stuff inside. Curious if anybody's going to take advantage of it. Looks like AS is going to surprise Fong, trying to see if he can get a jump start on some of that, but not enough. Going to be able to get him outside of the cave as AS decides to heal up. Tries to get some stuff in here, trying to see if he can find some goodies. He's like, hey, listen, there's enough room for the both of us. We ain't got to fight this out if you don't want to. You do a little too much. I'm just trying to see if I can find something good. Here you are hating. Don't hate on me, because I just want something good. He ends up getting caught, though, by the poison spray. And now Fong has to go for the retreat. Trying not to get caught in a tough situation here. Ends up getting hit, though, by the blade. Looks like that was a katana. Looks like he's going to pop the ulti here. And that's where most of the time people start to scatter a little bit here. But AS wants this fight here. He wants to keep this going here. Justina, he pops the ulti here. Could potentially catch him with the freeze, possibly. But between both of them, both absolute maneuvering rogues, it's not going to be easy to see if any of them is going to be able to catch it. But he's mostly using it just for maneuvering and just trying to get out of there. As AS is just right on him. He's not giving him much of an opportunity here for him to truly catch up to him. Oh, he almost catches him. He hits him with the fan, though. Nice little blue LMB strike. Curious to see if he's going to be able to catch him inside of the corner. Oh, Fong is able to get out. Goes right back inside.
Oh my god, no way he escapes like this. No way he escapes like this. Okay, AS is going to find him. Get out of there, Fong. Get out of there. Your finals are on the line. Get out of there. Reset. Get a bot. Get a bot. Come on. Oh my goodness. We're watching his life flash before our eyes right now. The advanced heal going to come in super clutch here as S1 CDY has found him, the person who eliminated him at the start of the game, and nobody letting Fong try anything to come away victorious in this fight here. And it looks like he has found Mike. Everybody sharking in onto this fight here. It looks like Edward now jumping into the mix. We didn't even get to see any of our Realm of Yang fights, as DRG's Fong's life a lot more important right now than anybody who could have possibly entered into this Realm of Yang. Shaw and Lipo both tried to do it, did not succeed. Xu Zhang also losing that Realm of Yang fight. It looks like Alliance was able to get a victory. So Azhao, WZ's Arano was able to make something happen there as well. And OA's Edward, Big Eddie, came through with a victory in the Realm of Yang. And now SS1 CDY trying to make something happen onto Edward. Able to get the LMB Prio off, but is unable to connect on the full combo due to the F ability from Edward. And now the scale rushes are coming through. CDY needs to get a reset off here, though. Otherwise, he's going to get sharked in on, exactly like we predicted, chat. AS coming through, trying to make something happen. CDY now in the tough position of getting eliminated by all these other players. Now we're seeing all of the... Oh, no. He's done. He's done. He's out here. He's going to get caught by the ball. The poison
does get caught. Unfortunately, in this situation here, I mean, it's too early for that, but knowing he was 19 points in, I mean, there was pretty much no way. It's the same thing with Shaw, too. I don't think Shaw has an opportunity here as AS. 2 eliminations deep so far. Fong still has 0 eliminations, but he is just survival mode at this point. All he has to do is just stall and wait for other players to get eliminated, and he is qualified. That's all that he really has to do in this moment. He doesn't have to force any fights if he doesn't have to. He can grief people if he really wants to. But now it's just the waiting game for Fong. I think Fong is going to decide to take a step back, and it's probably the smartest thing that he can do in this moment here.
Oh, Fong gets a kill here. Fong gets his first elimination, which is going to put him at 32.3 points. He still hasn't qualified, ladies and gentlemen. He's at 32.3. He's 0.2 points away from beating out YGG, which means if he gets eliminated next, he is not going to be qualified for the finals. This is going to be an interesting one to how it goes down. Like, he was so close to getting eliminated. He got killed by a Tarka slap in the first couple of seconds of the game. TE's Wufong is going to get the elimination on a GG shot, eliminating him from the game. And before second Realm of Yang has dropped, there's only 6 players left in this game. You know how we do it. Game number 6, we clean it up quickly. These players want to go home. They want to know who's playing in the finals and who's not as fast as possible. And by game number 6, they're ready for it. We're going to be taking a look. OA's Edward jumping onto JL's AS. We're going to see the jabbing come out. Parry attempting to come through from AS, but not able to connect even the second time. So we are going to see now Edward going to be able to get that Yang pass away from JL's AS. There are 7 players, actually, ladies and gentlemen. We had 1 person in soul form from their buff from the Realm of Yang, as we're going to see. Oh, almost catches the combo off of that parry punish there. The F ability saving Edward for a second, but catches him in the air here. You're going to see AS and Edward going at it. JL's AS needs these eliminations. Cannot afford to go out lightly like this. He needs to get, if he gets all 6 of the eliminations that he could possibly get, plus 1 elimination in the Realm of Yang, so 7 kills, bringing him up to 9 eliminations with a multiplier and the first place finish, there's a chance he could pass everyone. But DRG's Fong wouldn't be allowed to get another elimination. So, you know, that kill where he almost gets the elimination on the AS earlier would have been absolutely insane. But we're going to see. It looks like he's going to try and find somebody else. If he finds Fong and takes him out here, that could be
insane grief. Insane grief. Yeah. The griefing wouldn't even tally up what a grief would feel like if AS eliminated Fong in this game. But like I said, Fong is probably one of the most unpredictable players that has so many just has so much versatility in some of this. I mean, look at this. Even immediately, he's just like, boy, what are you doing? Let me get my loot first before you start wanting to fight up in here and start hogging everything. Now, here we go. Let's see if Fong still got it. With everything that's happening, both of them are going to be able to scale rush this up here a little bit more, even if all Fong has to do is still wait this out, though. He still will be able to gain the points if he stays alive here. Now it's not looking good, though, as AS is going to get absolutely juggled by both of them here. AS is able to pop the ulti here, and he is able to successfully get away, though. Got real lucky here in that. He ends up going back up the roof. Oh, no, he gets caught. Gets caught from the bottom section of the roof, too. Almost had an opportunity here maybe to close this out, but not enough here. Fong is just going to try to close in this gap little by little here. Make it a little bit harder for him to be able to close in this gap. Trying to take it out. Here we go. Nice little dagger to connect it. He's going to be able to scale rush this all the way up. Runs this all the way down, going around this top tower here, just trying not to get caught, knowing that Mike is right around the corner. It's not going to make this easy for anybody here to really capture this, as Mike is just not going to give up here. Gonna take his time. Mike missing out on some of their opportunity hits. Here comes the grapple. It looks like I'm most likely assuming it's from Fong, as Fong is here. And it looks like AS is able to just consistently get away. Looks like we still have some players inside of the Realm of Yang here, so most likely we'll end up going into the Realm of Yang, and let's check back here on this fight to see if anything changes. Knowing that AS still maneuvering, moving. Just trying not to stand still for too long here in this fight. This is the tough one here.
Yeah, it is very tough. AS becoming the target of the lobby is just it's just not the greatest place to be right now, especially when you're trying to climb and get 7 eliminations. We've got TE's Wufeng on Yang depletion, so we might see some aggression coming through there. AS getting extremely low now. Harry's going to come out trying to see if he can make a last-ditch effort. F ability is going to get popped. We're seeing Mike popping that ultimate now. DRG's Feng needs to make something happen if he wants to get this elimination, because Mike, hot in pursuit. Ultimate almost back online for JL's AS. He's going to see the purple armor, gets the swap, saving him from that final slash, giving him just enough time to get his ultimate back. This is some picture perfect scenarios that are going. Oh my goodness, Starfall in Pro League. Starfall into engraving. Tries it a second time here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, Feng gets the kill. He qualifies. Ladies and gentlemen, DRG's Feng is going to be our 12th place position. Actually, ASU's XY will be the 12th place spot. But oh my god, Starfall for the victory. What a play. Like, that is insanity.
Insane.
I don't know what
couldn't have been any better. Absolutely insane, though, if you really were to look at that, the way that was. That timing couldn't have been any better, but also very favorable towards Feng here, which really wanted to just stay alive through this. And now this is just a massive chase-off between Mike and everyone else in the lobby. It's a 1v5 currently, and he's just trying to dip away from this. Let's see if Mike can do it. I currently think that he can. Place your bets, chat, in chat, if he can actually get away from this. Never mind.
Place your bets. Bets here. Bets are closed. Thank you, guys. Good night, everybody.
And bets are off. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
As DRG's Feng still battling it out. I believe he knows that he has made it in to the finals there. He's probably got somebody telling him that he has made it in, but we're going to see him try his best still. Oh, what a Kylan slash coming through, getting him so much HP back there. These buttery rocks lining these players up and just sending them into as much as possible damage. And Feng is now on the back foot, though. He's going to try and scale, but we know that Feng is one of the goats of this fan movement here. Look at him go. Scale rush, scale rush, scale rush, scale rush, scale rush. As he goes a ring around the rosy with everybody. Nobody is going to catch him here. As Edward going to try and make a play towards him. The engraving coming out from that gold longsword is just dealing so much damage. Feng trying to make something happen. It looks like Edward's going to focus his aggression over to Arano as he's going to send off that longsword 1.0. And Feng already back to full HP. Here we go. This is the guy. Spider wasn't able to do it, but Feng definitely a master of this movement when it comes to the fan. We've seen him kite out for ages on these buttery rocks, and that's where he's going to be. He's going to hang out there, top 5. He's qualified. He's even qualified over ASE's XY at 33.5 points. He's got himself to 33.8. XY finished the game with a donut, so he's going to be finishing in 12th place. And I don't believe there's anybody left in this game who hasn't qualified, so it really is just going to come down to how the placements are going to go, because we do see Feng and Wufeng very, very close in the scoring together. Ajiao could fall down if he does go out early compared to these other players. Arano doesn't really have the possibility to get himself higher. He's already in 3rd place. 2nd place is at 53 points, so he doesn't have that possibility, but always Edward does have the opportunity to pass BBE's Frostivus and WZ's Arano if he does have the perfect game. It really depends. But, ladies and gentlemen, these are going to be your qualified players for the bi-weekly finals.
I mean, obviously set in stone here, as we already know. Mike getting eliminated, he ends up taking the lead at 9.6. Very solid performance from him overall in his last couple of days of playing the game. You know, obviously being last season's champion, really holding strong here. Now Feng, at this point, it's just about who's getting extra points. Who's just doing this for the fun of it, for the love of the sport, for the love of the game. Azao, Wufeng, and Feng, all of them qualifying here, and sadly, with YZG, Wolves, AS, and CDY. Both of them, sadly, out of contention. Edward qualifying as well with a 45.4 points and 4 eliminations top. Obviously popping it out very, very well for a lot of different areas here. Was able to really showcase it towards the very end. Did a fantastic job.
Oh yeah, they've all been playing perfectly here. And Feng able to clinch those 2 points where at the start of the game it looked like it might not have been possible. Wufeng is going to be able to get himself a soul bloom with, I think he just had a second left on that timer there. as Aizhao picks up the elimination. Wufang had 1 second left on that Yang depletion, was able to cleanse it. Edward with the Staff Soul Jade, Merciless Havoc, going to be able to put in a lot of work for him, as we are going to see as well. We've got the Fan Jade coming through, and nobody is going to be safe from these gold Soul Jades. WZ's Arano is actually going to get himself parried here, but he is getting that Wild Wind Sprout back with the gold fan in hand, just trying to send it out, holding blue. But Edward going to be sending out that 1.8 here, or 1.9, depending, trying to see if he can get the elimination off onto one of these players. Aizhao able to get himself a bit of healing, and always Edward with the Liam ultimate. Best value here on his ult. Gonna try and see if he can get a pick. Arano has become his target. He sees the lower HP on the health bar. Gonna be able to catch him. Oh my goodness, if the F ability wasn't invested there, the combo would have been insane. Trying to see if he can make that grab from a distance. Looks a little bit more difficult than it is, ladies and gentlemen. Is Edward trying to see if he can get the grab. He does, but oh, the ultimate runs out. I was gonna say, why did he not get grabbed out there? The ultimate is going to run out of time for him there, as he does have another ult. He's going to be able to pick up. Oh my goodness. That's Wufang almost getting juggled into that Bane. And now 50 seconds left of this Bane to go. We're going to see Engraving coming through, but Wild Wind Sprout going back the other way. Wufang trying to send that parry punish. That he gets the parry onto Arano over to Edward. Doesn't connect with it. And now they're both on, all of them on the low ground. This could be dangerous, especially when there's a Bane's Breath bursting that way. He's Edward trying to go for that parry, unable to connect with that. Engraving going to connect, jump LNB into another Engraving. F ability going to send Wufang flying, as always Edward just really trying to get this hit. And now we're going to see all ultimates connected. Justina ultimate coming out. We're going to see Edward just getting absolutely blitzed out of his HP right now. Lonnie F invested, trying to send the ball out. Top dodge coming through. Edward on 1 HP and a dream tease. Wufang picking up the elimination. And now the Soul Bloom going to Wufang again. Arano trying to make something happen. Wufang still all 3 charges left on his ultimate. So if he wants to get attacked, he's able to. Now's the time. He's going to send the 1-2s out. The double grab from Arano from out of nowhere. Everyone going to go for the reset now as 3 players remain. Game number 6.
Wait, why was that so clean? Like that double was insane because we didn't actually know who got it, but then the camera turned. It was like such a anime arc moment. It was just like, oh my god, he's got them both. So that was actually really cool to see. Now, as we're able to look back towards this, Arano, Azal, and Feng at the very last seconds of the fight, and at this point, it's basically a cat and mouse game. All of them gonna be chasing each other, going back and forth for. Let's see who's gonna be the official. Me personally, I think Azal might be the one who ends up catching another dub. Which means this will be a three-peat. I think it'd be glorious and possibly a good feeling for him as well. I could be wrong though, as I might have called it maybe a little too soon into this fight, knowing that he just got absolutely obliterated into this as he sees Wufang. Oh, he ends up actually just continuing to just put in so much damage towards him as well here. Not giving him much an opportunity here, as he does end up catching him with the shield swap, and Azal catches that insane elimination. He does capture the shield, and now here we go. He catches him on the outskirts. He's going to be able to push him right back out. Both of them waiting with the blue MMBs on both sides. The stun is going to be able to capture it, at least on each side here. Waiting for the parry. Both of them missing on each side here. Arano ends up catching the juggle from Azal. Azal might be able to get him being pushed from the outskirts. Almost really close here, but not fully. He ends up going for the downstrike. The LMP is able to capture it. I don't know what Arano was doing here, but Azal ends up clutching it. I literally called it. I called it and clutched it.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable. The switch up coming through from Azal in that very last moment here, catching him a 3-peat in this game, and shuts down the last 2 for him to have a solid night and for him to know that he qualified for our first bi-weekly.
First ever bi-weekly Aizhao ever plays his debut arc. 3-peat on the last day of play. What a beautiful win to finish things off. Aizhao almost getting eliminated from the Neja's Might of the Spear. Terrain voting in his favor. Ultimate pop. Sends Wufang into the zone. Wufang makes a little bit of a bad judgment call. Opts to go for the purple armor reset instead of going for the going back into the zone. Ends up dying because Aizhao's able to keep him in the zone for extra long. and then he comes away with the most beautiful longsword combo into a grapple bump, into another grapple bump, into a slap, picks the combo back up, gets a couple of engravings off as well. Just a photo finish that came to the very end with DRG Fung qualifying and Aizhao on the 3P. What a day, ladies and gentlemen, that we've had. This has been some heart-wrenching stuff. You know, obviously, lots of people are going to be sad that T225 and Paste have not made it into the finals. Definitely a gut-wrenching feeling, but when you see the way that Fung did it, it's just so respectable. You've got to give him his props, give him his flowers. And Aizhao, you know, you always like to name a dark horse. You know, it's been a thing for a very long time. Aizhao is going to be my dark horse of the season right now. What a play coming out from him, and I really hope he does well in the finals.
Solid. I think mine's going to be Yuan. I think he's going to be the dark horse of the season. I think Aizhao has a very great opportunity here to really be able to keep the same momentum. But I know for Yuan, we have seen him grow, especially from last season. So to kind of see him in such a strong start, unlike how he did last season, I think this one is going to be his season where we really, I mean, we're going to be talking about him a lot, I think. If he keeps the same momentum up the way that he's been able to do it, and also going up against Mike, the confidence being able to push in and all this, I can only imagine how he does with some of the other players that we couldn't get a chance to see throughout these games so far. So honestly, solid to the games. Aizhao is honestly a good dark horse pick, especially after this. Let's see if he keeps that same energy going into the bi-weekly finals. What an insane finish. A 3P and his third MVP of the night. Insane.
Yeah, for a rookie to come in the league and do this, when we see new players enter the league, they often have a very hard time adjusting. We've seen players come into this league and never perform. They've never made it to a finals in their first season. He's making it to a finals off of the back of a 3-peat MVP, 4 overall MVPs in the first bi-weekly split. Like, it is absolute insanity to see Aizhao being able to perform that well, because we've never seen somebody come into the league and absolutely dominate in their first bi-weekly. It has never happened. And so seeing this come out, absolutely crazy. This is the same energy that we got when Mike first entered the league. It's like, wow, this is someone you don't want to mess with. 11.4 game score. He had the points that JL's AS needed in this game. As 11.4 for him. Wufang is going to be in second with a 5.5, tied with Edward for the 5.5, actually. Arano with 5 points. 3.5 going to go to Chuzhang. Fang going to get the 3 points, the points he needed to cross over into that top 12. AS with a 2.5, Mike with a 2, 1.5 for Shaw, CDY with 1, and Lipo and XY with the donuts. XY is still going to be qualifying, though. He is making it into the top 12 of our players. We're going to be taking a look at the overall standings in just 1 second, ladies and gentlemen, and that's where it really matters. These are the players who have not qualified. T225, Pace, AS, CDY, Shaw, and Lipo. All 6 of these players are going to be taking their time through these finals to just study the plays, get some practice in, and be ready for bi-week number 2, as they will not be moving on into the finals. No proposed points for them, no worlds points, nothing will be coming through. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, 13% of all of these players' points are going to be carried over as the pre-post points. So XY is going to be carrying over 4.3, 4.3 as well for Fung, 4.8 for Wufang, Star 4.9, Spider 4.9, 5.1 for Chuzhang. And this is going to be your 12th, 11th, 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th place players in the overall standings after the regular season of bi-week 1 has been finished. Going into the finals, these are going to be their starting points after you see. Now, OUG, Mike picking up 7.7 points for our pre-pose with a 59.6 finish. Verse is going to be at 6.9, Arano at 6.2, Frostivus at 6, Edward at 5.9, and Aizhao at 5.6. And keep in mind, the more pre-pose points, the better. You can have a game where you mess up when you have 6, 7 points. When you've got like 6 or 7 points pre-pose, that's like a whole game for some people. Lots of people average 2 to 5 points a game. So having 6 points to 7 points coming into the finals, you're already a game ahead of everybody, especially with the new match point rules coming out. As we're going to take a look at our highlights, brought to you by China Unicom. CDY slapping the absolute game out of DRG's Fung. Imagine this was all we saw from Fung, getting killed there, and then he goes out in the cave. Imagine that would have happened. No qualification for him. We see TT25 in the finals. It would have been absolute insanity. We're going to be flipping over Bada's Chuzheng, trying to make something happen against Wufeng. Wufeng was able to pull this off, though, on the Justina, bringing it back around Chuzheng with a beautiful play. And here we go. This was one of the plays that I absolutely loved coming through. The F ability gets popped. He gets just the smallest amount of heal and brings back the game from a sliver of HP there. GG shot in the realm of Yang does end up losing to OE's Edward. Edward with a beautiful staff 2-1-1 weapon swap sheath combo to bring that around. A Zhao with a beautiful parry onto OUG's Mike. A Zhao with a beautiful kill onto DRG's Fong. A Zhao with another beautiful elimination. Okay. TV's Wufeng gonna pick that one up there, and he's a little bit upset as we see Eddie not too happy about his play there. And look at this beautiful catch we see into the jump LMB. And A Zhao winning the game and coming away as our three-peat MVP for the day on Syra. What a victory.
Absolutely insane with everything that's going on here, but obviously that is fourth, his three of today. Third of today. 12,000 damage on the longsword, 20,000 in damage. Healing is 11k and 7 eliminations overall. Man had it all. Soul Jades. Absolutely insane. On a Syra. This might be the only Syra I think we've seen catch it up today.
Yeah, I don't think
no Syra dubs until now. I think this is the only Syra dub we've seen. But this
I don't think we see that many Syra dubs because Syra is so targeted out when it comes to those final circles. You definitely don't want to be seeing a Syra come through with that extra healing and the amount of health that you have in that ultimate. So
they don't want that. They don't want that. They don't want that smoke.
You don't want to deal with it. And they just showed that, like, wow, like you could be almost dead. You ult, you get the elimination onto Wufeng, and then you're turning it around and absolutely destroying with the longsword. Engraving. What a Soul Jade. We saw it come out a lot in that last game. Engraving, everybody just jumping down, hopping. It's like the Mario jump down, and you're slamming the longsword into the face of all the opponents.
A lot of aggression, especially with certain players that, you know, we usually don't see really take that heavy road when it comes to like really pushing off as much as possible. But that's what they did. They kept pushing towards it. They really kept the same momentum in terms of movement and what they were trying to do. Like, they really made those strides happen, especially for the players that picked, the Kai Lins. I think the Kai Lins, like, really, were such a interesting factor in these games. As much as we talk about the Liams and the Xiaos, I think those are really prominent picks. I think the Lanis and the Syras were really nice to be able to give it that little bit of a balance. But, man, every time when I see a Kai Lin come through, they are just flying. They're winging it. They are slashing through. Everybody that is in the particular area, please get out the way. Get out the way. And that's pretty much how that runs for a lot of these characters. Now, for the players themselves, though, the biggest amount of redemption, I think, for at least 4 of those players that were at the bottom would move themselves up into qualifying. There was 4 players that was basically about to get eliminated, and they're all in qualifying. 2 ended up getting eliminated. Both of them who sadly just did not play today, just ended up getting moved out of that contention. And now it's basically, at that time, it was the survival of the fittest. And that's mostly what we saw throughout tonight. And the fact that, especially for Fong had at least 1 to 2 chances to get eliminated. And those were scary moments. He was running, he was fighting, he was trying not to get caught up here. And man, oh man, that could have been really bad for him. But we're going to take it over to our interview, and we're going to end it for tonight for our final solos of today before we head to our bi-weekly final.
Hi everyone, this is Yeager and welcome to the post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Adro and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，阿赵先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 A 队阿赵。
欢迎阿赵来到我们的赛后采访，也是第一次来英文流，怎么样？今天 So first of all, I would like to know because in the latest game, at the end of the game, you're really excellent, and I would like to know at the final circle. So how you think about that? 在最后这波巅峰对决，哇，今天真的打得激情澎湃。不知道阿赵此时此刻的心情怎么样？当时是怎么做的这个决策，最后可以拿下阿然呢？
我觉得他不敢放，他那个右序那个威胁性不是很大，我不是很怕。
所以，我是不是可以理解为，就他面对你啊，虽然你们名字就差一个字，但是他怕了。
是的，他怕死，我不怕死。
Okay, so I think at that time, because he is really afraid of me, really have fear, and at that time he can't, he don't know how to use the charge, and I'm there to use the charge, so that's why I can won the fight. 哇，最后这波真的是非常的果敢，真的少年意气风发，也是最后拿下了这波比赛，对不对？首先要再次恭喜你，也是进入到我们的周决。Okay, we would like to say congratulations, you qualify for the bi-weekly final, and I think it's time to move on to the next part, answer for treasure. 好的，我们也来看一下今天的题目是什么，我们要给大家送出福利啦。Okay, so you guys can see the question, and today's question is, how many players choose Sarah in Game 6? 好的，这道题目呢是多少个选手在这把也是选出了席拉这个英雄。那说到这个题目啊，我想先问一下 ，Okay, so I would like to know how you think about this hero now in the solo game. 那觉得席拉目前在单排当中的强度，你自己怎么理解呢？
我感觉就是回安镜跟决赛圈厉害一点，其他老容易挨打。
回阳镜和决赛圈，那其他的时候自己要怎么做一个运营会比较好？
那只能躲起来呀。
So I think this hero, he's really strong in the realm of Young and also in the final circle. But for me, I think at another time, she's like just can hide and avoid fighting. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 我觉得阿赵应该准备好来给大家送福利了。
是的。
那我们接下来就一起进入倒计时。我已经说了，你就直接开始计时。
3、2、
1 screenshot, okay. And let's find out the correct answer. 也有请阿赵给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个。啊，你不知道？你刚才那把打完，你有没有你自己感觉一下呢？
我感觉一下吗？我感觉
你
场上只见到了我一个席拉，感觉是 A 啊。
哎，没错没错 ，Yes, the correct answer is A. Congratulations！ 我这边要先恭喜一下你正确，也恭喜一下那个观众朋友也是收到了你的这份福利。Okay, we know today is the last ticket qualify for the bi-weekly final, and I would like to know how's your feeling right now. 我们再次要说，今天最后一张门票，而且阿赵就是作为新人登场，很多人可能会看好你啊，觉得第一双周肯定应该是没有什么希望，但最后不仅是打了大家的脸，甚至是还是一个比较高的排名进去。来，此时此刻有什么想说的？
感觉是今天状态很好，真的手感火热。
I think I'm really have good luck today, and I have good status today. 哇！再次感谢再次感谢阿赵，不好意思，也是你们最后那波真的太激情了。也再次感谢来到我们的赛后采访。那恭喜阿赵也是成功晋级到了我们的周决当中，接下来就期待你周决的一个表现。
好的。
Okay, good luck to 阿赵 and thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Thank you so much for an amazing interview as always, coming in from Ohio. What an absolute heck of a game coming through from him, getting 3 dubs tonight. A solid set of games, fun qualifying, and a lot of other players also qualifying too that we, like I said, we were looking prior to this and they were on the chopping block and they made sure that they did not want to end the day the way that it started.
Yeah, I mean, they set the pace early with XY picking up the MVP in game number 1, and then Aizhao came out with game 2 and 3 right off the bat. XY looked like he was able to keep up pace with Aizhao for game number 3, but it sort of fell off there. Fong did make his comeback near the end, was pretty consistent throughout all 6 games, then ended up with his big comeback in game number 6, was able to come away with that, and then we did get to see near the very end there, we did get to see Aizhao pop off with another crazy MVP. And we're going to take one more look at the standings, ladies and gentlemen. TG25, PST, AS, CDY, Sha, and Lipo all not qualifying on the day. And like I said, some people with the pre-post points don't even get 5 points in 6 games. So if you're getting 7 points for your pre-post points, like 4.3, 4.3, 4.8, 4.9, 4.9, 5.1, almost all of them have more points than we see Lipo getting an entire day. So the average kills that players are getting per game, having that score to go and have a fallback option for the finals is definitely something that you're going to want to have, especially with Mike with a 7.7 score, just absolutely towering over everybody. He's going to start with a pretty significant lead over the bottom 6 and over most of the rest of the pack. Other than Verse, nobody's really close to touching him. Arano, decently close, 1.7 points away is Frostus as well. But the rest of these players are going to be going into the finals. Mike, Verse, Arano, Frostus, Edward, and Ajao are our top 6. Ajao had such a phenomenal final game that he was able to sneak into the top 6 there. We've also got Edward, Xu Zhang, Spider, Star, Wufang Fong, and XY joining along with our other 6 players. This is bi-weekly final number 1. This is our lineup. It's going to be an insane day. And if you guys don't know, we changed this last year. We now play up to 8 games in the bi-weekly final. It could end at 4. It could also end at 8. We've got a new match point system, which is if you pass the match point, then the next game, if you MVP games go over. You've got game 1 to game 6 for tomorrow's schedule, ladies and gentlemen. This is trios group A and B. And then the day after that, we've got our solo finals. And after that, we've got our trios bi-weekly finals. Be sure to tune in for all of it. We will be watching alongside with you. We've got all of our other lovely casters joining you with our lineup as well this weekend. It is sure to be a weekend that you guys will not forget. And ladies and gentlemen, we're back.
I mean, it's a solid look, though, overall for all these players. It's going to be a good weekend, because obviously you guys are going to get treated to tomorrow's game, also for trios. You guys can map for what you're going to be expecting for the weather for that one. And some trio teams are going to qualify as well for our Grand Weekly Finals. And that's going to be happening Saturday and Sunday. Well, technically, actually, Friday, Saturday. But it's still going to be a very interesting set of games, especially for the solos. Sadly, we will not be passing those. But overall, it's going to be a very prime specter for our solos, especially for wasn't brought in tonight. You know, as much as I want to say, I want to see one of these players get a dub, I hate to say it, but Mike is probably going to get another one, like always. He's just too good. I want to
see Frostus first place, Ajao second place. That's my goal.
I want to see Yuan second, Yuan first. I can say Frosty second. I say top 3, at least top 3. I want to see some confidence coming out of him. He had such a strong point of games, especially in the first sets of games we got a chance to cast earlier. But, you know, he's got a lot of work to do. He still has Mike to deal with, still has to deal with Spider, still has to deal with some of these other players now that have really come into this, especially like Juan and Azal, who really has shown that, you know, even with this down the end of this corridor, we still have a lot to show for. And I think that's what's going to be happening for our next sets of games, especially to our final. But you guys will be treated to something special tomorrow for our trio. So be sure to tune in for that. Make sure to link your NARAKA with your Twitch. Thank you. This is myself, Javier, alongside Seb. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for who is going to be also qualifying for our trio for the bi-weekly finals this weekend. We'll see you then.
Take care.
卫军残兵，射锋一箭。